yeah, so these are all the pictures that I have that we get to choose from. I'm gonna draw tonight. And if nobody votes, that's cool too. Because I'll just pick one of the ones that's my favorite. But I picked 10 Thunder Prince drawings, and then I might do some anime drawings later. But if I do that, I might draw the anime drawings like separate after a break or something. And this isn't even what we're going to start with. I'm going to start with a separate project. But since it's a poll, I thought I'd put the poll out first and then like we'll know for later. So this is option 1. And if you don't remember them all, it's okay. Just choose your favorite as it comes, I guess. And we'll go through it like twice really quick. So this is 1, and then this is 2 on the left. I brought these out because I thought these could be like cute like anime pictures to draw. I thought this would be a particularly fun anime drawing. I thought the cats would be fun, but we're focused for the poll on drawing this. I'm pretty into how Master Agi is just like looming behind Andy in this picture. It's so weird. That deer is really funny, and like we're doing an animal theme for tonight anyways because it's Fine Sanctuary, so I tried to pick ones with animals if I could, and that's another animal one just in general. So let's review the numbers. That's 1, and then that's 2, and then oh, you can't even see the deer because it's behind my picture. Maybe we should just do full screen without webcam for a minute. Let's do that. So we're gonna go over here. Full screen, no webcam. Okay, ready? We're gonna look through these. This is 1, 2, 3, and you can vote on this in the chat if you so decide. I think you just like write in like / like or exclamation point vote and then the number, I think. I don't know, I'm not sure. This wolf is like really awesome, and I picked like 3 stills of this wolf or 2 stills. I'm really into that one. And this I think is like 5 and 6. Let's go back through and see. 1, 2, if you're into that one. 3, 4, 5, 6. Andy and the deer being friends is 7. And then all the animals is 8. All the animals together. This is before they get their revenge, and that bunny is like stoned as fuck. So that's number 8 is for the stoned bunny with all the other animals. 9 is for the animal's revenge, which is really in keeping with the theme of veganism tonight. And then this fucking sweet wink is gonna be number 10. And so those are the ones that we can go through. So I'll do it one more time really quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10. And so if you want to vote on those, that's what we'll draw later, but we're not even going to start with that. What we're going to start with actually is, and we're going to change the display that you're seeing here. We're going to change it to my pen display, because we're actually going to start tonight by doing a different little project that I sort of had cooked up for tonight, which is that we are going to we're going to be drawing oops, that can go down. We're going to be drawing a sticker. So I found this sticker in my apartment recently. It says "Never Stop Looking Up," and when I first like glimpsed at it, oh, you like the wink, Grimpy? Yeah, that was pretty good. Sweet, at least we have 1 vote here. Yeah, so it says "Never Stop Looking Up," and when I first like glanced at it, I thought it said "Never Stop Giving Up." And I thought that was a really funny and like kind of millennial sentiment to never stop giving up, because like, oh my god, it's just like this zoomer world that we're a part of. And I've been thinking that maybe I'll make stickers for the channel to sell, and so "Never Stop Giving Up" could be a kind of funny sticker. And then I might like make Thunder Prince stickers and like gender blending stickers. I just think that'd be like a fun project to undertake, or maybe magnets. That could be cool too. But yeah, we're gonna make a new picture, and we're gonna make it transparent. And I think that like for this one, we'll make it pretty small. It's probably gonna be like 450 by 450. It really doesn't need to be big. It's not a very big picture. And it is like relatively square. So we're gonna do a transparent color, and then as soon as we get into this bad Larry, we're going to Oh, you can't even see what I'm doing. I'm on a different screen. What am I doing? We need to bring Gemp over here and OBS is over here. Alright, now you can see what I'm doing. And so I was gonna make a new layer is what it's gonna do. And it's a transparent layer. And I think just for the time being, I'm actually going to just add in a sort of like square behind it. Just because I kind of want like a white background to work on just at first. Just to like kind of see, but I like having the option of having like a transparent background there. So I'm just gonna fill this as white, essentially. And I don't know why I'm gonna do it this way, but I am. I'm gonna type in the code for white. Let's see, it wasn't even letting me like do it here. Why does it say no? Oh, there we go, fill, there we go. Cool, okay, and now we're gonna do a new layer that's transparent, and this is where I actually get to draw. This is where it's fun. Grimpy Coffee with the 10 vote. Thank you all for being here. I'm really excited for this. I wish there was an easy way for me to display the like sticker that I'm trying to draw. I don't know like a good, I could like put it on, but I don't want to waste the sticker. I don't know. I could put it like right up here or something. Never stop giving up. I don't know if there's a way to like stick it up here. Hey, look at that. Never stop. Oh well. I'll just hold on to it for now. This is a piece by Enrique Granados, who's one of my favorite composers, and I've lately actually been playing Granados' Goyescas, which has been pretty sick. It's a very cool piece of music. Really enjoy it. It's very hard though. Okay. We are going to go to the paintbrush. We're gonna get an appropriate size. It was on 4, I think we want like 6 here. And we're gonna start with just a little bit of a never here. And we still are on white, so here we go, ready? So we're gonna just make that's a little bit off here. We want to make it a little bit lower. You can't really see exactly what I'm working on, which is a little bit of a detriment here. So far it looks pretty accurate. I'd say it looks pretty good. The V, the left side is like a little bit thicker than the right side. And then it kind of goes like... This is kind of like, it's kind of like one of those like live, laugh, love sort of situations. Except that like I'm kind of doing it ironically, which makes it funny, you know? Then mine's hand-drawn. This actually looks to be like a computer-generated font because both the E's are actually the same on it. And I'm trying to like kind of match the computer-generated font that it is. But we kind of need a smaller brush actually. And we'll try 3 even, like a little skinnier. We have to write in 3. Let's do it. I kind of like how this R is turning out though. It's pretty cool. And so I'm genuinely gonna like make this a sticker if you're into it. I'll let you know when I like actually have like a store online up and running. So we can actually make this a little bit bigger. Kind of blobby. A little blobby. Yeah, that actually looks like kind of close. Okay, and then poll closed. Is there a command to link to the charity? I don't have one, but I could actually probably make one like very, very fast because I've been messing around with chatbot like a lot recently, and so I've gotten pretty efficient with it. And so you know what? I'm just gonna make a charity command. So I'm gonna do !Vine, and we are going to make it so that everyone can do this. And the response will be the link to the charity, which I'll just get right now. really quickly. Oh, and we're gonna get some sound here. Nope, I actually managed to stop it before sound played. So let's see. Copy link. Where is that? Copy link address. Okay, and then we are going back into chatbot, and we'll paste that right here. And then I'll write a cute little thing. I'll write like, please help the aminals. No, I'll do animals. And then I'll do a heart. And then I'll do that. And then I'll do asterisk tilde the URL tilde asterisk. And then I'll press submit. And then I don't know if anybody wants to press exclamation point Vine. You could see how I did there. It should work if you do exclamation point Vine. It should bring up the link for everyone, and anyone should be allowed to do it. I guess I'll do it to start. I guess I'll demonstrate. It's kind of my responsibility as a person running the stream. And look at that. Please help the animals. Please help them. Genuinely, animal sanctuaries are just so important. And this is one that is run entirely by LGBT people, to my knowledge, which is pretty cool. You know, you always want to help out the you know, brothers and sisters and others that are sort of out there. Whoa, I didn't really like registering that one. Okay, let's try it again. We're gonna go. Now this S is like much more stylized. And so I'm gonna start with just like a little bit of an outline here. And so we can fix it by like erasing and stuff later. We're gonna like kind of like really specify where we're gonna go. The S is actually like probably the letter I was most excited about drawing. It's funny to be excited about drawing any letters, but I was excited about this letter because I like drawing stylized letters. I've always liked drawing like letters and words just in general, and I find it like very relaxing. I've always thought it was very relaxing. I kind of always thought like if I ever wanted to be a criminal, I might be able to get into like forgery signatures, because I really like sort of mimicking like handwriting and language in general. And so, like, it's not gonna look very, very sharp at first. I'm gonna kind of get the general shape, and then I'm gonna go back through it, and I'm going to erase to get, like, the tight edges, and then we'll, like, kind of sharpen it and tighten everything up, you know? We'll get there, of course. We're just starting. That's, like, a pretty good start, though. I think it looks really nice so far. I don't know, maybe it looks nicer to me, because I know what, like, the end result is gonna look like. And so this is a recording that I'm actually really proud of. I was playing the guitar in this recording. I'm gonna turn it up just a little. This is Astor Piazzolla's Cafe 1930, which is part of the history of tango. So this is some tango music right here, which is among my favorite. I wish I had thought to like grab a picture of the stamp that we're drawing. It's not really a stamp, I guess. Okay, we're gonna kind of fly through this part because we're gonna erase anyways, so we're kind of pretty good. Yeah, I really love this song, and I love like all of Piazzolla, to be honest. This is such good flute, in my opinion. Maybe I should turn it down a little. It is so pretty though, right? Where's the sound? There we go. That's pretty reasonable. Yeah, you can see what you want to see. That's good. Okay, it gets a little thinner over here. We're gonna adjust like all the sizes of everything to kind of like make sense, of course. You just gotta get the idea down, you know? And actually it's supposed to kind of go straight up, but we're gonna take some like artistic liberty too. Oh, it's because the T actually like kind of crosses right through it. That's kind of cute. So there's like a T right here, and like that serves as the cross for the T. That's cute. It's the kind of thing I wouldn't have noticed unless I drew this, you know? And the T is kind of like, it's kind of big. That's pretty good. Okay. Okay, it's gonna say never stop giving up. Which would mean like, don't don't try. It would mean like we're just gonna give up. Because you're not supposed to stop giving up, you know? It's kind of funny, I think. Especially because it's like in the style of a live, laugh, love thing, but it's just facetious. But maybe it's not funny when it's just like too obvious like that. Ah, we can erase that. That's alright. Yeah, I really enjoy just copying things like this. It's pretty sick. So yeah, I hope you're all having a very good Saturday. I've had like a pretty great day. I have no complaints at all. I've been meaning to, you know, on the subject of handwriting, I've been meaning to like see if there's like an AI program that someone has made to like make a font, like have the AI like analyze my handwriting and like make a font based on like the average style of my letters. I wouldn't really want to do it because then I could like record and forge my signatures, but at the same time I just think it'd be kind of cool to have like to have this like online copy of what my signature looks like. The P kind of looks weird, but it actually just sort of looks weird in general, like on the sticker. It just like looks kind of fucked up, so. It's kind of accurate, the way that I drew it, to be honest. Okay. So this is where I'm writing my own word, so it can be as stylized as I want, but I don't want it to be... Oh, and you know what? I can do the gender blending G. So we're actually gonna do a new layer for this. Which, that was the correct button by accident. Here we go, and that time I did it on purpose. We're gonna do a new layer for this. And we are going to start... It doesn't even matter what color we do it in, so we'll do black, and then we're gonna change the color of it to trans colors later. Okay. And this is gonna be the gender blending G. Okay, so we're going to do, we're gonna just start with like a really basic G. And like the left side will be thicker than the inside. Just because that's like kind of how these work. And I think that what we'll do is we'll kind of like, we'll bring this through like this. And kind of pull that out like that. And bring like one little sliver right across, and then like a fat underbelly here with just a sliver right there, and then we're gonna kind of bring this up right here. I'm gonna undo that one. I didn't like that line. We're gonna just do a sliver, just a little undo, just a sliver. I don't like it. We can do better. A little further up. There we go. That's pretty good. That's not bad. It could be a little bigger though, right? Like one side be like kind of bigger and the other side be like skinny. Like, let's even lower the brush size. Gonna do like that. That's not bad. Kind of like just, I want to do something cute with the G here. I'm trying to just decide what. Okay, we're gonna do this. Non-binary fucking representation, you know? Gotta head out now, Paige. Have a lovely stream. Yo, thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it, Grimpy. I know that you have places to be, so thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. Kind of like how that looks a little bit. I'm gonna tighten it up a little bit with I'm gonna tighten it up a little bit with the eraser after, but I kind of like how that like general idea looks. So we're gonna move on, and we're going to we'll do a heart because it's cute, right? And we're gonna go down to a brush size of 1. So that it can be very, very small. Okay, so we're gonna start out. That's kind of cute. And so we're gonna do like a little, like a almost italicized one. Just gonna kind of go like this. And probably be a little bit fatter in the middle here, like that. Okay, now we're just gonna fly through the rest of the letters. Oh, what should this one be now? What should this I be? Should I make it like font, and should I do the exact same I? Maybe I should. But I'll do it like by hand if I can. It's kind of funny, right? I think it's funny. Okay. And then this G is gonna be like really nicely stylized, I think. So I think that the left side of it is gonna be like kind of thick. A little thicker than some of the other letters have been. Let's see. Let's just see what happens here. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I'm just gonna kind of like see. Like what's happening up here. Hold on. What is this? Is this a flower? Maybe. But what is happening? That looks like a flower, right? A little. What is this? Kind of cute, I think. Hi, Nabil. Thank you for dropping by. I'm making a stylized sticker based on this one that I saw. It says never stop looking up, and when I saw it, I thought it said never stop giving up, and then I was like, that's kind of funny. That's like a funny idea. Never stop giving up. I may change this stylized G at the end. But okay, now we're gonna do up. We're like almost done. Oh, there actually is a stylized G at the end of it, and I kind of copied it a little bit, like slightly. I just added a little flower there at the end. I could change the colors of the flower too. That's kind of cute. Add like some thorns, because flowers have thorns sometimes. Make that thorn a little bit more obvious. It's kind of cool. I'll color in the flower too. It's gonna be colored. I just haven't colored it just yet. Oh, now we're gonna go back to layer 1. Yo, Sophie, thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate all of you. I hope you're all having good nights. I'm having a really good night. I was gonna move everything over, but so I'm just gonna keep drawing here. And so I'm actually going to genuinely make this into a sticker in real life that we're going to be able to purchase. And who knows, maybe if I make money out of it, then I can give that money to Vine Sanctuary, which is who we are raising money for tonight. This is my first charity stream ever, and I'm going to be donating based on how much other people donate. I'm going to donate $10, and then I'm going to donate $1 per donation that we get, plus every sub and cheer if that happens too, because yo, I won't say that I wouldn't take a sub or a cheer. But also if you have money, then like that would be a very, very good cause, and that's what we're raising money for tonight. And I will donate $1 for every single donation that we get. And we've already raised, the stream beans, being we, have raised how much? Like almost $4,000, and it's only been like a week or something, so it's pretty amazing. And the person who really should be credited with it is Attack Rack, who is the sort of leader of Stream Beans. They've just done a really amazing job of organizing this. They made it so easy that I was like, oh, I can't not contribute to this. Like, I have to be a part of this, because like this is the type of reason that I started streaming, you know? This is literally why I started streaming. Like, if I didn't do this, then I would basically be going against the whole point of the channel. And I would kind of like feel like bad about it. I would feel wrong. So, but also like I'm doing this out of love, not because like I feel obligated to. Like it just matters to me, and it's also just important. I mean, animal sanctuaries are so important. Never stop giving up. Oh no, I drew up on the wrong layer. Okay, but we can actually fix that. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the lasso select tool, and we will fly through. We will grab just up here, and then we will go ahead and we will copy. We'll go down to layer, and we will paste it. And then we are going to go back to layer 1. Oh, I guess we'll press enter, and then we'll press deselect. Wait, undo. Okay. We'll actually click select and then deselect, because I don't know what the shortcut button is. Select, none. Oh, we already have none selected apparently. Okay. This is all fine. This is all fine. Except that it did, yeah, we're comfortable with that. Cannot select an item while it's active. Press enter, isn't that what we need to do? Do we rasterize it? How do we get off of this? I did this recently, and it like let me do it. I think we just say rasterize or okay. Escape. There we go. Nope. There we go, pasted layer. Okay, great. And now we can get rid of give up. Just do that and then press delete, hopefully. Delete didn't work, but let's try and do edit. Cut? Nope. Wait, oh no, it worked. We need to turn this off, and now we can see that it did indeed work. And Control D is not the deselect button that I think it is. Okay, there we go. We're going to erase this little last bit that's here. Be easier with the pen display here. Okay, now we can turn this on. Never stop giving up. And I kind of like that up is on a different layer than this. It'll give us just a little bit more control, but we will merge these into the same layer. Okay, and then the very last thing is that there's a little moon. There's like a little moon there, and if I really wanted to cheat, I could take a screenshot of the moon and just like steal the color. But it's kind of like a pinkish peach color, and I think I'm just gonna choose it myself because it kind of doesn't matter. And so like I said, it's like a pinkish pink, a peachish pink. So we're gonna go here. It's definitely much more in the pink spectrum. So we want to go way more there, and that's actually like somewhat close, except there's a little bit of purple in there. There's a little bit of purple. So we're gonna kind of bring it this way. And we are so wrong here. Something like, you see, we definitely want the peach color, but it's got like just a little purple. Something actually like that. Yeah, that's pretty close. But more like in here. That's pretty good. It's like a weird color, right? Like when I think of the moon, I don't think of this color, but that's like kind of what we've got going on. So we're gonna say okay to that. And now I'm just gonna draw it. I'm gonna increase our brush size to about a 4. Oh, I did 6, but that's okay. I think 6 will on it. Oh, no. So we get 4. Alright. Yeah, I haven't streamed in a couple days, but it's been like very good. I've been busy, and on top of being busy, for some reason this wasn't showing up. Oh, I'm on erase, that's why. Okay, so we need to be on paintbrush, and here we go. Now it'll let us do it. I haven't been streaming, but it's not been like a negative reason. I've just been busy with like a lot of stuff, you know? You know how life is, right? I actually chose like nearly the perfect color. The color doesn't really matter right now. Oh, it's actually supposed to be like all the way up by that G. It's much closer to the S than I gave it credit for. It'd be like all the way up here. Oh, is our desktop audio still on? That always like messes up all of our audio, and yeah, we're gonna turn that down just to be safe. Okay, so here's our moon. Starts like halfway through the G here. And it goes down below the U. So that's how I draw everything, is that I just do it like in reference to other stuff on the screen. That's how I've like always done all my art. Kind of makes me good in some respects, and it makes me very limited in other respects. It's kind of like being able to tune by ear, but only if you have like one note. And that's kind of what my level of tuning is, too. Is I can tune by ear, but I need like a reference note, you know? And we're gonna come in and we're gonna clean everything up with the eraser. Oh, and you know what? I just remember that Cryptid Mage actually taught me a trick where you do this with the lasso tool and then you fill it. And I really should have used that, but honestly, just drawing this out with the paintbrush is just satisfying. So I don't really regret doing it, and we're almost done. Soon we get to do the kind of fun stuff of playing with like the layer settings, and that's like a really fun thing to do, in my opinion. It's kind of a witchy sticker, right? It's like kind of got witch vibes, which is cute. Because like I really like I want to elicit bog witch vibes in my own life. I'm into that personally. And like I want to attract people that are into that, and I want people to think of me that way as like a bog witch, and so this is like pretty in keeping with that sort of aesthetic, you know, sort of way of being. And you know, the color that I chose for this moon is not exactly like what is on the sticker, if I'm being honest, but I kind of like it more. I like what we chose. And it's a pretty well filled in crescent moon here. We're just going really carefully just to make sure that it's exactly what we want. We might even do a gradient on the moon just to make it like a little bit more stylized. We might do like a background too, just for fun. Do it like in a night sky with some purple, right? That'd be cute. This is our own moon, so we don't have to like stick exactly to the way that the sticker is in real life, of course. And that's looking pretty good. We can tighten it up soon too, so make it really, really clean. I kind of like how it looks. And I love this song too. Kind of fits making a moon. It's a very night-like song in my opinion. That looks okay. It's a lot sharper in the sticker, but we're gonna tighten it up with the eraser here. And so I also think one other thing that I'm gonna do is make a layer behind everything. In fact, we're just gonna take this white layer. We're gonna make it like a sort of, we're actually just gonna make it a gradient. We're gonna make it a gradient of like peach and purple, which is something that I'm really into doing. And so the way that we can do this is using the fill tool. And we'll do a pattern fill. Can we do a pattern that's a gradient? Or do we just do a background color fill? Here we go, gradient. And then we do a custom gradient. And then how do we choose the colors of our gradient? Is it based on this? Okay, well we're choosing one color here. And we want a purple color. And we want it to be like a nighttime purple, a super deep color. Oh, I actually kind of like that color aesthetic that we chose there. So why don't we just try and click this? And I already see that although the color is kind of cute, it's not a gradient right now. So I don't know why it wasn't a gradient. But let me see if I can do this by hand by double clicking the layer or going into layer styles. This is where photo P might be more where I'm comfortable, but we're learning. Okay. Let's see here. Custom gradient. Reverse. Let's see. Layers. Wait, hold on. Let's click this up here. We're gonna go to layer. Colors. Let's see. Tools, filters. That's not what we're looking for. Oh, here we go. It has something to do with this. Oh no. Let's undo what we just did. Okay, wait. It's all okay, but let's choose this color, or whatever color we had. Okay, and so now we have this gradient right here. That's what we're looking for. But I don't know why it won't apply the actual gradient here. What if we do this? Doesn't look like it. Whoops. I did that again. Well, I could draw it, but that wouldn't look very good. I could also just bring it into Photo P, which is what I'm actually like comfortable doing. But I feel like this should be pretty obvious. Fill whole section. It should be custom. And then we can change this color. We can even go to the eyedropper and just get this moon color again, because it's kind of what we wanted. Or this color is just cute. But yeah, it's so weird. Background color fill. Oh wait, FG? Foreground color? Yeah, see, that clearly didn't work. Foreground color, background color fill. Colors. Okay, well we'll do colors. We'll do colors in Photopea. We can do the background colors in that because we still have other things that we want to do here. Or maybe we should just open up Photopea because I'm just more comfortable with it. We can actually just get this in there really, really fast by doing one very quick thing. First we'll do without giving. So we're gonna turn off this layer. And that turns off our moon too, which is kind of okay, but not really. We want to make that moon separate. So we'll do this. Grab our moon, and we're going to press copy. And then, oh, we're gonna have to do the same thing here where we paste it. Okay, and then what did we do to get off of this? Did we press this? I think we did. Except we made a layer copy. We didn't want to make a layer copy. So let's go back. We're going right here. We're going to press enter. Alright, do that. Copy. Okay, here we go, ready? We're gonna do paste on a new layer. There we go, that's what we're looking for. Then we can go into this layer, turn this off, and we can erase this. We can make our brush size bigger too. Yeah, it did erase giving. I didn't think it would. Oh, it's because it's on the same layer. That's why we were doing that to begin with. Okay, cool. So let's save this all as one file. We'll save it as never stop. Oh no. I'm doxing myself probably. Oh my gosh. This is so annoying. There we go. Okay. I'm going to bring this off my screen for a second so that I can open up a browser and bring it down here. We're gonna go to Photopea, which is, I think, a worse program than GIMP. I think it's a worse program, but at the same time, we're gonna do 450 by 450. I know how to use it better than GIMP. And so I think GIMP is a more powerful tool, but we were hitting the limits of my knowledge there. And I feel like I can do pretty advanced things in Photopea where I might not be able to in GIMP as much. Okay, and so the way that we're going to do this is I'm gonna really quickly in Photopea here, or in GIMP, I'm going to export our different layers as different files here. So first I'm gonna do 3 different files that we have to actually deal with tonight. So we're gonna go to the desktop, we're gonna go into here, and we're going to do don't export it. And this is Schubert that we're listening to. We have to choose a file type. We'll do PNG. And we're going to export that. Okay. And now we're going to turn off these. We're going to export this. Export it as... Oh shoot, I didn't make the background color off, so wait, we need to actually... Oh, I'm sorry everyone, this is not a very compelling show so far. Also, we really need to clear this white that is in here. I think that's gonna require an eraser. So we gotta kind of do this on our tablet here. Okay, we gotta erase here, and our brush size is enormous, of course. That's not the layer it's on this layer. Okay. Should only take a second, but we do have to get rid of this. And we're gonna finish this whole thing in Photopea. I'm sorry, because I know that this isn't super compelling, but I'll take this moment to just talk about the Stream Beans organization that we are collecting money for. All you gotta do is do Vine there, and that'll take you to the link. That's who we're collecting money for tonight. And I hope that you do if you're able to, but of course, as always, no pressure if you can't, because we all understand how it is, for sure. Okay, we still have to export 3 files because, as always, the first time I did something, it didn't work. So we're going to export this as. We're going to do a PNG. I know that you can't even see what I'm doing right now. But that's why I'm going to go through it as quickly as I possibly can so that we can do this very fast. We have 2 more steps that we have to do here, and it shouldn't take too long. So we're going to call this giving. We're going to export it. And we're almost done. Just one more. It's our moon. And so we're going to export this as moon. And you know, I actually did intend to start all of this in Photopea because I just felt like this is something that I do better in that. But it just didn't happen. I accidentally opened up GIMP from Reflex because I'm trying to use that more. Apparently I have to save all of this. So let's save it. Save this. I just want to save everything so that I don't lose it. Okay, this is making me save everything with different names. So we're gonna call this gibberish. Trying specifically not to have too many gibberish files on my computer, but I really want to get through doing this. Okay, here we are. We are here. We are going to open. Oh, and I'm doxing myself again. So this is rough right now. We have a beautiful picture of Howl's Moving Castle, but if I don't pull this out off the screen, then I'm going to dox myself as usual. So we are kind of doing what we can. We're gonna do layer, new, layer. Then we're gonna do image or file, open. And now we're gonna go to the desktop. We're gonna go to 6.1. Here we go. We need to bring in 3 things. Okay, for some reason, even though I made a new layer, it didn't freaking it didn't make it on the right layer for some reason, even though I did make a new layer. So I need to restart. And again, I can't really bring in the screen for you to see it until I'm done with this process, because if I do, then I'm going to dox myself, unfortunately, which is something I've already done on stream a plethora of times. And look at that, as soon as I bring in a new file, it just forces me to make the background open and place. Maybe that's what I have to do. It just forces me to merge everything together. There we go. Okay, so we have to do open and place. Here we go. Great. Look at this, everyone. We're here. Yo, Ratchakuka, thank you very much for dropping by. I think I actually mentioned on stream while you're here recently that I was going to make this Never Stop Giving Up sticker, and here we are doing it. It's kind of funny, kind of cute. I wish it was going a little bit quicker, but that's okay because we're learning things. And we're going to zoom in here so that we can work a little bit better. And part of the issue that I was facing before was that I couldn't get the background to work the way that I wanted it to. And so this is actually background now. It wouldn't let me pick the title for these layers. Ratchakuka, I love when you're here. I love when everybody's here. Oh, and you know what? For some reason, I didn't shout out Nabil earlier. And Beal, I hope you're having a good night. I actually have like a ton of plans tonight. This is only the very tip of the iceberg. We have a very long and a very big show planned out. Oh, and I actually forgot to text one of my friends that I'm streaming. I'm just gonna tell them, oh, I'm streaming, by the way. Understand if you can't drop by, because it's really late. Okay, cool. We shot it out in Veal. We have everything in a new file. It's very beautiful. We're gonna go to our background layer. Oh, we gotta rename this layer. Never stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Okay, now we should be able to create a gradient layer pretty well. Whoops. Oh no. All these buttons. There we go. That's what we're talking about. Okay, we're gonna make a rectangle. It's gonna be pixels, and we are gonna just go ahead and do this. Obviously, it's not gonna look that good at first. Wait, we did do it on Never Stop by mistake. Cancel that. Here we go, ready? Oh no, it's black. But hey, look at this. We're gonna put on a gradient, and we are going to make it pink and purple. It should be very, very cute, I think. We are doing a night sky purple, so it's going to be a very dark hue of purple, leaning towards the blue, probably a little bit. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then we're going to have like it's going to be like a melon, a sort of melon color. That's not melony. We definitely need it to be more over here if we want it to be melony. Yeah, something like that is pretty good. Okay, and so look at that. Whoa, that looks pretty cute, right? Okay, and we're gonna actually change the angle of it, so it's kind of like that, and it's gonna be much more purple than it is pink. So we are going to make the scale of it like probably like that with a huge offset here. We're gonna change the text color as well, of course. I think we can actually like literally go even darker. Like add like another color in here. Bring this a little bit in. Make this an even darker color, like a really nearly black purple. Yeah, I kind of like that. And we're going to make the scale even bigger. We want it to be quite a gradient. It's kind of cute though, right? Like a little bit. We're gonna make everything sharp too, of course. Okay. Inner glow? What would that look like? That's not what we're looking for. I think we kind of like that. Okay, let's start with that. I think actually, like, I almost wish we could add like another gradient on top of it almost. I think that we can. I think we could do something interesting here. Like, let's say okay to that, and then let's do this. Let's click this, and let's change the color to be like a dark blue shade, and do one of these. That didn't work. And I'm not sure why it didn't work. Also, our background is black. Which is not true. I don't know, I kind of just like how it looks a little bit. And so, when we actually make this image too, it's not all going to be like there. We're going to basically create a white layer behind it. I have an idea for this. We're gonna basically make a new layer, because this is gonna be a sticker, IRL. This is gonna be a real sticker. And so I'm sort of making it with that in mind. We're gonna make a new layer here that's even behind background layer. and we're gonna make a new layer that's even behind that layer. And so this is gonna be far back. And that one's gonna stay transparent. And then this one's going to be a white layer. And so the first thing that we're going to do is, let me find the sticker. I think it dropped. This is the sticker that I'm copying. I think I did a pretty good job. Hold on. So that's what I'm trying to emulate. Looks kind of close, right? And I did that like stylized flower, and I'm still gonna draw that flower just a little bit more. But that's what I'm copying. And so check this out. This is what we're gonna do to start. Is we're gonna go onto the background layer and we're gonna erase some stuff here. This is erase, right? Okay, yes. So we're gonna start by, and we can actually increase the size of the brush if it will let us. It's not letting us do it easily, so we will go right here. Because we're gonna get rid of quite a bit of this stuff. Because if you look at it, the sticker is not a bunch of color all around it. The sticker is just like a small white sort of border. So we're gonna get rid of all of this, and we're gonna actually have a white border that like kind of surrounds everything. I'm just listening because it sounds like there's someone outside my window. And that is becoming a regular occurrence, which is just so weird. But I'm not too worried about it because I live with lots of people. So, I still feel pretty safe. Overall. But in America, you never know, right? One of my roommates is not from America. And yo, Argent's B, never stop giving up, please. I didn't really like that last little bit that we did there. So this is gonna get like a lot more clean, of course. But we're gonna make a sticker out of this, and this is just the background, and it's gonna have like a white or black border. I'm not sure what color just yet. And I don't have like a store online or anything, but I'm probably gonna make one in the future. So it's gonna kind of just follow the sort of shape of all the letters and stuff. Thank you so much for joining Argent's B. I really appreciate you being here. This is a charity stream. We're raising money for Vine, which is an LGBT operated animal sanctuary. This is part of an effort by Stream Beans, which is a vegan Twitch team that I'm a part of. I was gonna probably like talk about veganism just a little bit tonight and like my sort of thoughts on it and perspectives, but I wasn't gonna force it. I have nothing to say about it just right now. But like if it comes up, I might, of course. I did set up some channel points. They're very, very basic though. I do want to talk philosophy tonight, that's for sure. That's going to be something that comes up later. And so this is going to be like what I'm setting up here. This is all for like the border of our sticker here. You're happy to be here. Great. I'm glad. Yeah, it's going to be a good stream. I mean, we're already having lots of fun, but it's going to get better for sure. Got some cool visuals in here, and it's great to have a new face. And like I'm kind of into this sticker. I like how it's turning out, frankly. And so I'm starting with like broad strokes, but this border is actually going to be even thinner than where I'm placing it right now. Because I'm going to use the lasso tool to get it like very, very close and clean. And then we can use the sharpen tool too if we need. Okay. So we'll probably use the lasso tool from there. Kind of looks cool, right? Would you get a sticker like that? Maybe. And so this is the sticker I'm copying. I'll show it on the screen again. And so like I'm gonna use the lasso tool to get that like border around it. And obviously I'm gonna change the colors of the letters. Maybe I should just do that right now. I think giving is going to be trans colors. So we're gonna start with that probably. Start with a gradient here. So we'll take this color and we're gonna choose the super trans color. And we'll get like, if we want to, we'll get like specific trans colors later. I'm gonna start just getting kind of close, you know? Start with some white in here, bring this in. This is already kind of trans. Gradient overlay, okay. Now this needs to be like much closer to the middle. Let's see what that looks like. I think we need to invert it. You're sharing your screen. I am sharing my screen. And I have the webcam. Oh yeah, wait, and you know, I could even, well, I have nothing to do right now, but yes, I am sharing my screen. Am I sharing the correct screen? Yeah. You should be able to see the program, and you should be able to see me, but you shouldn't be able to see OBS, is my hopes. That's my hopes, but I am kind of a new streamer. I think I'm an okay streamer, though. I think I'm pretty good. Oh wait, yeah, so we were doing the colors of things, and what I was gonna do here is actually reverse this gradient overlay. Let's see what that looks like. It looks kind of cute, a little bit. I think that blue color definitely needs to get changed, though. I think we might actually do like a night sky blue. And I think that the peach shouldn't be the exact same peach, but we'll see. Like, let's see that and see what that... Oh, that's really pretty. It's not exactly what I intended, but let's make this a little bit more white. I mean, it's kind of cute. I think that we need a little bit more pink color in it. No, I don't like it. Let's see what that looks like. I don't know if we want to make it the same peach color or not, but we'll see. What if we do the same gradient here? What does that look like? It's interesting. I don't know if I like it, but it's interesting to look at least. Okay, so next we're gonna use the polygonal lasso select. Oh yeah, if you're new here, let me toss this bad Larry out there. I have a link here. This is promo. Not only does that lead to our Stream Beans link, which is where we can donate money to Vine Animal Sanctuary, but it also has my Discord. And on the Discord, you can download basically everything that I do on the show. And you also, and I'm gonna press F11 and see if we can get closer in here. If you join the Discord link, then you can sort of stay in touch, and also, you know, you can download everything on the show. You can download the music, you can download the PowerPoints that I tend to show on stream. You can download anything you want, basically. And so this is gonna hug the edge pretty tight. And it doesn't have to be perfect, because we can kind of clean it up. That was a little bit tight. That's okay. The whole thing kind of should be. And that's pretty good. Okay, now we're gonna invert the selection and delete. Oh no! Well, we can go to the background layer. Press delete. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, and I realized my background is black, it says. It's because it's not rasterized. There we go. Okay. I don't know, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look that bad, right? I think it looks okay. Okay, but now we're gonna have a white layer, which is gonna be actually a copy of background, I think, now that I think about it. Because check this out, check this out. This is such a smart way to do this. Duplicate layer. We'll put background copy right here. We're gonna call this, we're gonna rename it. We'll call this white layer and then delete this one. It's kind of interesting that it lets you have two of the same layer names. Okay, now this one, we're gonna give it a color overlay of just white, just straight up white. Because this is the sticker border. Whoa, we don't need that. Whoa! There we go. Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. Have you already talking a little bit about the meaning of the phrase? Because my brain is like melting, or blowing up, I should say. Have you already talking a little bit about the meaning of this phrase? Because my brain. Never. Okay, so this sticker says never stop looking up. So obviously it's like a live, laugh, love type of thing. Like never stop looking on the bright side. And I was like, wouldn't it be like funny and like trans and like doomer to just make a sticker? Yo, Nabil, thank you so much for the sub, the gift sub. I really appreciate it. And that puts me at $11. And I actually need to keep track of how much money I'm going to be giving because I'm going to do 10 plus 1. Yo, that is $1 going towards animals, so I really appreciate it, Nabil. And Polar Nights, you get to enjoy the emotes that we have made, and I have a lot more. I'm actually probably going to make this never stop giving up in emote. But yeah, it's kind of funny, right? It kind of is brain melting a little bit. But yeah, it's like a little bit of a joke because, like... never stop giving up. It's like it just means you're gonna give up forever. Like never quit giving up. Just be someone who just quits all the time. Just please continue being that person who quits. Okay, we're gonna edit and we're gonna free transform. Cause check this out. Now we have the same freaking thing. Whoa, whoops. That's not what we wanted though. We're gonna edit and we're gonna free transform, but we're gonna just grab this. Make it bigger. And for some reason, it's not like working as intended. Look at this. Why is it not working? Okay, we're gonna go back. We're gonna do this. Okay, wait. Oh, wait a second. Rasterize layer style and then make it bigger? I don't know. Let's see. Hold on. It should be working. Oh, it's because it's... no, it shouldn't. Whoa, that looks kind of cool, even though it's not like the look. But it should still show up like when I make it bigger. It should still show. Oh, I get it. It's because we have the invert selection. So we're gonna undo the selection and now we're gonna do the free transform. There we go. Check this. Okay, so we're gonna make it bigger and then all we have to do is move it to the center. There we go. Oh well, what we can do is move everything else to the center as well. Whoa, whoops, not what we intended. We're gonna go to the move. Look at that, beautiful. Very beautiful. We can sharpen up the edges and everything. And I actually am going to like fill in the rows. We're gonna do like a little green and a little other stuff here. A nice little deep green color. Okay, where's our paintbrush tool? Here we go. We want it to be a very small brush. Okay, we're gonna just fill a little green in here. Oh, and we are on the wrong layer. Which in this case doesn't matter. Okay, we are gonna go onto the giving layer is what we want. And let's, we haven't really decided if we want to stick with these colors or not. And I kind of think that we don't want to stick with them. I think we're gonna do yellow colors for the font. So bear with me here, check this out. I think we're gonna do a yellow into like a white color. I think that that would be like really, really nice. So, oh, and this is Chopin that I'm playing, by the way. This is a recording of me playing some Chopin. Really love Chopin a lot. Or maybe even like keep this color in here, but like just let it be like a little bit more yellow at the very bottom. Something kind of like I was imagining like a sort of golden color like that into a yellowish white. Like a very, very light yellow. And then this color at the end is going to be like a pure white. And I think that that will be very pretty. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. That's actually genuinely kind of cute, right? I think that's kind of cute. Okay, and now we have the paintbrush selected and we're gonna fill in this rose. Obviously that was the wrong color. Our taskbar being like that is really annoying right now. Okay, For some reason, it still really wants us to be painting with that color, and I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, it is really tied to us painting with a peach color here. Color. Oh wait, look at this. Here's the stylish pressure. Controls opacity, controls size. Ooh, I haven't used either of those things. That's gonna be something I have to play with later. Okay, so we have to deal with the color issue right now. That's the big thing that we're dealing with. Cause like, look at this. Why is it peach? Why is it sticking us with peach even though we don't want it anymore? That's the real question here. We are on the brush tool. We are gonna change it to green. And look at that. Green doesn't listen to us. Well, I think that we kind of like these colors, so we're gonna rasterize that style, and maybe that'll help us. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why that did that for us. I really genuinely don't, but it kind of worked. So now we're gonna go into giving, and it might not work. It must be rasterized first. I don't know if I'm ready to commit to this one. I don't know if I'm ready to commit to these colors. I don't know if that blue like sticks within this theme well enough. I don't think it does. I think it needs to be a much darker blue if it's going to. Like down there even. Yeah, that doesn't look good with this. I think it just needs to go. And then I think if we're gonna do this, the blue needs to go into the white way more. And it needs to be like a much more scaled out gradient. Something kind of like that. Because we're trying to go for a witchy vibe. Maybe even like into a green would actually look like kind of like nighttime green color, like a cemetery almost. I think that would be really cool. So we'll do like a sort of lighter faded green into a super dark green. Something like that into a very, very deep green color. See what that looks like. Change the scale just a little. Change the offset just a little. Basically illegible at that point. But we're gonna mess with it. I think we also need to change the angle here. That's not bad. Okay. Less dark blue. That doesn't look good. I'm just trying to think like what is our favored options here? The green totally doesn't work, nor does the blue. I think we gotta stick with our color palette. Gotta stay in that range, right? They say it's like 3 different colors you gotta stay near. So we have red and purple, so we basically need to either use yellow or blue if we're gonna use any colors. Or like this orange color could be like okay. An orange color could actually be like kind of interesting with what we have. Orange into white. Oh, that's good, because then now, let's rasterize that, and now we can kind of like fill this in with the green. It should work pretty well for us. I'm gonna purposefully leave kind of an outline of the pink around the green. I don't know if this is gonna look good, but I'm just gonna try and we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. I think what we'll do is we'll kind of like, I actually think that the green should just be on a different layer if it's gonna be one. I'm gonna do it. Nabila, I appreciate that gift sub so much. I totally forgot to shout you out. Let me give you a shout out. Nabila and I, we do a show every single week. We're gonna do it on Monday of this coming week. It's called Technovore. We talk about emerging technologies and their sort of ramifications on social justice issues. I'll just call it green. Okay, we're gonna do it again here. Wow, I didn't really like that. We're gonna try again. That's good. Just a sliver. Just a sliver. I kind of want it to be more subtle than we actually just had it. This should actually like kind of go behind giving, I think. Let's see if we can do that like this. Yeah, it actually looks pretty good. That's like actually kind of what I had in mind. So that's kind of good. I'm into it. That's good. I like that. Okay, and now we're gonna fill it in with a really nice deep red color. Because it's a flower. Maybe it should be a little bit brighter of a red. Because it's just so hard to see, you know? That might be too bright. But we'll check it out, we'll see. I think it is too bright, but we'll fix it. We could also change like the screening options too. Let's check this out. I don't know, it kind of looks cool. A little bit. Whoa. I didn't realize I was gonna undo all of it. That's okay. Shouldn't take long. And we're just chilling, you know? I mean, we're raising money for animals and we're just hanging out, enjoying making this sticker together. I haven't been streaming, but again, it's just I've been so busy lately. I'm changing jobs, and I've been trying to make sure that I'm on top of everything for that. I've been changing my names. Well, my name singular, but it's both my first and last and middle name that's being changed. So if you have questions about the trans experience, I kind of talk about that on this show, too. If you're ever interested or curious or anything. I like Screen. I do like how that looks overall. I do like that. I don't know if we're going to keep it or not. But, I kind of like it. I kind of do like it a little bit. I think that what we're going to do next, though, is kind of tighten everything up with a sharpen and see how that looks. Like, what if we go into background and we do filter, sharpen? I've never really used this to great effect, but let's see. Okay, that clearly didn't work for us. So let's try filter, sharpen. Let's do smart sharpen. And like, let's see. Increasing the radius did nothing there. Close out of this. Let's just say okay. That did nothing. Well, I'm gonna go into white layer really quickly, and I'm gonna just like grab some white to work with here because I just want to fill in some of this here. Maybe we will have to actually manually make these edges smoother, but that's kind of okay, to be honest. Because like you cut it out of paper, right? So that's like what you're doing. So you want it to be like kind of a considerable border, I think, in a certain way. And we should have one more layer behind it that is just like contrasting with the white so that we can see what we're doing. So let's actually duplicate far back. And we're going to just fill the whole thing in with a square that is going to be just black. And so that's what our sticker looks like right now. Okay, switch these. It's okay. It doesn't look terrible. We'd probably want a bigger pencil to work with here, right? Paintbrush. Like maybe 3. Not like super big. Again, I'm making it kind of bigger than I have to because we can erase too. Doesn't look bad. Okay. Bring this out. Cute. I think that kind of works. Now this could actually use some erasing. Because we want this corner to be a little bit more round. Our brush size should be smaller for that, but that's okay because we'll draw again. We do want it to go up a little though. This is Serenata Española by Joaquin Milats. Maybe you knew that if you're into piano music. Or in this case, it's actually guitar music that I'm playing on piano. But it sounds pretty amazing, right? I don't like that jagged edge a little bit. This is coming out pretty much like I wanted it to, basically. Okay, we want to erase a little bit of this on this side. A little bit too far out. And so tonight is going to be a multifaceted stream. This is just how we're starting, as I'm just taking some time to make this, because I think it's kind of cute and funny. And then after we do this, we're gonna probably take a break, and I'll smoke a huge amount of weed on that break, of course. And we're gonna talk about philosophy, you know? What we've been doing since the dawn of time. We, the human we, of course. What is human anymore, though, in our technological society? Maybe we'll talk about that. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow, or on Monday, I mean, rather. I can like feel all the like graphic designers in the world wincing at like the mistakes that I'm sure I'm making, like making this. There's probably like so many sticker designers in the world who are like, what the fuck is this person doing? Why are they using the goddamn paintbrush tool to make this sticker edge? And to that, I have no answer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive me. Let me tell you a story about when I got arrested for my senior prank in high school. I won't go through like the whole rigmarole from like beginning to end, but let me just tell you about one part of it, which is when I was in court, because they took us to court for trespassing and evading the police. Oh yeah, how about like if we raise like $25 overall, including my $11 that I already have, so that'd be 14 more donations. Then I'll tell the story of how I got arrested for my senior prank. But for now, I'll just tell this one little part of the story, which is that I was in court and I just said cop. I was like, they were like, tell the story about what happened, like to the best of your ability. And when I was telling the story, I was like, yeah, so the cops found us here. And then the judge stopped me and was like, call them police officers, show them respect and call them police officers. And I was like, I didn't, like, I feel like they call themselves cops. Like, that's all I had heard. And when I was like, I was a child and this judge was yelling at me for saying this. And so I was like freaking out and I must have said cop like literally 20 or 30 more times. And every time this judge, it was so painful. Every time this judge was getting like angrier and angrier at me, and I was just a child. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna go to jail forever and ever and ever. And it just made me want to say pig. It just made me want to call these cops fucking pigs in front of this goddamn judge. Like, this judge was not making me respect cops more, and probably led me to become much more anarchistic in my life, frankly. So maybe thank you for that experience. You know? Okay. We're kind of getting there. It's like not super clean, of course. I don't know if I will get it super clean this way. Maybe I'll look up online how people clean up their edges in this particular regard. Oops. That's not bad. Okay, we're gonna clean this side up just a little bit more. So this is Mertz, Joaquin Mertz. This is a guitar piece called Tarantelle. This is probably one of the most famous pieces that this composer actually wrote. I haven't heard too many other pieces that are like very commonly played by this composer. And just like all the other music on the channel, this is me playing it. And it's like some of my favorite music in the whole world, so I hope that you enjoy the music. I hope you enjoy the vibes of the channel. I hope you enjoy just generally being here, you know? I will erase that, of course. We'll like fix that in just a second. Right now. Oh, this part's so good. It's part of the piece. Aren't my roommates so lucky to get to live here? Get to hear me play? I think so. I think they think so too. I think they agree. I think they like it. But I'm sure sometimes it gets to be like just a little bit too much. You know? Whoa! We were meant to paint there, not erase. I have to be very careful about what I add here because the gradient has already been put in place. So if I do too much of the wrong color, it might stand out. That's pretty cute. That one is like obviously the wrong color, so I need to go here, do the fill, and do it again because that was wrong. Go here, do the fill, and then we can grab this color right next to it. Right there. Okay. Now we certainly have the right color. And that's beautiful. Great. We want to grab a little bit of this right here. I don't know if you can see where I'm pointing at on the screen. We want to fill that in. We want to fix this corner up here. We want to fix over here, but then we'll basically be done. And I like how this turned out. I think it's kind of cute. I'm pretty into it. Oh, we're also going to just really, really quickly just fill in right here. That's good. That's really good. Maybe a little more here too. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Right like that. Kind of nice to have a little bit of a darker edge too. Like that's pretty nice, honestly. Okay. So we're actually going to erase and make this just a little bit smoother. I was going to bring it like, okay, let's get these colors good. We want to do this color pretty much. Say okay. Oh, we got the wrong color, of course. That is definitely not the right color. Like, I don't always have the best eye for color, but we definitely aren't choosing the right color. There we go. That's what we want. Okay. That's pretty cute. I like that. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that. This is all pretty good. Like, this looks like a fucking sticker, right? Wouldn't you put this on a thermos or something? I think I'm into making stickers. I think this might be like a new hobby for me. I'm sure I'd figure out how to do it better in time, like a little bit more efficiently and cleaner. But I really like what we have. I want to make this more curved. Oh, that was almost perfect. Bring it in just a little bit more here. That's not bad, but we need to like erase some of this now as a result. Doesn't look bad. I think that's basically what we had in mind. I think that's going to be our sticker, pretty much. Well, we can clean it up just slightly more now. Because we can go right over here. Right here. And we can just clean that up. We can just clean this right up really quick. Looks like that. That's pretty good. Maybe even do like a little bit more white. On the white layer here. Just gonna like make that just a little bit further up. And so keep an eye out because soon I'm actually gonna try and like sell these in real life. You can have a memento from gender blending. I'm also gonna do our logo. I'm probably gonna do like a little anime portrait of me and maybe a little bit more. But hey, I think that's our sticker, yo. I think it looks pretty cute, right? Isn't that kind of funny? Maybe I should make the stem of the lettuce a little bit better. Like, this is green layer. Like, what if we make a more vibrant green color, I think? Something kind of like that. Let's try that and just see what happens if we go down here and we like a little bit more vibrant, right? Yeah, that was the right choice, I think. Don't you agree? This is like what I had in mind when I first started streaming, was to just like chill and just make art on stream And look at this, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm gonna keep fine tuning just a little bit, because check this out. Go in here. Whoa, that's not the color that we want. What happened there? We want this color right there. Let's try that. And that does not look good. Maybe we should err on the side of darkness here. I attacked the darkness. What the heck? It's probably because, oh, I know exactly why that's working. It's because we're not on background layer. Here we go. Now it should work. Ooh, now it's too dark, of course, but we can fix it very easily. Beautiful. Here we go. Cool. That should be like nearly perfect. I think we can make the P a little bit cleaner. So that's going to be on the never stop layer here. Actually, I don't like that change that we just made. I think instead we need to clean this inner edge here. I think we want to go in a little bit. Yeah, I think that helped. I think we want to make this like a little thinner. And same here. That's pretty good. Maybe make the O a little cleaner. Yeah, I like that. Anything else you think? I don't know, I think it looks pretty freaking good. Like, I think that our giving could have been like a little bit more thick, but and honestly, I think it looks like really cute. We could make our moon sharper. That's one thing that we could do. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna erase. We're gonna make it sharper. Oh, we gotta be on moon layer. We'll rasterize it. It's kind of obviously a crescent. It's like very sharp. You know? Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Beautiful. Kinda like it, right? Isn't that cute? Oh, I've just been like dreaming about making this on stream, and it's coming out basically exactly like I dreamed it would. So that's really cool when that happens. That's pretty cool. I like that. It's not like a very good crescent. It's not like a perfectly cut circle, but I kind of like that it's not. Well, let's see what it looks like if we dig in more up here on the top. Let's see if it looks a little bit better if I do that. Because it might look like less lopsided. Okay. Let's see. Because it gets to be any kind of moon that we want it to be. It's our drawing. We're grown-ups, and we made it. In our art time. I'm so excited to lead virtual reality wine and art classes in the future with like recent moms. That's definitely gonna be something I do. Let's see. We made it much more of a crescent. I gotta dig this in if we're gonna keep committing to that theme. Way more of a crescent than when I first started making it. I don't know if I'm into it or not. We're gonna see. Yo, 5 fucking 100. We're gonna count that as $5 for me to donate to. That's amazing, Nabil. Holy shit. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate that so much. And every one of those cents that you just gave me is gonna go to the animal sanctuary because I'm gonna donate $5 for that. Thank you so, so much. Yeah, totally. Exactly. I really appreciate that, Nabil. Maybe we'll push that. We'll count that as like an upgrade max HP uh, IRL. I think I'm gonna undo the changes we made to our moon. Because I actually liked it like thicker. But, I think I do want to erase just a little bit more, but maybe with a bigger brush size, and that'll make it even. Nabil, I really appreciate that though. Um, and the animals will too. You're actually chilling with a husky. Oh my god, so cute. So I figured that you didn't actually stream tonight, obviously, if you're hanging out here, but I'm looking forward to our stream on Monday. I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm excited to talk about Belle. I actually didn't finish it, but not because I didn't like it. I actually didn't finish it specifically because of how fucking in love with it I was. When I really like movies, I tend to like put it aside, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna watch it in segments to sort of savor it, you know? So that's a sign that I really like a movie, is when I don't watch it all right at once, you know? Um, Okay, that's a little closer. I think we do want to carve out a little of the inside, but we just don't want to make it like super thin. You know, it's supposed to be a little bit of a chunky boy moon. A little bit. BOI, of course. BOI. So we're gonna do some like Thunder Prince drawings later tonight for fun. But we're also going to we're gonna talk philosophy, and we might end the stream with some Final Fantasy. Really been enjoying playing Final Fantasy on stream, to be honest. It's been really, really fun. It's kind of like I was sort of talking about it the last time that we played, but like it's been a dream of mine to play Final Fantasy for people on the internet, which is like a weird dream, but I just really love that game a lot, and I've always wanted to like talk about it with people and show people it and stuff. And so far it's like kind of holding up. It's like pretty good. Basically, I have the same critiques of it that I do for every game, which is that, like, oh, it's just a little bit of a waste of time. You know? But wastes of times aren't bad, it's just what they are. I think that looks really, really cute. I have a really runny nose, like, out of nowhere here. I do have some tissues. Yeah, I think we might take a break on this. Let's see, we've been streaming for, oh my gosh, I've been working on this sticker for 2 hours. Oh my goodness. You're in Calgary, so you have no access. Oh yeah, you said you're with your family earlier. I just like totally had forgotten that. Well, yo, we're gonna be able to like download and print this sticker at some point in the future. I'm gonna go on break. We've been streaming for 2 hours. When I get back, we're gonna do some fucking sweet philosophy stuff that I'm really excited to get into. Um, no way, Nabil. You're awesome. I'm gonna write down another donation here. And you'll be able to see where all of the stream beans are on their donations a little bit later. Of course, of course. Every cent will go to the Animal Sanctuary Vine, which is an animal sanctuary in Vermont that is LGBTQ operated. And if you do want to like donate directly rather than like through cheers and stuff to me, I do have the link here, and actually anybody in chat can shout out Vine with exclamation point Vine in chat. I'm gonna go on a 15-minute break here, so we are going to open up, and I think you'll see this. You'll see Vine. Or Snaz, I mean. Move that over here. We're going to change to a 15-minute long break, and when I get back, we're going to do some sweet philosophy stuff. Really excited to talk about what we have to talk about tonight, and hopefully we'll get some more donations here for Stream Beans and for Vine Sanctuary, you know? So we are going to set this for 15 minutes. We are going to go to our BRB screen. Yo, so I'm freaking back already. That was a quick break, huh? Pretty good. And right here. It's good to see you all. Thank you for being here. We are working on this right now. And I think we're actually done working on this right now, to be specific. And this is what we're really doing. Hold on, where is it? For some reason this screen... Oh, it doesn't have global. That's why we need to add global. Add scene. Global. Here we go. What did that do? Nothing. Okay, wait. Check this though. Look at that! What's going on with that? Now everybody knows what show they're watching. And gender blending's gonna teeter off on the screen. And hey, check this out. I made this earlier too. Subscribe! Subscribe could probably be a little bit more vibrant. And then check this one out. This one's very poignant. It's one of these. Oh, we saw that one already. Hold on. Oh, that's one of them too, but it's not what we're looking for. I think what we want is 3. There it is, Stream Beans, Vine Charity Drive. We'll get rid of the gender blending one. I think it's... Oh. Well, that'll go off. Here, wait, let's try this one again. There it is, look at that. I can flash that on screen anytime I want now that I'm used to it. Oh gosh, yeah, we have a really good stream tonight planned. And I had a lot of fun making this sticker. I think it's cute, and I think I'm gonna commit to making this among other things. Maybe I could make it cleaner, for sure. In fact, I'm just gonna do one really quick erase here. Just right up here. Make this S a little bit thinner. Cleaner. But like, I do like how it looks, genuinely. I think it just like looks nice, right? Isn't it good? The S could probably be a little bit thicker, huh? No. We should erase what we did. I kind of like how it was. I don't remember anymore. I don't even remember. Oh, those edits were on the moon? Hold on. Okay. Undo that. Okay. Well, I kind of do like that one that we made. That's like not that bad. 'Cause, well, I don't want to get too trapped into like pursuing perfection on this or anything, but just like really quickly, I just sort of want to just tidy this up just slightly. It's just like really got my attention right now, you know? It's like really pretty and fun. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good for now. Never stop giving up, everyone. We're gonna save it just for now. Save changes. Okay. Boom. We've saved it. Now we have this file forever. We'll export it for now, just so that we do have it. And I'm gonna not dox myself really quickly. Take this off the screen, and we're gonna get into the next part of the night right after I export this. Okay, we will say okay to this. And so, I don't know if we're going to do this in PowerPoint or if we're going to do it in Photopea or GIMP or anything. I think we're going to start out by doing this in GIMP. We're going to close out of this. We're going to go into GIMP here. And check this, ready? GIMP's on the wrong screen. We're going to go to File, and then we're going to go to New, Drawing Basic, and say okay. And look at this, we have a purple background, but that's actually kind of okay. It doesn't matter what color our background is. I kind of want it to be pink, you know? We're gonna have a background. But maybe like a little bit darker of one. It's like a little darker. A little easier on the eyes. Yeah, something like that's a little bit easy. And then let's take the paintbrush tool and let's brush with like maybe a super bright lilac color. What does this look like? What does this look like? What does this look like? It's kind of legible. It's like pretty legible. It's not too bad. We're gonna go back all the way through this. Um, I think that we want a little bit of a thicker brush tip. That's too thick though. Maybe this? What do you think? I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty readable. And so what are we gonna do? Well, simply put, we're gonna talk about some philosophical stuff during this part of the conversation. Tonight we are raising money for Stream Beans. We've already raised $17 so far. So, this is Claire to Learn. We raised $17 for Find Animal Sanctuary. I'll put them on the screen again, if I can. There we go. We've raised $17. The whole team has raised nearly $4,000 though, so our $17 is going to join that collective pool, and we can feel very good about that coming from tonight. Playlist sounds a little bit too loud right now. It does sound beautiful, right? Who doesn't like Claire de Lune? Truthfully. I think everybody likes it. Okay, we're gonna change the zoom to around 40% is what I found that I like. Maybe even like 41%. Bring this over so that we can kind of see it, even with my webcam and everything. And I didn't actually plan out the talk, right? I was just gonna sort of ramble, and then if you have thoughts or questions about anything that I'm saying, please feel free to ask, and I will respond to them as I can. I might also like play some videos as I reference things. But what I wanted to talk about tonight is something that I kind of always talk about. And let me just make sure that my audio levels are pretty good right now. Let's see. Can I hear me? Yes, I'm in a good spot. Okay, so this is something that I think people like when I talk about. We're gonna be talking about something that's near and dear to my heart, and I'm gonna kind of try and keep the font somewhat small so that I have a lot of room to work with. Gnosticism. What is it? And I've always dreamed of having a pen display. Something that's like basically like realistic, me drawing on a screen, because I've always wanted to be a teacher and like to just write on a whiteboard for a class. And so class is in fucking session right now. What is it? That's what we're gonna kind of answer. This is like a thesis statement of my whole channel overall, because I am a Gnostic. I represent cybernetic Gnosticism. Tech Gnosticism is, you could also like kind of put it even over here even. Could write tech, because that's like my own subset of Gnosticism. But there's a lot of like misunderstandings about what Gnosticism is, and like sometimes I even get my wires crossed talking about it. It's something that a lot of people aren't super familiar with. So what does Gnostic mean, right? Well, it comes from, and I've talked about this on the stream before, it comes from the word gnosis. Which, what does that mean? It means, very specifically, direct experience. With or of. And sometimes people consider gnosis to be knowledge. The word knowledge was derived from gnosis, right? And so Gnosticism is dealing with the direct experience. Gnosticism is dealing with the direct experience with something, right? And so a lot of people know the term agnostic, but not so many people are familiar with Gnosticism. Gnostic. We're gonna bring our brush size down, but like bigger than a 2. Well, 4 should do. And here's something that we're gonna do. Ready? Check this out. Okay. Yeah. I actually don't like the size of that. I want it to be bigger. 10 might be a little too big, but 10's a little too big. I want this to look like I dreamed it to be. Because I sort of have my dreams and then I try to live my life around them. My dreams are very beautiful and very vivid. I'm very lucky to have them. I think it's kind of why I've always been like a little bit of an artist type. Is because I have vivid dreams and I'm very glad to have them. And I just trust myself when I'm making a line. Like, that one's pretty good. I like that one. Okay, that's pretty good. So, if we consider this the Gnostic spectrum, because a lot of things are on a spectrum in life. This is the spectrum of how much knowledge do you think that we can have about something, right? Well, on one side of this, you have something called an atheist. Notice the A. So, not theist. And then on this end, you have theist. Theist. So, yes. Yes. So what is this saying? At the most extreme ends, you have an atheist and a theist. But if you cut a line right in the middle and you go to the right, what do you have? You have a Gnostic or an agnostic. And now do you see that Gnostics and agnostics aren't as different as you might have originally thought? What does this mean? What does all of this mean? What does this fucking mean? Right? What does this spectrum of knowledge mean? It's not a spectrum of knowledge, it's like an opinion, kind of. It's like a perspective on life. This is how much certainty that you have that there is or is not a God. And it's a question that all of us need to answer in our life. All of us come to a conclusion on this, and some people have the answers forced on them. But what this is saying is that a theist is someone who believes with certainty, certain of direct experience. And then this is someone who is certain. Wow. Wow. We didn't need those. This is someone who is certain. Certainly no God, basically. And a theist is someone who is certain that there is God and that we have direct experience with them in our life. So both of these are spectrums, right? Because someone who's here, so if we have someone here, this person could be convinced of God. And then someone over here could be convinced no God. right? So an agnostic and a Gnostic, all that is that it's a philosophical position. It's not a religious position. I am religious, but you don't have to be religious to be a Gnostic technically, I guess, because religion is generally a set of principles or metaphysics in regard to what exists. So I have a religion, but it has nothing to do with my Gnosticism. I'm religious because I'm a Gnostic, which is the case for most Gnostic people. But Buddhism is a religion, and many Buddhists are atheists, actually. So that has very little to do with that. And so this is a core thing for me because this stream in my life is intended to be like bridging barriers between science and nature, and between genders, between ages, between experiences. And in this case, what I'm talking about right now is bridging the gap between religion and atheism. Because I love all of my atheist friends, and I would say most of my friends are atheists, and I don't even talk about religion with people because I know most people have been so hurt by religion. But I think if we're going to craft a world that we can all live in together, we need to have like a real community oriented view of how to live, right? And if we look at it on this spectrum here, nobody has the fucking answer. Nobody knows. Nobody, like atheists and theists, they might think that they can. Hi, Comp. Really appreciate you being here. And we're I bumped my head, you too? My head's fucking bumped right now. Thank you, Comp. I really appreciate you being here. And right now we're talking about Gnosticism. I'm sort of free-forming a sort of dialogue around Gnosticism. And tonight is a night where we are actually raising money for the Vine Animal Sanctuary. And the details about how to donate are on my About Me section on Twitch. However, you can also go on this link right here. And I'm going to throw out too just a promo link where you can see my Discord page if you ever want to join that. I share everything that I make on the stream there. But anyways, we're talking about Gnosticism right now. And it's been pretty cool. I've been really enjoying sharing with people what Gnosticism is, because a lot of people have never even heard about this. And to me, Gnosticism is one of the most empowering ideas, honestly. There are a bunch of different Gnostic sort of faiths. So if you're a Vaishnav, if you're a Prometheist, theist, right? Theists. So Promotheists, they lean towards the theist end of things, of course. Prometheists, it's based on the story of Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give to the humans. Then humans use the fire to ascend to godhood. And I'm a technostic, so I believe in technical evolution, and technology is a spiritual tool, device to do basically God's will. That's my sort of stance. Prometheism is very similar to that, but I don't subscribe to Prometheism because to me, Prometheism is a very paranoid and scary prospect that I don't totally adhere to. I don't want to dox myself or anything, but I've actually had dialogue with one of the leading Prometheists that exists, and that person is kind of like an alt-right figurehead. So as a trans person, that was really scary for me, but I just felt like I needed to talk to this person. I didn't know that they were an alt-right person when I did this, but I knew that they might have weird feelings about transness. I didn't find out how shitty they were till later. It's kind of a big part of my life, to be honest. I didn't know much about them except their work historically, so I never read any of their political ideas until later. But anyways, I didn't even mean to go into that diatribe. Oh, I was saying if I got $25, by the way, in this donation, that I would tell the story of how I got arrested for my senior prank, We're at $17 donated right now on this stream. So we are $8 away from me regaling us with a story of my youth here. This is Claude Debussy. Yeah, so my name's Phage. I went to school for music and philosophy. Our screen is so totally fucked right now, you can't even see the Black Lives Matter sign. I didn't really plan that out very well tonight. Apparently. You can see my fan over in the corner there pretty well. Whatever. We'll just accept this set isn't perfect tonight. I got a very late start on things. Life has been so hectic lately, but I've been really enjoying streaming, and tonight's stream has been pretty good. I'm really happy with how this scene has come so far. I'm taking a little bit of a break because I've said the main thesis of this like particular scene, and I'm just like leaving it out there to digest for a minute. So I represent tech Gnosticism, right? But that's different than Gnosticism. Like that's sort of my own ish. I sort of came up with it myself, tech Gnosticism, because like a big part of being a Gnostic historically is that most Gnostic communities have been either very small communes of people living independently with their own sort of codes of conduct, or in the case of people like the Hermeticists, these people would live alone, you know, hermit, alone. They would live like recluses, you know, and try and live very ascetic lives. Hermeticists are an example of what are called, there's actually two schools of Gnosticism, right? There's two branching thoughts. There's optimistic, and there's pessimistic, Gnosticism. And optimistic Gnosticism is not Hermeticism. Hermeticism is pessimistic. Pessimistic Gnosticism is that we are separate because of faults, basically. I'll probably delete those words soon. But we're separate because we have faults. We have messed up. We have fallen from grace. There is a God and there is a heaven, and we are separate because we are but worms. And that's the pessimistic view, but I have the optimistic view. The optimistic view to me is that we are all children of God and that we are all sharing this planet, which can be heaven, but we've crafted it into a sort of hell realm because we have sort of lost touch with the deeper purpose of life, which is communion with each other and with the planet. And that brings us to sort of veganism, which is a big part of tonight's stream. We are taking money for Vine. They're an animal sanctuary, and I'm just going to kind of keep coming back to that point over and over, is that's the whole point of tonight. If you were going to sub to me or cheer or anything, I recommend you just donate instead. It should pop up on our screen if people do it, I think. Let me actually see. Like, maybe people have even donated to it, and I haven't even been able to tell. That's a Google thing. I'm not going to look it up on that screen, really. I'm going to look it up here really quickly. I'm going to go to Vine, and let's see. Here's the Tiltify thing. Let's see. I think it should, like, update the screen a little bit of... let's see. If this works with, like, one link really quickly, then we can kind of see here. Yeah, I don't think anybody's donated. Oh, shoot. Look at this. Oh, my gosh. Total amount raised, $20. So people have been donating, and I haven't actually seen who's been donating. That's crazy. I wonder if there's a way to see. Mira and Grimpy Coffee. Oh, my God. For some reason, it didn't pop up on the scene. Holy shit, that's incredible. And so let me add that to what I'm donating and what Nabil donated. So that's plus $17. That means we are at $32.11. Oh my god. That's so cool. Thank you, Mira and Grimpy. I'm gonna give shout outs to them in chat. That's amazing, and I'm gonna need to actually check the website every so often. This is starting to look like Charlie Kelly. This is looking like Pablo Silva or Pablo, whatever, Silva. I forget who the name of the person Charlie is after in that episode. Okay, we're gonna give some shout outs to Mira and Grimpy, even though they're not here, miraculously. And that should work. Let's see. It looks like that worked. Grimpy, coffee. Let's see. Should have worked. Miraculously, they were streaming heart. See new messages. Oh, we did at Grimpy Coffee. We need a shout out Grimpy Coffee. There we go. Very cool. Alright, cool. So that's our philosophy PowerPoint there. I think that the next section of our show is going to be trippy and funny. I think what I'm going to do is draw more stuff, right? And I think what I'm going to draw is actually going to be Thunder Prince scenes. And we actually had a request earlier already of what to draw. So I'm going to open that up and try not to dox myself really quickly. Because we are going to open up this one. And you'll be able to see it on your screen here in just 1 second. There it is. That's what we're going to draw. Oh, we can actually put it in pure ref. It'll be a little bit better. Ask later. Okay, I'm gonna dox myself really quick, but this will be minor. Drop it right in there. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. And so that's what we're gonna draw, is this winky face. This is what got voted on earlier. I don't know if anybody's actually here, but should be able to see it pretty clearly in your viewport there. Oh, and you know what? It can actually like kind of take up literally the whole screen. Because you already have me above it, so we'll make this like really big. Oh, well yeah, we'll make it really big and then we can zoom in, right? Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. And so a lot of artists really got their start like studying Thunder Prince drawings, and we're following that lineage right now. And I'm gonna put on a Terrence McKenna talk while we draw, because why wouldn't we do that, you know? Okay, our background is actually gonna be filled with transparent. I don't know why it didn't do that. So let's do new, and let's just do, instead of using our preset, let's go to advanced options, transparency. Here we go. Okay. Now we're gonna create a new layer because we're gonna draw on this layer. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And we're gonna zoom out. Pretty great. Cool. And so now here we still have that open. We'll leave that up for now in case we want to go back to it. Okay, we're going to add a new file. I'm doxing myself slightly, but that's okay. Go into here. I should have stopped saying it when I do it, you know? Ah, you're sweet. It's I. Maybe I ought to change that. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing so good, Mira, and I appreciate you being here. Oh my god, $5. Thank you so much. The animals are gonna be so appreciative, and I'm appreciative already. I'm really, really excited to get going with this drawing. It's gonna be pretty cool. What I'm doing right now is I'm gonna grab the background colors for our picture. I'm gonna grab the blue and then sort of transition it to a white background. Grab that color. And that's clearly not the color that we want. So let's try this again. Whoa. Oh, it's because I had the fill tool selected? Here we go. Mhm. Okay. Uh, Here we go. I was using Photopea before, so I'm switching back to this, and it took me a second there, but we got it. We got it covered now. We got it all covered. We're gonna grab that color, and then we're gonna grab the mountain color, and then we're gonna draw our background really quickly. Oh, and for some reason, our picture came down. There we go. 2 eyes. Oh yeah, shoot. I'm gonna need to remember that. I'll give you another shout out here. Control C. And then exclamation point SO, Control V. Control V. Let's see if that worked. Hopefully that worked. Didn't that work? You were last streaming Heart. Says you were offline. Hopefully that worked. Okay. T-print. Here we go. We're gonna draw the background. Flip the color. Make the size of our brush bigger. Okay, we're gonna draw this up here. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? Because his head's gonna go in front of that layer. Okay, and it's actually gonna have like a gradient applied to it too. We're gonna do a new layer. It's gonna be transparent, and we're gonna name our layers as we work here. So this is gonna be sky, this is gonna be layer mountain. Mountain. Okay, mountain layer is gonna be green. And we'll add extra colors later, of course. Why is mountain layer not working here? Layer is not visible. Oh my gosh. I don't know how that happened. There we go. Cool. It's gonna go like this. Beautiful, beautiful. And Andy's head is gonna be like kind of in front, so it's not super important for it to be right here. I can't believe we've raised almost $40 on this stream. I went into tonight thinking that I was gonna raise like maybe $15, honestly. I had very low expectations. So all of you are very generous, and I really appreciate what all of you have offered tonight. You're all so good. Thank you very much. No, yeah, of course. Nothing to be sorry about, yo. Nothing to be sorry about. Okay. I was thinking about maybe even trying a self-portrait tonight. I thought that'd be like a daring thing to do, you know? Okay, we're gonna go here. We're gonna grab the color of the hair and the color of the shirt. Color of the hair, color of the shirt, paintbrush, go back here. And we're just gonna sort of jot it down. Oh, that's the wrong color, because that's the shirt color. Hair color is what we want. Okay. It's not going to be exact, of course. We're just going to sort of get close, and we'll just erase and stuff as we go. Of course, it should be on its own layer. I'm glad we remembered that. We're going to call this layer hair. Hair. Let's get some shoes. That song's been stuck in my head so much lately. Let's get some shoes. These shoes suck. These shoes rule. I showed one of my roommates that. They'd never heard of it. I was kind of proud that I got to show them that. These shoes suck. These shoes suck. It'll never fail to make me laugh. It's just so good. Plus same. Same. Okay. Check this. Andy's fucking hair. I'm getting so much more comfortable with digital art. Getting better all the time. I sort of messed up on this perspective a little bit, but that's okay. Because, you know, you fix it as you go, of course. Of course, of course. And we're gonna get the fine details later. We're just sort of drawing in the head a little bit here. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And this is, you could probably tell, but this is Scarlatti that we're listening to, of course. Okay, that's pretty good. Now let's grab the shirt color, and we'll refine it later, of course. And we want a new layer. And we're gonna call this shirt. We're gonna say okay, and then we're gonna draw the shirt. And oh my gosh, his shoulders are so fucking broad. He's so ripped to shit. This makes me less dysphoric to draw because Andy is just so fucking manly. It just makes me feel like so much more feminine in comparison. Makes me feel like White Phoenix or White Swallow or Phoenix. You know? I'm sure all of you know the characters from Thunder Prince as well as I do. I've watched this movie like probably more than most people that I've met, and you'd think that I've seen it more than anyone literally in human history, but actually after I introduced my friends to it, I had lots of friends who watched this movie even more than I did. It's a story that I've said on stream before, and I'll never stop saying it because I just think it's so funny, is that one of my friends for a long time was trying to induce Thunder Prince themed lucid dreams, and I just think that that's the funniest and best goal that I've ever heard in my entire life. It's so good. This is a really good quote from the movie. I'm just gonna kind of share. Did it work? Oh, I spelled it wrong.
Abandon hatred. Once hatred gets into martial art, it is dangerous. But justice will overcome evil. This is the spirit of martial art.
This is the spirit of martial art.
It is also your first lesson.
It's also our first lesson.
Compared to the vastness of the universe, humans are just a particle. And the spirit of martial art comes from the universe. It's infinite, without bounds.
Without bounds. Playlist is so quiet, yo. Why is it so quiet? Oh, this is a classic. This is Rolandian's Lost in Sky. I love this song. Okay. This is what we're going for here. The faces make me laugh so much. Oh, and we're on shirt layer. We need to be on skin layer. Oh, new layer. Skin. Okay, here we go. Ready? Let's get the main part of the face first. We'll worry about the specifics of all the shapes later, of course. We are just getting the general colors in there. And so the head kind of actually goes like way more this way, and we don't have the sideburn in there, so it's gonna look kind of weird at first, but this is actually the shape that we need. Okay. And then we're gonna go down here, and the neck kind of goes out that way. Again, I think Rembrandt studied from Thunder Prince, Monet studied from Thunder Prince, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, all these very, very famous artists, household names, studied from Thunder Prince. It's an actual fact about the world that's true, and it's one of my favorite facts that's true. I'm hoping to get my own start on the Thunder Prince still racket that exists in the universe. You know, it's kind of like cheat codes to being good at art. It's just to draw stills from this movie. Because once you do that, you're just kind of golden, you know? Really glad to have all of you here on a Saturday evening. It's a good night so far, I think. It's been 3 hours and I feel like we're just kind of getting into it. We're really only like halfway through the agenda that I had planned right now. Alright, so the style of art that I've been doing lately has been to sort of only draw the colors and then to draw edges later on. And so in that particular regard, I'm gonna kind of cheat and use edges soon here. But I think it's gonna look really good, honestly. I think it's gonna look pretty freaking good. I really do. This is just to fill in some background colors here. Actually, it should kind of like, this should all be like sort of blue, to be honest. And then this is not green at all, this is all blue. It's all blue. All this is blue. It's okay if like we're wrong at first, because it's pretty easy to adjust fire, you know? Sometimes it feels like it's not, but then you just remember, oh, it's digital art. Okay, we're gonna add some ink now. This is the part that I said I'm not supposed to do. But that's what we're gonna do. Oh, whoops. We do need to be on the right part, though. Okay, this is gonna be outlines. Okay, now we're gonna go to ink. We're gonna make it black, and we're gonna leave it on 1. And we're gonna add some outlines. And you know, something that I'm just like realizing now is that I don't know if my pen display was actually like on. Yeah, my pen pressure is not working, but Photopea seemed to have like a really easy option for pen pressure. I'm actually gonna really quickly just open Photopea just to mess with that for just 1 second. That'll be a fun diversion for a minute, I think. Okay, so we are going to go to Photopea. Okay, we're gonna go to a new project. And we'll leave a white background for the moment, because I want to just go on paint and I want to just like play around with it. Controls opacity and thickness. Like, let's see when it controls thickness what this is like. Oh, we have it on white right now. Whoa. Oh yeah, it's pretty sensitive, huh? It's pretty cool. It's pretty amazing, honestly. It would take me a little while to get used to. I'm just gonna like practice drawing Andy here really quickly. I'm just gonna do this head like really fast. I'm just gonna kind of really speed through it and just kind of see what happens here. Because I'm playing with this pen pressure situation. That's all. It's kind of funny. It's cool. It's interesting. I think we'll live without it in GIMP for now. Okay. Let's go back to this. Yeah, it's so interesting though. Maybe it's down here. Basic. Interesting. Okay. So let's actually turn off hair for just a second. Let's go into outlines and let's just draw, we want that, and then we want it to go in and go like kind of out and then in, and then the mouth kind of goes like that, and the jawline goes over this way. And so I'm actually going to, like, in the end, ideally turn off the outlines, and so these aren't even going to be in the finished drawing. But this is just so that like I have something to sort of work from, and it's like a little bit more easy to see. As you can see, I wasn't that far off, or at least it doesn't seem like I was. Seems like I was like somewhat close. Not exactly, but this is this sort of style of drawing that I'm much more used to in my actual life, is that I draw with ink and pen a lot. So this is much more my comfort zone, is this sort of thing that I'm doing right here and right now. The very fast sketching. It's also my favorite way to draw. That's the ear. Really fast. I really love just like going fast through shapes and just seeing like how it goes. That's pretty good. Okay, and then that's the neckline that we're drawing. Goes right into that jaw. That's pretty good. Okay, and then so it actually kind of goes straight down like that. Then it goes up, back down, over. And then there's just a little more, which goes out like that. And that's pretty good. That goes up. And it's okay if it's not exactly like this still. We're just getting it close. And I think that is pretty freaking close. I think that's pretty good. Okay. So now we can kind of like specify. We already have our colors down. So we can kind of go in now and be way more specific about what we want to do. Whoops, we don't want to make sure we're on the right layers though. I already kind of messed that up in a little bit of a part, but that's okay. This is gonna look pretty cool though. This is gonna look good. It's okay if we went over the lines like a little bit, because we can erase it, of course. And we're gonna erase the outlines in the end anyway. Okay, this is our eraser. Okay. We're gonna work really quick from here. It's gonna get a lot easier. So we're gonna do the hair next, just so that we have it. But I'm just gonna finish filling in the skin first. It's okay that it's erasing some sky. It's pretty good. Okay. Erase that right there. Not that it matters. We are going to paint some skin just so that we have it all filled in. Actually, it is like really good at all. Oh, we need the ear. That's what we need. I can't believe that we've raised $32. That's amazing to me, honestly. A third of $100. That's something else, yeah. Y'all are so good. Okay, that's pretty good. Now it's gotta come up a little more. That's pretty good. Okay, let's get the hair good. We'll put that layer back on. And I was a little bit off, of course. That's alright though. This is the most fun part of doing all this digital art, yeah. This is so fun. So we had the hair going like not that far out. I feel like that's okay. We'll get the shape perfect later. Let's just get the general fill in first. Even bring up the brush size a little bit more just to fill it in. This is so satisfying to me. This is like what I want to do. I know I'm not the best artist, but it just like brings me so much joy to do this. I just really enjoy it so much. I find it so fun and relaxing too. I hope you all like it too. I mean, I love Bob Ross, and so that's like one of the things that inspires me. I don't listen to Bob Ross that much anymore, but I used to listen to it like all the time. Fucking loved it. I mean, I still like it. It's just like not my favorite thing. I think the hair is gonna be one of our higher up layers, but it can't be behind skin. So we need to actually erase some of the skin here. Yeah, and right here too. And right here. Okay. We can actually paint a little bit of skin though if we want. Just right where I need it in here, basically. Okay. Very cool. Very, very satisfying to draw all this here. That's pretty good. Okay, this is a flat bottom here. This is Variations on a Theme by Mozart by Fernando Sor. So Mozart wrote the melody, and technically the harmony is more important, of course. Mozart wrote it, and then Fernando Sor wrote a bunch of variations. And so what we're hearing was written by Mozart right now, but then everything that comes after this part was written by Mozart. Or written by Fernando Sor, I mean. Oh, wrong layer. Oh shit, I think I drew all the hair on the wrong layer. Yeah, I did. Shoot. I don't even remember where we started. I don't even remember where we started. I'm just gonna take it from here, I guess. Oh gosh, that's okay. That must have been why it was so weird before. Okay. That's alright. You live and you learn. You live and you freaking learn. Okay, outlines can be on top. Hair should be below skin. That is true. And it's because some of the sky is on skin layer. that is why we are experiencing some of these issues. It's a pretty easy fix though. Whoa. Oh yeah. So it's erasing and it's revealing extra black that was there. Which is kind of okay, honestly. We'll add in more sky soon. Okay. We're gonna paint some skin. That's pretty good. Now we can paint some sky where it's supposed to be. Oh, but not on the skin layer. On the sky layer. And it should cover up all this too. Should go down all the way there. And shirt, we're actually going to need to erase some. I might have erased a little bit too much shirt, but that's okay. Better Nate than Lover. You want to erase a little bit more and then just add some if you need it, you know? I think that's probably pretty good though. Okay. It's kind of crazy how long it takes to do digital art. Because, like, I always pictured it as being faster than, like, old school art. But, kind of isn't. Kind of isn't faster. Okay, let's increase the brush size here. Let's turn off sky. Let's turn off hair. Let's turn off skin shirt outlines. Let's turn off shirt. Let's turn on skin. We're gonna erase everything that isn't skin here. This is what we should have done. But this is where I'm still learning. Okay, we're gonna get rid of all of this, and we're gonna keep just a little bit of the mountainside over there. Just so that we have a color reference to choose from. Okay, let's turn everything else back on. Okay, draw some sky on sky layer. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay. Grab our tree color. Okay, grab that and draw this here. Now we're cooking with some gas. Now we're doing pretty good. Here. Okay, next it kind of like comes up, and there's a big outcropping here. And we're not gonna get it perfect. We're just gonna kind of match the colors a little bit here. The mountain's not too bad, but we can definitely do better. It goes more like that. I want more sky. Whoa, not the right color. Now we're doing pretty good. Okay, ink. Oh wait, well we still need to erase on this layer, but that's okay. Okay, we're gonna erase, and our brush size is gonna be smaller than what we have it. Okay, and we gotta erase hair. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. We can almost color in everything that we need. Wow, undo that. Thank you so much for everyone who's here. We are raising money for the Vine Animal Sanctuary. It's an LGBTQ run animal sanctuary. And we've already raised over $30, so that's really amazing. And I'm gonna be excited to see what we can raise tonight. It's gonna be pretty cool to find out. Okay, we're gonna fill in the hair. It's not too bad. Not too bad there. I am losing my voice tonight. I felt like very confident about talking earlier tonight, but it's just not working with me. I probably haven't smoked enough weed. I think that's probably it. I think in the show Venture Bros, which is one of my favorite cartoons I've probably ever seen, Dr. Girlfriend has like a really raspy voice but doesn't actually smoke or anything, which I think is kind of funny and cute. Okay, we're gonna go to outline layer, and we're gonna just kind of erase this extra little outcropping there. Smooth out these features just a little bit. Okay, we're gonna go to hair, and we're gonna make the ear just a little bit more clearly round here. We can erase the outline too, of course, so that it like lines up really well. And we want to erase the outlines, just in general. Because we want it to basically just be color, not outline. That's what I've learned. Okay. We're gonna grab the color, and we're gonna fill in the ear. Oh, we're on outline layer though. We want to be on skin layer. Trying to manage my layers too, to make a lot more sense. I think that straight line is actually just from the outline, so we can erase that pretty easily. Okay, I was right. And we also want to erase some of the skin here, because the ear actually kind of goes like over, like that. Yeah, like that's pretty good. And we draw a little bit more hair. That's cute. That's funny. This is gonna be pretty good. And this is Grimpy Coffee's request. Grimpy Coffee donated a whole $15 earlier. Holy shit. And I didn't even notice, so it just like went to shit because I didn't know that they had donated that. Okay, so let's draw a little bit more outline so we have some detail to work with. Okay. And again, we can always erase. We can always erase and add detail or whatever. Okay. It's gonna come up like that. This is a really interesting part of the neck that we're dealing with. This is a really interesting part of the neck. It kind of comes down and like over and out like that. It kind of goes down and there's like another outcropping that does that. And then the necklace that his father gave him, it comes down and it goes like into the shirt. That's pretty good. He's got like a little neckline right here. Doing the outlines is by far my favorite part of drawing. Okay, now we need to draw this part of the jade pendant. Wow. That's pretty good. Okay. A little more of this line. I love when it comes together like this, because it just looks so goofy. It can be higher. Pretty good. Okay, let's get some of these ear details. Obviously the ear needs to be a little bigger. I'm seeing that now. It's an easy fix. That is an easy frickin' fix. That looks pretty good. I think that's pretty solid. We're gonna go back to our ink. We're gonna grab the hair color and we're gonna draw this ear. And I like drawing ears in real life, so to me cartoon ears are like super easy. Because ears in real life are really hard to draw. So in cartoons, it's like really no problem at this point. It's got a little bit of a chiseled jawline here. We'll erase it too, to like make sure that we have everything perfect, but that looks pretty close. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna like kind of start here. Bring this down. This bridge of the nose out and over. I see that somebody just popped off in chat. Wow, you're good at this. Thank you. I appreciate it. I try my very hardest. And you know, I just got this pen display like a week or two ago, so I'm still learning too. So I'm gonna get a lot better as well. This is only the beginning. But thank you, Mira. I really appreciate it. I really, really appreciate you hanging out here. And you know, if you're ever curious about any... Oh, I also said that I'd tell the story of how I got arrested for my senior prank if I hit $25. So I guess I'll tell that story as I work here. Because it is true. I got straight up arrested. Although, if you look on my record, I'm not arrested. I drew the nose wrong. I'm actually gonna go back and fix all of that. I just feel like we can generally do better at the face. And I'm also gonna fix the hair, because the hair is not right now. And if I don't fix it, then it's gonna mess me up, and I also just... Yeah, we actually want this to like come down more. And we actually need to erase some of this before we continue forward. Is that on the sky? Oh, that's on hair layer. That's why it wasn't working. We're gonna erase some of this and fill it back in, because we have the outline anyways. The outline's gonna make it seem weird at first, but this will look good in a second, I promise. Okay. We're gonna erase the outlines, actually. Actually, wait, no, let's fill in the hair where we need extra hair. And then we will erase where we need to erase, basically. Okay, this truly does get like very, very thin. And this is supposed to be way thicker, but we can fix that in a second. Okay. Erase these outlines. Erase all that. That's really good. Beautiful. Okay. We're gonna fill in some sky color. And this is Bach that we're listening to, but maybe you knew that. Oh, I drew sky on outlines layer. Oh. You gotta hate when you do that, right? Okay. So I lost track of what I was doing here. Okay, so what I need to do is on outlines layer, or on hair layer, we're gonna fill in extra hair. Wait, I really don't like when I do that. That's super frustrating. Digital art does have a learning curve for sure. Like, in terms of the fact that like, it's just... A lot of it is doing the same things over and over. But just like... it's learning those commands. Okay, we're gonna basically do the same thing we did before. Okay. Now let's erase the extra outlines. Just like we did before, pretty much. Erase the extra outlines. And then we'll go in and draw extra. But on the correct layers. I actually think we could use a little more hair up here. Bring it out a little. Maybe even right here. This is supposed to kind of come in more. I gotta erase the skin that's there. I gotta draw more skin. But that's okay, because I have to do that in a couple spots. Okay, well, let's make this thinner. And we're gonna erase the outline there, which is gonna help a lot. But we're gonna need to add hair. Also want to erase outline that is like right here. I want to erase this outline. And then we need to draw a little bit more hair. Yo, Adwarn 44. Oh my god, that is unreal. It's because it's all the Stream Beans crew. Thank you so much for coming here, everyone. Oh my god, this is unreal. You're all so awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Right now I'm drawing this scene from Thunder Prince, which is a failed Korean anime. Oh my god. I've never had this many people in my chat at once, so this is pretty amazing, to be honest. And I've been drawing on the wrong layer, it seems like, for a second here. Whoops. Oh, it's the outline layer that we need to erase here. Oh, Edwarn, oh, let's give the shout out, of course. And we're raising money for Vine, so I'm gonna just toss that out there if any of you 44 in the chat. I've raised almost $40. I'm at like nearly 35 right now. And I was actually about to tell the story about how I got arrested for my high school senior prank because we had hit that amount of money. Also, for every single sub or donation or cheer, I'm planning on donating more, which actually puts me at 2 more than I thought. Oh, Sippy Sub, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. My name's Paige, and this is Gender Blending. We do a lot of stuff here. Up on my head, you too? That's from the movie that we're drawing here. I think I had the picture up earlier. This is what we're actually going for here. Cheered for 5. Yo, thank you so much. That's another $1, yo. This is so good. Thank you all so much for being here. So, I think I'm gonna continue on this, and I'm gonna tell the story about how I got arrested for my senior prank, because it's just kind of a funny story, honestly. I'm gonna sort of erase some of this extra hair here. Oh wait, did I give the shout out? Yes, I did. Oh wait, no, I didn't give the shout out. I only did the Vine shout out. I gotta do the Ed Warren shout out. I was in your stream for a little bit. I hope that your farm turned out really, really good, Edwarn. I really appreciate you coming to raid me, you know? I don't think it's been like a really slow night so far, but now it's an exceptionally fast night, I guess, if you wanna call it that. Let's see here. I think I might have made this hair on the wrong layer. No, I did it on the right layer. Okay. Gonna click that. Oh yeah, so for everybody who's new here, heck yes, it's coming along beautifully. That's awesome. That's so good to hear. I'm gonna throw out one more thing. I have my Discord here, and if you like any of the music on the channel, all of the music that is playing in the background is me playing. I went to school for music and philosophy. And so tonight we've been talking about philosophy, talking about veganism, of course. Still Pinion, thank you. Phoenix Pinion is one of my favorite items from Final Fantasy IX. Yeah, so I've been talking about philosophy. Up on my head, you too? Talking about philosophy, a little bit about veganism, just because, you know, stream beans and all that. And we actually did some of these edits to this picture before, but I was doing it on the wrong layer, so I lost a little bit of time. But it's coming along pretty well, and we're about to jump on the face, which is like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people are like nervous about drawing faces, but to me, Especially drawing Thunder Prince faces is my favorite part because they're just so freaking goofy. Look at this wink. It's so good. You rarely see a wink like that in real life. Um, most really famous artists, I've said this before, I'll say it again right now. They say that a broken record is right twice a day. And you know, a lot of really famous artists got their start drawing Thunder Prince faces. Rembrandt, Monet, Da Vinci, Salvador Dali actually started off by drawing Thunder Prince scenes. And you can tell just by looking at their paintings that they were really inspired by these crooked smiles and the really lifelike proportions, you know? It's so good. But yeah, we're taking donations for Stream Beans, and apparently I kind of messed up my overlay because it should be saying every time someone donates, but it isn't. And so if you're one of the people that, oh, I'm doing this on the skin layer, yo. Oh my god. So I really don't want to redo it. So I'm gonna go to the outlines layer and just draw over these so that I'm not like totally wrong. We'll do that really quick. And then we can just erase what we put on the other layer, of course. Edward, not the skin layer, lol. Yeah, the skin layer. Some people don't like to talk about the skin layer, but, you know. If you don't call it the skin layer, then what are you gonna call it? The flesh layer? That's even worse, right? You gotta call it something at some point, right? And we're all grown-ups here. We can call it whatever we want. Okay, we're gonna erase all of that now. Whoops. Whoops, we didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's probably big enough. Whoops. We're actually gonna paint over it with the color that we need to. Here we go, ready? Boom. Easy fix, easy fix. That's fine. We're just gonna go through, clear that out, and then we'll put back on the outlines layer, and we should be good to go here to keep moving forward. There we go. It's not perfect, but we're getting there. Okay. We got some sweet details right here to add. I love these like small facial details. They're so fucking sweet. The eyebrows are really fun to draw. And we might need to erase a little bit of this hair over here. It's okay though. We also need to erase some of these outlines in addition to the hair. I'm not going to actually erase that much overall, but I'm just going to go back in and draw it now that I erased them. I haven't been doing digital art for very long. Oh, I give done for the animals spreading much love. Oh god, please, let's not call it the flesh layer. You gotta pass out. Yeah, yo, you have been streaming for so long, but thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the raid, and definitely we're gonna all hang out and have a good time drawing some other things soon. I'm not gonna draw just Thunder Prince scenes. I'm drawing this one right now, but we'll be drawing some other stuff later. I'm thinking about drawing just some like anime. Thanks, Ed Warren. Love the non-binary pride there. Okay, so hair layer. We gotta erase the stuff on the skin layer here. Boom, bam. There we go. Lurk, yo, thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate you hanging out. And I appreciate everyone hanging out. I bet there's actually like probably a shitload of lurkers here now. So if you're lurking, you might not be able to hear me, but thank you. You are appreciated. You are very appreciated being here. And I hope that you enjoy your time lurking. Okay. I am not a sleepy bean right now. I have quite a bit of energy because I was like really preparing for a pretty long stream tonight. So we're gonna be hanging out for a while if you want to hang out, of course. No pressure. And I think that looks really, really good. We're gonna go back to drawing some of these facial details here. So cool. I've just never had a raid with that many people before, and so if you're here and you're hanging out now, I really appreciate you, and I hope that like between my own channel here and Edborn's channel earlier that you've had a lot of quality entertainment. I think that this is gonna get better and better as we go here. I love this eye a lot. It's a pretty good shape for an eye. And I was saying earlier that I'm going to tell a little bit about when I got arrested for my senior prank. But I'm going to do it when I'm doing less like fine details in this face. Yo, another drunken sailor. What do you do with a drunken sailor? I don't even fucking know. I wish that there was a song that would give me some sort of instruction for what you do when there's a drunken sailor around. Like, even if it was just a temporary fix to get to the morning, I wish that there was just something that you could do with a drunken sailor. But what do you do? What do you do with a drunken sailor? That's my question, you know? I have no idea. I'd just be fucked if I was a captain. Luckily, we're not. Luckily, there's no captains here. I was a specialist, okay? I worked for my money. If anybody was in the military, they'd know what that means. It means that I didn't like being in the army, but I was in it because I had to be. Whoa. Paige was in the army? Yep, believe it or not. And by the way, this is, if you're wondering, this is some Schubert that we're listening to. Played this with my friend, Rich is singing here. Very talented tenor singer. And I still hang out with that person sometimes. Okay, the nose is like a little bit wrong here. We're gonna fix it. Kind of needs to go down a little bit sooner here. That was not right. Like that. That's more correct. What's that? Okay, cool. That looks really beautiful. Now we're gonna get this eye perfect. Didn't quite have it perfect before. But now we should have it pretty darn good. Okay, check this. That should look pretty good. Okay, we're gonna have one more under it. And then it goes like that. Like that. That's pretty good. That's pretty darn good. Pretty good. Okay, and then nice, nice. Now we're gonna change our color to be just pure white here. We're gonna get some white in here. Wait, we shouldn't do it on that layer though. We should actually have our own like eye layer, I think. Oh, well. Let's do it on the skin layer. That's not that good. We'll do it again. Something like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then we're actually going to erase a little bit of this outline layer right here so that we can draw just a little bit of white in right below, just like a little dot of it. Whoops. Yeah, something like that is okay. But we're going to draw the eye color now, which is that, and we're gonna go in with a paintbrush, but a very small brush size. This is a size of 1, we want a size of 2. There we go. Okay. Oh, are we in skin? Yeah, we are. Okay. And this should work pretty well for us, I think. And so the music that we're listening to, you like it, you like it. I'm glad that you like it, thank you. It's gonna get better. Obviously, when I was saying earlier that Rembrandt studied these, I was joking, and that, this film is actually like a garbage tier Korean film that I like watching, because it's just one of those like so bad that it's good movies. But I fucking think it's so funny to look at these drawings. It's so good. It's so funny. And I'm really excited to fill in this eye here. And the music that we're listening to is Fernando Sor. Whoops. We actually do want that. We're gonna redo that action. What? Oh, why is it doing this? I don't know why it is. It's deleting instead of redoing. Hold on. I have no idea why it's doing this. It's like our command got changed or something. Redo. Control Y is what we are looking for. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now we're going to add the white, and this is where the eye is going to start looking like real good. So we're going to add just a little bit of white, and here it goes. Ready? Check this. This is where you're going to... Yo, Arun, thank you so much for dropping... Oh, it got deleted again, yo. Arun, thank you so much for dropping by. I was in your stream for a while last night before I went to bed. Last night was a little bit less of a depressing stream, I feel like, because you were, like, hanging out with everybody. But, you know, like, something you were talking about in your stream that, like, really hit me the other night. You were like, why am I the only person talking about what's going on in Tamil? And, like, I don't know, it like, makes me want to be someone who talks about it, but I also feel like, what the fuck can I say about it, you know? Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm so far from that, and, like, I know I should read more about it, you know, but I listened to you talk about it, and I've read a little bit, but it's so terrible, you know, and obviously it's happening in other parts of the world too, you know, and here I am drawing the scene from Thunder Prince, yo, it's so funny though, it's kind of funny, in my opinion, not the situation at large, just this drawing is what I'm saying. But that's kind of like why I'm here, is bring a little bit of levity to the world when everything's so fucked, you know? Just a little bit of levity. Little levity. Whoops. We didn't want that. Somehow I got off of the eraser tool. Is what we wanted. Oh, and I'm about to read what you wrote. Okay. Yeah, don't mind me. I get super frustrated sometimes. Did you notice I was there? Hydrate, Ratchakuga says. Alright, yeah, I'll hydrate a little. Thank you for that. Good reminder. I'm gonna mute while I hydrate. Also, I'll zoom out here so that we can kind of see the handiwork that we have going on. It's kind of goofy. Yo, it's just making me uncomfortable. This gash eye is just making me feel weird. So before I hydrate, I'm just gonna fill in this sort of eye situation that we have going on right here. And we're gonna do it on the right layer, which we'll call the hair layer, even though I think it's technically the outline layer. It's not showing through because it's gotta be part of the hair layer, or the outline layer, I mean. Okay, but yeah, we're gonna fill in this because it just like looks weird if it's not filled in before I hydrate. I'm still getting used to using a pen display, but it's pretty amazing. Sometimes I don't know how to deal with that sort of shit, and that's what leads to those rants. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why we're here, right? That's why you're a streamer, is because, like, you have rants that people should hear and listen to, right? And I have similar rants. I haven't been going on rants this much tonight, which you'd think I would, because we're raising money for a vegan cause, and, you know, I get pretty heated up about veganism, you know, a lot of the time. But, honestly, it's been a really chill night. But that's the kind of style of vegan that I am. You know, I might lose people from stream beans by saying this, honestly. But, like, I'm a very, like, you know, I try to be as, like, inclusive as I can, at least. I don't know, like, how radical everybody in stream beans is, but, like, a lot of my vegan friends in real life, like, they really have no tolerance for people who aren't vegan. And, like, I want to kind of try and bring people in a little bit on this stream, you know, and like I want to convince people to be vegan rather than like just push people away because they're not right now, you know. But I get why like so many vegans get really frustrated by non-vegans. I mean, it happens to me too. I freaking get it. I think that's the right color. I get it, you know. I do. But no, I try to just meet people where they're at, you know? Because I'm not perfect by any means. Definitely not perfect, yeah. But I'm pretty cool. I think. I think I'm kind of cool. I'm cool enough that I draw this picture right now. All right, that's pretty cool. The mouth could use a little bit of work here. We're gonna kind of fix it on the pen layer. Whoa, we got some clapping. Let's get past that. Okay. We want that. How am I gonna kind of do this? We can erase it too after. That's pretty good. And it's got kind of a thicker ending. That's pretty good. Okay. Erase this. That's pretty good. Nice. That looks pretty darn good. We're just gonna keep refining it, you know? We're just gonna keep refining it until it like looks just like pretty much like we want, you know? We don't want that at all. It needs to be higher. And so I appreciate you if you're hanging out here tonight, and we're raising money for Vine Animal Sanctuary. And I keep saying that I'm going to talk about the instance of my high school situation, so I'm going to do that very shortly. I just need to fill in this eye really quickly before my mind goes insane. And I was just drawing on the wrong layer, of course, as always. That's okay though. We're learning, and we'll get there one day with our drawing. I'm just gonna like draw over this on the outlines layer. Okay. Then on the outlines layer, we need to get black, and what we're gonna do is draw like a nice outline around this eye, because that kind of literally is in the drawing. Is that it has like a kind of black dark outline here. Oh. Control Y. We wanted that. Why did it get rid of it? Oh. There we go. It's not perfect, but we'll make it perfect. It's pretty good. What we need is white. There we go. Let's clean it up. Let's clean it up. Okay, clean it up over here. That looks pretty good, right? Let's do that. Oh, well, let's fill in those eyebrows. This is so sick. I love streaming so much. Streaming is literally my favorite thing. Oh, sweet. Thanks, hello. Yo. Did you notice I was there? Aw. Oh, did I hydrate yet? I didn't, because I was busy doing other stuff. Here, let's see that. I'm gonna mute and hydrate. Alright, so we're gonna keep drawing here, and I'm gonna fill in these eyebrows. We are on outlines, which I don't know if that's the best, but this is gonna help a lot. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And let me go see if anybody's donated while I've been drawing here. Let's really quickly jump onto my other screen. And we're gonna go to Tiltify. Oh, well, I guess you can see it now. That's okay. So, let's not dox ourselves. Let's go really quick here. Okay, I just want to see if we have raised any more money here. We did raise a little more money, and so that means that I can shout someone out. And we're at over $4,000 raised right now. Here, I can actually show you. We're at over $4,000 right now. $4,200. We've raised 25, but also Nabil has given us up to, well, actually we are up to $20 that I'm donating, so we're at $45 raised currently. That's pretty awesome. Let's view the campaign that I'm doing and let's see who's given money recently. Ed Warned, yo, Ed Warned, $5. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Let's minimize this rather than getting rid of it. That's so cool. Thank you, Ed Warren. I know that you're asleep now, and I hope that you enjoy it. Okay, let's fill in this eyebrow. Should be working. Yeah, there we go. And this is gonna be a beautiful, huge, arching eyebrow. And so for those of you who haven't seen Thunderprints, who are compelled to by this beautiful face that we're working on, the next time we're watching it is going to be the 18th of the month. That is next Saturday. So that is 1 week from today. And that'll probably also be a charity stream. I'm planning on doing probably 4 charity streams this month for Pride here. That is why we're doing this right now. Okay. That's pretty good. We can kind of fix the nose too. It's supposed to be a lot more subtle, a lot more flat at the end here. Go back to the pen. So first of all, it's like flat. And there's like, it's really subtle. There we go. That's more what we're looking for. We're gonna need to erase, but that's actually not too bad. So let's do a little erasing here. Oops. That's a little more, but it's okay. This is gonna look pretty good in the end. Little erase right here. Add some more now. That's pretty good. It needs to now, this part right here can come over more. Should come over. And so this is Bach that we're listening to, in case you're curious. That's not bad. We can erase a little bit. Oh, whoops. What I mean is color it. Like that. That's pretty cool. Okay. Let's zoom out and see where we're at here. The eye could use some work, of course. A little bit. To the we're drawing right now. This eye could use like just a little bit of work. I just erased from the under eyebrow there. Get a little hair here. Oh, we gotta erase the skin. That's pretty cool. That looks good. Get rid of some of these extra outlines that are over here. Get rid of some of this extra hair. That looks nice. That looks really, really good. I think that the creators of Thunderprints themselves would be really proud of me right now. Let's see what this looks like. That looks pretty good. Nice. Oh, Andy, you're so cool. I wish that I could just be Phoenix so bad. Just get to date Andy. That'd be so cool. So awesome. Look at that. Oh gosh. This fucking drawing right now. It's too much. It's too much for me. It's so funny. It's so good. Okay. We're gonna draw some sky. Need the paintbrush to be a little bigger. Beautiful. Cool. Where are we at? We're at 4 hours deep. We've been streaming. That's not too bad. I might do like another picture now. You know, I might actually like try and play something from Terrence McKenna really quickly, because what if we go back to this really quickly? Turn down the playlist and we like kind of are just chatting for a second. So we are raising money for Vine. Let me see if I can pop this on screen. It doesn't link it on there. Boom! This is what we're raising money for. And so that's a vegan cause, of course, and it's an animal-based cause. And something that we do a lot on this stream is that I'll play different philosophers and stuff. And in particular, there's a philosopher that I'm particularly interested in, and this philosopher's name is Terrence McKenna. And most people that I know have never even heard of Terrence McKenna. But one of the things that Terrence McKenna likes to talk about is mushrooms. And one of the things that Terrence McKenna points out about mushrooms is that the interesting role that they have in nature is that they are primary decomposers, right? And so let's, if we're going over here, I was talking about Gnosticism a little bit earlier. So let's actually do File and New, and let's open up another file here, and we'll use blue to draw on it. And so we're talking about mushrooms really quickly. We're talking about mushrooms, so I'm just gonna draw a mushroom really fast. So we got that, and we're gonna make this mushroom red because like that's the classic mushroom color. And we'll do some white spots on it too. I'm just gonna fill it in really quickly because we're just drawing a fun mushroom here. And I don't know why it has a blue outline. Don't ask me. I don't know. But it just does. Whoops, wrong color. I'm gonna draw just right over it. And so we're gonna just talk about mushrooms for just a second, because who doesn't like mushrooms, you know? Grab this right there. Grab that. And so this is our mushroom. And so we're going to zoom out really quick. And so mushrooms. And look at the colors we're using. What good colors for mushrooms. So these are primary decomposers. And what does that mean? It means that they're posers. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't mean they're posers. They're fucking ill. They're the sweetest. They're actually composers. They create, right? No, they actually decompose. So they actually uncreate. What do they uncreate? What does a decomposer do? It eats dead matter. It eats matter that's already dead. And so one of the things that Terrence McKenna says that's so interesting is he says, compared to the mushroom, he says that compared to the shroom, veganism is an orgy of mass death. That's one of the things that Terrence McKenna says compared to the shroom, the mush variety, the mush variety of shroom. Compared to the shroom, veganism is an orgy of mass death. So true, so true. The shroom is just so powerful. Um, okay, let's I don't know if we're gonna keep drawing this one. I think we might draw like an anime scene really quickly. Let's start a new one. We just have a bunch of different scenes that we have going on right now. And instead of even dealing with that, let's start a new one, but let's actually make the right background color, which is going to be transparent. Okay. And I think we're going to try and draw like a Kiki type situation. And in order to not dox myself, I'm going to pull this off the screen, and I'm going to pull to Kiki's delivery service really quickly. Oh, by the way, for those of you who are new here, I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for being here. We are collecting money for stream beans today. And so if you are here and you feel like you have any ability to sort of donate, then the animals would really, really appreciate it, I'm sure. But also, like, I totally understand that life is just like really hard, and so like we all need money, and like if you don't have it, yo, I freaking get it. I freaking super get it. But we've already raised a lot of money. I mean, we've raised what is it, like $45 in the stream already with just myself and the people who've donated here, and I really, really super did not expect that. Super, super surprising to me that we've been able to do that, and so I'm stoked. I'm really stoked, and I'm really like my heart is melting that you're all willing to do that. Yeah, I was gonna draw this Kiki. Look at how fucking awesome this drawing of Kiki is, and the fucking cat. I don't remember the cat's name, but that's what we're gonna draw next, right? Isn't that so good? Oh wait, you can't see what I'm talking about. Although there was Kiki on the screen, I'm talking about this drawing. That's what we're gonna draw next. Isn't that kind of cool? And it's kind of vegan because there's animals in it. Kiki loves animals. So that's what we're gonna draw. I think it should be pretty cool. It's obviously a pretty complex drawing, but we're not gonna worry about the background too much. We're just gonna draw the characters mostly. But I will try my hand at the background just a little bit for fun.
You've spoken about
How many people were at the event last night? Oh, so on well, let's see. How many people were at the event last night? Oh, so practically a clean sweep. Well, as you know then, I'm an inveterate talker, and it doesn't take much to set me off, and it takes quite a bit to turn me off. So it seems to me these things are always more interesting if they're driven by the concerns of the audience. And if the concerns of the audience aren't sufficient to fill the time, well then I have a whole laundry list of obsessions that we can work our way through till the last syllable of recorded time, since that's not far away in my opinion. Very little of what I planned to say last night got said, because whenever I discovered that I'm going to have to stand at a podium rather than sit in a chair, I can't, because of my contact lenses, glance down at my notes comfortably. So instead, I just sort of rave. So I appreciated the enthusiasm of the audience last night. My personal assessment of the talk was that it was an even more than usual meandering diatribe. And a critic who charged me with a basic incoherence would probably get my blushing acquiescence. Maybe we can do better today. Are there questions from last night?
At the time, I wasn't aware of any kind of discontinuity, but I was thinking about it later.
Me too.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me now. Oh my god, you couldn't hear me for so long. Oh gosh, that hurts. That really hurts. I was saying some really good stuff too. And I probably lost a lot of people during that time. That freaking sucks. I accidentally closed out of my voice balancing program and it just shut off my microphone. Oh, that's the worst feeling because I had so many people in my stream. But you know what? For those of you who are here, you're the freaking real fans. You're the realest people. I appreciate you all so much for being here. And I think that we're going to raise some good money for the animals tonight. And I was sort of introducing what we were doing. Like, that's what I was trying to do with the time. I feel so silly because now I have to take a little bit more time before we really jump into some art. But I'm going to draw this drawing from Kike's delivery service, and we're going to listen to some Terrence McKenna, and every so often I'm going to pause the video and just reflect on it. This philosopher is someone who's really far out there. For those of you who are new to the chat, you have probably never actually like heard of Terrence McKenna, I'm guessing, or maybe some of you have. I mean, Terrence has like a little bit of a cult following, right? So I mean, it's not like I'm that surprised when people have heard of him before, but at the same time, yeah, a lot of people just have never even heard of him, and so this is what we're drawing, and we're gonna listen to Terrence McKenna while we do it, and it should be pretty cool. I think it's gonna be a really good time, honestly, and the drawing should be like, I mean, it's a very complex drawing, but we're not gonna like worry about all the detail in the background. We're just gonna kind of like, we're just gonna rush through it and have fun with it, because that's sort of how I've been drawing lately, you know, is that I just sort of intuitively follow my heart here and sort of go with what feels right in the moment, you know? And I think it's been working pretty well for us, because a lot of our drawings have been like kind of sick. I look at them later and I'm like, yo, I'm not that bad. I could be a lot worse, right? And I think I'll even just fill like all this up. Should probably be a stone color, I guess. Like it should probably be like this color right here. It'll probably get a little green later. The cats are all going to be on top of there. This goes all the way out into the water, over, down a little. We'll fill all this up. And so the kitty cats are going to be up there. This can kind of go all the way down from right here. We'll fill in the green later. We're going super fast. Okay, so we'll turn on Terrence McKenna. I've probably already lost the people who I'm going to lose, right? So we'll turn on Terrence McKenna and we'll talk and listen.
And
Reality is complexifying.
What's the continuity between what you were saying at the beginning about changing the way we are in relationship to the earth and consuming less resources, and then what you were saying toward the end?
I should have done all these on different layers.
Of the millennium and moving
it's kind of already my bad.
To a new reality.
That's okay though.
Right.
We'll
no, I think that there is, if not a contradiction
so
there,
sky.
at least it's some kind of
sky.
Coincidence of opposites. What I don't want to say is that there's nothing to be done, that there is no moral or political imperative, and that we can just continue with this mindless potlatch civilization until everything is ruined, because I don't believe that, and I think it's socially irresponsible to say that. On the other hand, what I don't want to fall too much in the other direction toward is saying that it all depends on us and that we must raise enormous levels of anxiety in ourselves and act as though the salvation of the planet depended on us. What more is happening is that the most important political work that needs to be done is for each of us to raise our own consciousness about these issues, and then
so that's relevant to veganism,
based on
creating community,
the sum total of our personal acts of reformation. So, you know, it is very important to
whoops, I'm doing this on the sky layer again.
To people in the third world who are struggling to raise families and preserve their environments and this sort of thing. But if I were a rationalist, I would be completely despairing. So we are more in the role of like midwives.
Oh, well, that should be green, really, but that's okay. It's not going to be a big deal.
And I guess it's useful then to return to that birth metaphor. The birth of the new humanity and the new earth is going to happen. But in the same way that a midwife or an obstetrician can ease a birth, make it smoother, make it less painful for all concerned, that's the role that political activism needs to take. So I think we should act as though the salvation of the earth is on our shoulders.
Yeah, not only do I agree that we should like really act as though the salvation of the earth is on our shoulders, but I actually think that that's like kind of what we're trying to do, both with the stream and also with Technovore. Technovore is the show that I do with another streamer, Nabil225. We do it every Saturday night. However, we're actually going to be doing it on Sunday, so that's in 2 days. 7 p.m. is when we will be doing it. Cement wall is what this is going to be. We're going to do it in 2 days from now, and it should be a real blast. We talk about emerging technologies and their ramifications on society, you know? It's the most like important and pressing things that we can kind of be talking about in general, in my opinion, and it's sort of what Terrence McKenna is talking about right now, you know? It's pretty cool stuff, and it's pretty important stuff. So I think it's pretty interesting, and that's sort of what Terrence is talking about right now. And Terrence is talking about like taking an active role in you know, shaping veganism, you know, and getting people to become vegan and think about veganism. And you know, everybody has their different methods of like trying to talk about veganism, and for me, like I try not to be someone who's like intimidating about veganism, because I think that a lot of us can be, because we care about it so much, and it like really is just so important to us as a whole. But I think that it's so easy for us to scare people off of veganism, and I think that I'm trying to be like as inclusive as I can with my veganism, you know? At least. Whoops, cancel. Did not mean to try and close out. I'm just sort of comparing our drawings here. Clearly, my cement wall is in a very different place because I have the scale off here. And with a drawing that's as detailed as this, obviously, it's like kind of hard. But I'm learning. So our cement wall is going to kind of come out all the way here. And so on our ocean background, we're going to actually erase some of this so that we can make more room for our wall. And I drew this on the freaking wrong layer again, yo. Look at that. This is supposed to be on its own wall layer. I'm learning digital art still. That's kind of the point of the channel. My name's Paige. I went to school for music and philosophy, but I'm learning digital art and 3D modeling, hence gender blending, because I use the program Blender to create art. But right now I'm not using Blender. Right now I'm using whatever I want, which in this case is the program GIMP, and I'm just doing some sort of 2D art, some drawing here. And I know that's going like outside of our lines here, but I'm just going to erase some of the extra. I'm just trying to fly through this as quick as I can, kind of. Okay, let's erase some of this extra. Okay, that's going to be all green anyway, where I just erased. Let's listen to some more Terrans. Let's do it.
But feel as though it is an automatic unfolding that we need not have anxiety about. You know, the Chinese philosopher Wi Po Yang said, worry is preposterous.
I love that saying.
And I think that's true. We don't know enough to worry. And to worry is, in a sense, a kind of act of hubris, because you are claiming complete knowledge of the situation, and then you worry. And so what is much more empowering, and what makes the process of historical ending easier, I think, is to act from your heart, and to individual acts of caring are more important than giving your energy to grandiose political schemes. I mean, it almost comes back down to the gospel admonition to, you know, heal the sick, clothe the naked, visit the imprisoned, bury the dead. But there's nothing there about grandiose political reform and all that sort of thing. That, I think, arises out of the zeitgeist of the collectivity. And I'm very hopeful. People have a sort of hear my rap differently. I mean, I've had people, after what I thought were inspiring panegyrics, come up to me and say, but it's such a dark and horrifying vision. It means that I failed as a communicator, in that situation, because I'm the gonest and most irrational hope freak I've ever met.
Okay, so Terrence McKenna says that people will walk away from conversations that they've had with them and feel like really depressed or disappointed in like the situation, or feel like very bleak. And what Terrence is trying to say is that like that means that he actually failed, right, as like a communicator, because he's trying to inspire a sort of optimistic message about the world and about like the direction that we're headed in it. And honestly, I should really be using like ink right now as opposed to the paintbrush. Not that it's a big deal, it doesn't really matter. But anyways, so yeah, he's talking about how like he's failed if people are like depressed after they listen, because he's trying to like basically create an optimistic message, right? And that's what I'm trying to do. I was talking about it a little bit earlier with Gnosticism, and I'll jump over to my PowerPoint again here in just a second. But let me just finish drawing this kitty cat for just a second. It's coming out pretty well, I'd say. We're just doing like a really basic outline of the cat. We do want to redo that. Oh no, it just, I've had this issue sometimes where it just like deletes the line that we just made, and that was a really good and complex line. So I really wish that it hadn't done that, but that's okay. It's gonna look weird at first, but it's because we don't have shadows. We are doing it right, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so there's like three sort of main things here, and then it kind of goes up into the lady cat there, who's super cute, of course. I'm just gonna like kind of draw like her frill just slightly. I'm not gonna like do it really hardcore, but just kind of like draw a very basic outline of her so that it's there. Okay. I mean, that doesn't look that bad. I just want to have like a general idea of where this tail is going to go and stuff. That might actually be like even too big for the tail, potentially. Um, yeah, might be. We'll see. We'll see here. It's gonna go kind of like that. Then got his eye. That. And you know, we can erase and stuff later, of course, if we need to. Mouth is gonna go like that. There's another quadrant. Now, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in and I'm gonna just draw this cat first to start. Because the cat is like one of the most fun things to draw here, in my opinion. And that's just what I feel like drawing. Okay, oh yeah, I was gonna talk about Gnosticism. Terrence McKenna talks about how if people are pessimistic after they listen, so looking down here, if people are pessimistic after listening to what he does, then he's failed. And that's because Terrence McKenna is trying to sort of preach an optimistic sort of Gnosticism. And earlier I was talking about what Gnosticism is. And so what Gnosticism is it draws from gnosis, which means direct experience with. And so you might be familiar with the word agnostic. This means that you don't believe in direct perception or experience with any sort of a higher power. So the most extreme form of someone agnostic is an atheist. The most extreme form of someone Gnostic is a theist. Oh, and that's not working for us here. There we go. The most extreme version is a theist, of someone who believes. I'm neither an atheist or a theist, although I do believe in a God. So I guess you could argue that I'm a theist in that sense. But a theist is someone who believes in God with complete conviction. And I still hold some amount of skepticism. So if we look right here, you could be convinced that there is no God with enough evidence, just like an agnostic person is open to the idea of there being a higher power, but just doesn't believe it based on the evidence presented. And so the stream is called gender blending, because like I'm blending genders, but also because I'm even though I'm a binary trans woman, like I'm not non-binary or agender or anything. I'm just a binary. I just use she, her pronouns. I'm just a binary trans woman, but I'm blending everything. And one of the things I'm blending is this like religious, non-religious line. I think we need to come together with like a team vision for the future, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do. And I think that we need to combine our veganism, like activism, with non-vegans. I know that that's so crazy. I like vegan circle jerk too, and I like you know, being on the bandwagon, but I think that we need to support non-vegans in becoming vegan, which is just like such an unpopular opinion because it's hard for us to stomach it, which I just totally get. It is hard. It's hard for me. But we just gotta do what we can, you know? Just gotta do what we can. Okay. Let's listen to some more Terrence McKenna talk while I draw some more of this kitty cat.
I mean, I think everything is fine. Everything
I just opened up
is
Unity
going
by mistake.
toward the purpose for which it was intended, but it's an act of conscious awareness on the part of each of us that carries us toward that. So, you know, often in what I say, there is, if not the fact of contradiction, then the appearance of contradiction. This is because, to my mind, life is complicated enough to admit of contradiction. Was it Oscar Wilde, or who was it, who said, I contradict myself? I contradict myself. Logical consistency is one of the prejudices that we've inherited from the scientific attempt to describe the world. But in fact, even science at its basic level has now abandoned that as an ideal. In quantum physics, the way it's done mathematically is you have an ordinary causal logic.
Yeah, we made the cat way too big.
And if-then logic. But in order to handle what quantum physics is attempting to describe, you also have to have what are called islands of Boole, or islands of Boolean logic, which is embedded in the standard logic and which is a logic of both and. And you cannot reduce this to a non-contradictory description. The great thing about the rational program of science is pushed far enough, it reveals the irrational foundations of nature. And that's really what the crisis in science now is. The cutting edges of physical science have contacted the Heisenberg uncertainty principle in the 20s, the anthropocentric principle in the 80s and 70s, and we are realizing that somehow the notion of an observer outside the system with a godlike objectivity and zero input into the situation, that was a necessary fiction for the more naive program of description of nature. But as we move into the more sophisticated description of nature, we have to place the observer in the picture, and then there is going to be a reverberation of contradiction that is probably can't be gotten rid of. I mentioned a little, or I referred to this in the talk last night, where I said we shouldn't push for closure. We should accept that it is in principle mysterious, and so we are never
Yeah, it's a living mystery, Terrence McKenna says. A living mystery. I really love that.
We're describing them with ever more prescient accuracy, but we cannot eliminate the unknown. One of my teachers years ago, West Churchman, wrote a wonderful book called Planning on Uncertainty. And I think, we all need to plan on uncertainty, and it's the one thing that is left out of most models, because the model builder has such faith in the model that he would never build in a trapdoor into the realm of uncertainty. And yet life is composed almost entirely of these kinds of trapdoors, you see. Does that do it?
So do I understand then that in your vision, we really don't know anything about what it's going to look like once we're out of the birth canal, but what we can do now is behave with integrity toward the world that we're in today. Is that right?
That's right. And it's not that in principle we can't know what it's like out beyond the birth canal. It's simply that it's too early. I used the metaphor last night of that the transcendental object is below the event horizon. It is. And so all we can see is the rosy glow of its promise at this point. But give us 10 years, and the actual edge of the transcendental object will rise above the event horizon. I mean, I don't think that we are marginalized or part of fad and fashion. I think this is actually the rising modality necessary for the future if we're going to make it through. In other words, I suspect that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, the things we are talking about today will be the general metaphors and concerns in society, because I just have a very strong intuition based on, a lot of journeying into those hyperspatial modalities that this is the path. And I'm sufficiently convinced of that to submit it to a kind of intellectual plebiscite. I mean, I believe that ideas compete with each other the way animals compete in an environment, and that the best ideas, the most fitting ideas for the human adventure will eliminate their competition. And that's what we're experiencing now in the political domain, is a competition between ideological systems roughly comparable to dinosaurs and mammals. And, you can decide which is which, but the two are incommensurate, and one is in the act of eliminating the other. And so it's a matter of observing this process, understanding it, and being comfortable with it. If you're right, I don't think you need to feel any urgency, because that will quite naturally percolate out in the mix. Many of you have heard me quote William Blake. It's always worth repeating. He said, if the truth can be told so as to be understood, it will be believed. In other words, understanding compels belief. You don't have to hammer on.
If the truth can be told, let's sit on that line for a second. If the truth can be told in a way that it is understood, then it should be self-evident. Was that it?
In other words, understood, it will be believed.
It will be believed. If the truth can be told in a way that can be understood, then it will be believed. Isn't that so interesting? And it's so interesting, the question of an objective truth, because, like, on one hand, it seems like there's no possible way that our reality could hold room for any sort of objective truth. I mean, I think about it often, like objective truth. As someone who's studied philosophy, I think about it pretty regularly. I know that this cat doesn't look right now, but trust me, we'll get there. We just need to get to the next part where we're gonna add in like the colors and details of the mouth and stuff. It's gonna look really good. I can promise. I can promise that. I mean, it already looks pretty good in my opinion. It's just gonna look a lot better soon. So we're gonna grab the two reds of the mouth here. We're gonna grab that red, and then we're gonna flip it, and we're gonna grab this red, and we're gonna go back here, and then we have the lighter red first. We'll draw it right there. And we'll draw the outlines too, but we're just gonna start by drawing this right here. Probably drawing this on the wrong layers. Yeah, we're drawing this on black cat layer. So we need to actually make a new layer just for outlines, basically. I'm gonna call it OL for outline. Okay. And then, so if we really want to add an ink layer, and it's just gonna be black, then we're gonna go there, and we're gonna just really quickly add that ink, add this ink right down here. And sometimes that ink is actually what like really sells it. But in this case, it's supposed to be thin. Yeah, that wasn't perfect. That's pretty good. Okay. And there's actually supposed to be a little bit more red. So I'm gonna grab that. Go back to black cat because that's just where we're drawing this now. And this red doesn't seem to want to draw. Oh, it's because it's... I don't know why it's not drawing. Oh, it's because I wasn't on the drawing mode. Here we go. That's pretty cool. And it does have an outline. So I'm gonna draw that. It's kind of noticeable a little bit, and we'll erase it afterwards, but now we're gonna draw the whiskers on black cat here. So that was definitely the wrong layer to do it on. That's okay. I'm not going to do as good a job as the people who made fucking Kiki's Delivery Service, of course. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do my best to do a good job still, even though I'm not on the level of these freaking geniuses, you know? Oh, it's supposed to go in the water. Basically. Yo, miraculously, thanks so much for being here, as always. Really appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the stream, you know? It's been a long stream. Definitely streaming for a while tonight. Definitely been going for a little bit here. It's been so good. Oh, are we on the right one? We actually kind of want this to be on black cat layer. Look at this. This is gonna be so satisfying, dragging this here. This is where we should have been on another layer. But that's okay. It's okay. You live and you learn. That's not too bad. I think it could have been better. But now what we're going to do is we are going to grab this color. We have two of the same color now. 13 is probably actually okay for once. And we are on the right layer. For what we're trying to do at least. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, and we gotta turn on some Terrans.
In other words, understanding compels belief. You don't have to hammer on somebody. Your task is to refine your message into an understandable form, and then let the dynamics of intellectual competition decide what is the best model to follow. Yeah.
I had a question related to what you were just saying, and then I had a chemistry question. What keeps me optimistic is that information seems to be spreading more rapidly, and some futurists have said that by the year 2011 that information will be doubling every second. I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Well, yeah. I mean, part of what I was going to talk about last night and didn't get to is I'm the purveyor of a very formal mathematical theory about how history unfolds itself and what time is. And to your great good fortune, you're not going to be exposed to this today. Had we 2 days, I would fillet you with it on the second day. But here's the thing that's going on. Since the very first moments of the universe's existence, novelty, as I call it, or complexity, as someone else has called it, or connectedness, has been increasing. So that the early universe was very simple. It was a plasma of free electrons. There were no laws of molecular physics, still less laws of biology or gene segregation or something like that. As the universe has aged, it has become more and more complex. We represent the culmination to the present moment of that process. Well, I don't think that's particularly big news. It's sort of a stating of the obvious that the universe has grown more complex through time. But what is interesting is that each advancement into complexity that has built on the previously established foundation of complexity occurs more rapidly than the stages which preceded it.
Let's zoom out.
So if you were to draw a diagram of that, it would be
too focused on the cat,
involuting
and the picture is way too small.
So that after the Big Bang and things settled down after the first few nanoseconds of the universe's existence, well then for a long time it was very boring.
Do like 4K.
And all that happened was that temperatures fell very gradually. Eventually
2K.
they fell to the point where atoms could settle down into stable orbits around nuclei. And then, as the temperature fell still further, eventually these atoms could aggregate into molecular structures. Again, each advancement into novelty proceeding more rapidly than the stage which preceded it. Well, that's why, to my mind, human history is not a radical break with primate biology. It simply represents an acceleration of primate behavior into a more compacted temporal domain. And high technology, electronic data transfer, the erection of global society, which has built on the previous levels of cultural attainment, has happened even more quickly. So that these eras, or epochs, you could almost think of them as, of complexity, are now of such short duration that instead of taking millions of years, or perhaps billions.
Alright, so let me give you a quick update. Well, right now in the talk, I'll update about the talk really quick. In the talk that we're listening to with Terence McKenna is talking about the increase of complexity over time. So there's more states of change happening and arising every single second that existence is happening. And so there's a point in time where there is more change in one singular moment than has happened in the entire universe preceding it. And that's a very interesting point in time that Terrence McKenna is talking about. Now let me update you on where we're at in this drawing, is that I actually really like how the cat came out, but it's just like the wrong scale, and so I made the whole picture bigger, but now all of our freaking layers are sort of in the wrong spot. Because the image itself is not centered anymore, of course. And so if I want to move these, I kind of can, but also what ends up happening is that I have to move each layer. And for some reason, even though GIMP should be better than Photopea, it seems to me that Photopea is better than GIMP because these layers are really not agreeing here. So I think I just need to move all of them one by one and then just move the layers so that they're all together, like on top of each other. And I think that's all I can really do. I might even like delete some of these freaking layers because like, or actually, you know what I might be able to do is just move Black Cat. Move layer Black Cat just by itself. Oh, you see, and this is just being so fucked right now. Just to be honest, it's just like so fucking annoying. Like, why is it moving Sky when I am telling it to not move Sky, right? Double click Black Cat, like this is what we're looking for. We want to move Black Cat, not Sky. But it just keeps moving the fucking ocean. Look at this bullshit. Let's turn off the ocean. Let's turn off the fucking sky. Let's lock their positions. Let's lock their fucking positions. Same with cement wall homes. Okay, let's move just fucking Black Cat, yo. Look, why did that take so long? And look how good that Black Cat asset looks, by the way. Fuck. Looks so beautiful. Okay, let's move it generally where it should be on the screen. Okay, now it's got like extra fucking outline that needs to get moved. Okay, fucking move it, dude. Sorry, I know I'm cursing a lot right now. It's kind of artistic expression. Okay, it says it can't move it because fuck me, I guess, is why. Let's press enter, escape. Get off the tool, edit, select none. Okay, select this goddamn layer. Move. Why aren't you moving? Oh my god, this is so annoying. Do you see this right now? And why it isn't moving? It's so crazy. It is so fucked. It is so fucking crazy. Oh my god. Select all. What if I rectangle select just this portion? Will it move it then? No, it's not. Oh. You know what? I think we're gonna take a break because I'm just too frustrated with this program right now. We might even do something different when we come back. Don't quote me on it. But I'm feeling very frustrated. I'm gonna leave up the Black Cat because it does look pretty cute. But we're actually gonna take a break here. I'm gonna go smoke a lot of weed because I actually haven't smoked in nearly 3 hours right now. We've been streaming for a really long time and we've raised a lot of money for the cause. I'm gonna really quickly throw out a promo here. You can check out all those links there. Really appreciate you joining us. I'm going to turn up the playlist, go to our BRB screen, and I will be back to do more art and hanging out in a little bit. So this is a sick fox drawing. Okay. So this is what we're going to draw. You can probably see it now on the screen here. And I'll make it so you can see it better. We're going to draw this sweet fox creature being. I don't know what it is, really. Oh, you know what? It's supposed to be a wolf. And this is from Thunder Prince. The next time we're going to watch this is on the 18th. Should be pretty cool, I think. Okay, so now I'll take this and put it back over here. Again, it's going to be a very chill stream for the rest of our time here. And then we'll raid after we draw this for a little bit. It's a pretty straightforward drawing. But the Terrence McKenna talk is top tier, so I really hope you enjoy it. And I'll pause it and talk every so often, too. Let's make sure our settings are good. Okay.
You know, the answer to self-empowerment lies in the psychedelic experience. The answer to dissolving the hierarchically imposed set of mythical conventions that You know, the answer to self-empowerment lies in the psychedelic experience. The answer to dissolving the hierarchically imposed set of mythical conventions that disempower us lies in the psychedelic experience. Because what is really happening is a return to the primacy of feeling. And feeling is not something you can convey to people the way you convey facts to them. Facts can be handed down every week through Time magazine and the latest issue of Science News and Nature. But feelings will not lend themselves to that marketable, hierarchically distributed system. And consequently, feelings represent a backwash against that. Yet feeling is the modality in which we all operate. So as long as we are under the umbrella of the print-created linear post-medieval institutions that promote the myth of the public, the notion of the atomic individual, the notion that we are all alike, basically, then we are going to be unempowered. The amazing thing to me about the psychedelic experience is that it can be kept under wraps, that people don't insist, that somehow we're leaving it to experts to figure it out. But did you know that the experts are not allowed to work it out? That in this particular area, the entire human race has been relegated to an infantile status. It is not professionally possible to do work with these things. Nevertheless, our cultural crisis is deepening mainly because we have very poor connections between our fragmented and autonomous psychic structures within ourselves as individuals and within ourselves as a society. Our whole problem is that we can't communicate with each other, we can't express intention. And the psychedelics are sitting there waiting to unify.
We can't communicate with each other, and we can't express intention. Those are really, really important concepts, I think. I think that's one of the things I'm trying to do with this channel, is to bridge gaps between people. And a big part of that is being able to talk to one another. And so I'm trying to be like an example of how to talk about really difficult things in a way that's optimistic and kind of, you know, joyful. Because to me, I've read a lot about Buddhism. I did study music and philosophy, so I talk about it all the time. And Buddhism, to me, represents basically not even a religion or a philosophy, but just like a guide for joy. And the Buddha said some words that I think are really, really powerful that I'd like to share really quickly. So let me open up, and we'll do it with no music, because I think that this is just powerful and really nice. And so this is just me freeform talking to you all, one human to another. It's gonna have a background color. We're gonna make the foreground color. Whoa, I don't know why this is so big, but that's okay. We'll do it right, because you can't see everything. Make a better color. We'll do like against this. Yeah, blue would be really nice. So, I was gonna say something about Buddhism in particular. Let me just write down Buddhism. Oh. I need to get the right color. Yeah. I'm just gonna write down Buddhism. Wait. Okay, here we go. Ready? This is wild. Ready? Check this out. Live in joy. Wait, it's pretty sure it's live in joy. I know the pouring sound is the absolute worst, but like this is a very intimate stream. This is a stream where we're hanging out together, so sometimes you hear pouring sounds. Sorry about that. I think it's actually live in peace. No, because it's among the troubled. I'm gonna actually go over here. You can't see that part of my screen. Okay, this is from the Buddha. Buddha. I love sharing parts of the Buddha's message. And you know what's interesting about the Buddha is that the Buddha made lots of lists. The Buddha would just like, there's the Four Noble Truths, there is suffering, and then suffering is caused by desire. And if you remove desire, then you remove suffering. And this has been misinterpreted a lot throughout history and oversimplified. But it is true that basically we're here at state A and we have a desire to be at state B. And there's 4 possibilities. And you see, the Buddha just keeps giving us these lists. This isn't my wisdom. This is literally what the Buddha told us. And these are just facts about reality. These are simple facts about reality. This is how it is. How it is. And this is how we want it to be. And then this in between it is desire. Right? And so desire is the cause of suffering. Desire can be 4 types of desire. To have what we don't have, to lose what we have, to have what we don't want, and to not have what we want. Those are the 4 types of suffering. And the Buddha just has all these different lists and stuff. And what's so interesting about it is that the Buddha was doing this, and it was basically like PowerPoints before computers were invented. I should at least have like a little music, right? Just a little bit. All the music on the stream is me. And if you want to download it, you can. I literally have a Discord page that you can join. Let me toss out the promo here. And tonight we're actually raising money for Stream Beans. For every single donation, for every single sub, for every single cheer. I'm also going to be donating $1 to the Animal Sanctuary. And right now we're at like $45, which is pretty cool. I'm trying to be quiet because one of my roommates is asleep, but I think if I keep it to a reasonable volume, then it's okay. So let me know if I'm too quiet at any point. But I'm going to do the very best that I can. I'm getting to a deep point with all of these things. I'm gonna turn the music down even just a little more because I'm being very quiet. I'm gonna erase everything that we had except for the Buddha. Okay, so I'm erasing her. beige board here. Our beige board. I could honestly probably stream for like another 13 hours, but I don't want to keep my roommates up or anything, you know? The walls are pretty thin here. Okay, so... live, enjoy, in love. Even among live in joy and love, even among the hateful. Live in joy, in peace, even among the troubled. Live in joy, and so on. There's several of them. But basically, like, you know, you're gonna go through your life and everyone's going to be hateful. Oh yeah, well, we could say happiness. This one's a deep one. Happiness. Even among... Oh, you know what it is? Yeah. In happiness among the sorrowful. Among the sorrowful. You know, even though people are sad, right? The Buddha tells us to live in happiness. Even though people are sad, even though life is really hard. The key to the most joyful life, it seems obvious, right? Doesn't it seem obvious that the key to a joyful life would be to be happy? It doesn't take like a rocket scientist to see that. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that if you want to be in joy, you have to be peaceful. And you have to be peaceful even if the people around you are troubled. If you want to be joyful, you have to be a loving person. And you can only love among hateful people. And what Buddhism talks about so often, we're gonna get rid of all of this now. But I'm gonna post all this stuff to YouTube, you know, eventually. So, like, you can catch it there. And I just posted my Discord, so if you're into this, we can talk, like, anytime. Reach out on the Discord, hang out. Post your art. You know? You'll see when I stream, and if you're a streamer, you can self-promote there. That's okay. Let's see if we've raised any more money for the animals. It was supposed to update on my screen, but it hasn't been doing so. And I'll shout you out if you do, yo. We haven't raised any more, but that's okay. Alright. Let's listen to more Terrence McKenna and draw, I think. Right? That was just a diversion into Buddhism, I think. Okay, so we're going to go to Terrence. Oh wait, we have to turn down the music and then turn up the internet.
By us to introduce us to the translinguistic intention, to carry us forward into a realm of appropriate cultural activity, which is, to my mind, the realm beyond history. Beyond history lies effortless and appropriate cultural activity. And nature has preceded us, as it always does, by laying out models that can be followed to realize this. As an example, and by request, I'll point out that The 19th century had a titular animal. Its titular animal was the horse, idealized as the steam engine, the iron horse. And Marx talked about the locomotive of history, and there was this whole focusing on the horse archetype, which in the 20th century gave way to the titulary animal, the raptor, the bird of prey, as exemplified by high-performance fighter aircraft, as the kind of ultimate union of man and machine in some kind of glorification of the completion of a certain set of cultural ideals, you see. Well, in thinking about this and in thinking about how language is the cultural frontier of our species, I went to nature looking for models of how we might move beyond the bird of prey, which when you think about it, it is the American symbol. It was also the symbol of the Third Reich. And a lot of creepy scenes have actually been into birds of prey. When Alaric the not even birds of prey, when Alaric the Visigoth burned Eleusis, it was the crow fluttered on his battle standard as the greasy smoke swept by. So these dark birds have been with us. Anyway, in looking for a new titulary animal and drawing the conclusion of what it would mean, I was drawn to look, strangely enough, at cephalopods, octopi, because I felt that, first of all, they are extremely alien. The break between our line of development in the phylogenetic tree and the mollusca, which is what a cephalopod is about 700 million years ago. Nevertheless, and many of you who are students of evolution know that when they talk about parallel evolution, they always drag out the example of the optical system of the octopi, because isn't this astonishing? It's very much like the human eye, and yet it developed entirely independently, and this shows how the same set of external factors impinging on a raw gene pool will inevitably sculpt the same organ to the same end, and so forth and so on. Well, the optical capacity of octopi is one thing. What interested me was their linguistic organization. They are virtually entirely nervous system. First of all, they have 8 arms in the case of the octopods, and 10 arms in the case of the squid, the decapods. And so coordinating all these organs of manipulation has given them a very evolved nervous system. Then they have this highly evolved ocular system. But what is really interesting about them is that they communicate with each other by changing the color and texture of their skin and their physical shape. You may have known that octopi could change colors, but you may have thought it was camouflage or something very passive like that. It isn't that at all. They have a vast repertoire of traveling bars, dots, blushes, merging pastels, herringbone patterns, tweeds, mottled this and that, can blush from apricot through puce into dove gray and on to olive. Do all of these things communicating to each other. That is what this large optical system is for, is to be able to see each other. The other thing which they can do, besides having these chromatophores on the surface of their skin, is...
So Terrence just talked about how these octopi can see each other. And one of the things that we've talked about before on the channel and that we've listened to Terrence, we're going to talk about more, is this concept of a visual language. And this sort of ties back in the psychedelic chemicals too, because shamans and shamanesses from around the world would sing, and when they would describe the songs, they would use visual descriptions. They would say, oh, that song was beautiful, but I didn't like the green part. They would use like synesthesic adjectives to describe the music, and Terence McKenna observes that the goal really here is communication and in evolution in communication, right? And so my whole thing on gender blending is talking about this convergence of technologies, the blending of technologies. We're facing a convergence of technologies that's going to change the way that every human being navigates the world. And I mean, we're already there, really. In my opinion, and the view that I'm presenting on this show is technosticism. Let me go to that slide really quickly. My view is technosticism. I think that there's a spiritual dimension to technology, and that technology is an extension of our own body and a spiritual thing. And I think that brain-computer interfaces in the global internet are developing a third layer of our brain that is a shared cultural consciousness. And it doesn't mean that we won't have private thoughts or data, but it means that we're going to have a consciousness of everything that's happening everywhere on the planet all at once, including the planet's pain, the pain of all the people who are suffering very deeply, the pain of one another. We're going to feel each other's pain very literally because we'll realize that we're all sharing this planet in each other. So these octopi, they have a visual language, and that's only a part of virtual reality that we're developing. You'll be able to see what we mean. Terence McKenna points out often that we use visual metaphors to express understanding. Visual metaphors to express understanding. Karen showed us what she meant. Paige helped Terence see what she meant. See what she meant. And often as a trans person, I wish that I could show people what it was like. I wish you could see the world in my shoes. It's so fucking hard. It's so fucking hard. People hate us for things that are completely out of our control. And there's a lot of barriers. And I've been very lucky. I live in a very privileged part of the world. But I wish that I could show everyone in the world what it's like to be trans. And honestly, this show is an attempt to. It's an attempt to show a slice of my own life. I chose the name Paige for this stream. It's sort of a pen name. Because, it's a page of who I am. But I'm showing you the parts that I think are important to see. And I hope that you appreciate it. I hope that you're taking things from it. And I'm here to chat. I'm not just lecturing too. If you have thoughts or just want to talk, I really appreciate you all if you're here. I know it's so late, but honestly, late night Saturday vibes, they're kind of my favorite. Okay, I'm gonna mute and we'll go back to Terrence. This talk gets really, really good. So if you're actually like here and like sticking with it, this talk gets really, really good, really fast.
They can change the texture of the skin surface, can make it rugose, papillate, smooth, lobed, rubbery, runneled, so forth and so on. And then, of course, being shell-less mollusks, they can hide arms and display certain parts of themselves and carry on a dance. Well, when you analyze what is going on here, what at first seems like merely fascinating facts from natural history begins to take on a more profound aspect, because it is an ontological transformation of language that is going on in front of you. Note that by being able to communicate visually, they have no need of a conventionalized, culturally reinforced dictionary. Rather, they experience pure intent of each other without ambiguity, because each octopod can see what is meant. This is very important, can see what is meant. And I think that this heralds, or could be made to herald, a transformation in our own definitions of language and communication. What we need is to see what we mean. It's not without consequence or implication that when we try to communicate the notion of clarity of speech, we always shift into visual metaphors. I see what you mean. He painted a picture. His description was very colorful. It means that when we intend to indicate a lack of ambiguity in communication, we shift to visual analogies. This can, in fact, be actualized. And, in fact, this is what is happening in the psychedelic experience, is that we discover just under the surface of human biological organization the next level in the organization of language. It's the ability to generate some kind of acoustical hologram that is manipulated by linguistic intent. Now, don't ask me how this happens, because nobody knows how it happens. At this point, it's magic. Nevertheless, the fact is it does happen. You can have this experience. It represents a synesthesia in the presence of ongoing communication. It is, in fact, telepathy. It is not what we thought telepathy would be, which I suppose if you're like me, you imagine telepathy would be hearing what other people think. It isn't that. It's seeing what other people mean, and them also seeing what they mean, so that once something has been communicated, both parties can walk around it and look at it the way you study a Brancusi or a Giacometti in an art gallery. By eliminating the ambiguity of the audio signal and substituting the concreteness of the visual image, the membrane of separation that allows the fiction of our individuality can be temporarily overcome, you see. And the temporary overcoming of the illusion of individuality is a much richer notion of ego death than the kind of white light, null states that it has imagined to be. Because the overcoming of the illusion of individuality has a political consequence. Political consequences. The political consequences are that one can love one's neighbor, you see, because the commonality of being is felt, not reasoned toward or propagandized into or behaviorally reinforced, but felt. This is why there is this persistent notion which tracks these psychedelic compounds of a new political order based on love, which is, it was a hard thing to say in the Panhandle in 1965. It's not easy to say in heavy metal LA in 1987. But it seems to be the fact of the matter that love, which poets have celebrated for eons as ineffable, may in fact have certain ineffable dimensions attached to it. But it may in fact be more effable than we had previously cared to imagine. And it's the invoking of the effability of love has to do with discovering the shared birthright, the atemporal dimension that is co-present with this reality, and that is a vast reservoir of anchoring, existential anchoring for each and all of us in our lives. So my response to feeling the political pull of this, feeling the power to transform language that resided in these things, was to go to the people who I thought would know most about it, the shamans, for whom hallucinogenic shamanism has never been an issue, for whom the notion that you're supposed to do it on the natch is a patent absurdity. I mean, if you're serious about doing it on the natch, I suggest you eliminate all food, because this notion of the pristine self somehow riding above the muck of the world, carrying on a spiritual evolution, is absolute foolishness. I mean, we are made of the stuff of the world. People who do not confront the presence of the hallucinogenic possibility are turning their back on their birthright, in the same way that if you do not experience sex throughout your life, you are turning your back on your birthright. I mean, after all, we could argue that to allow another person to touch you is to not do it on the natch, right? But, dear friends, we're slicing too close to the bone here to take that approach. It's much better, I think, to open to the world. The world is communication. Nature is the great teacher. All human gurus are simply distillations of the wave of nature that is coming at you. So you can just short-circuit the whole human boil down and go straight to the executive suite by putting yourself under a tree in the wilderness. I mean, they all have said this, but they need to be taken more seriously on the subject of their own expendability. Me too. Going to the Amazon with these kinds of notions and looking at what had been achieved there, I came to have a vision then of the future that could be, that we are sort of hurling ourselves into a new Stone Age where the fruits of the prodigal wandering that I discussed in such detail last night can be used to infuse new meaning into that paradise. The imagination of man and woman is so incomparably rich and exerts such an attraction on us as the builder monkey that we have to honor that. We cannot demonize that and preach a kind of naturalism that, if actually put in place, would cause the starvation of tens of millions of people. We have passed the point where some kind of Luddite reform can save us. It's only, I think, very self-indulgent elites that can preach voluntary simplicity, because a lot of people are experiencing involuntary simplicity. And unless you're one of them, it rings rather hollow to be.
That was sort of what I was talking about with the veganism thing, is that it's like, in my opinion, it's not difficult to be vegan. I've just done it for so long. It's just a part of my life, and I don't even want non-vegan foods. If I find out something I eat is non-vegan, it makes me very sick, and so it's not hard for me. But the fact of the matter is that so many people are very far from it. And maybe have like a sliver of interest, but if we just shit on them because like it's hard for them, then it's not going to help them. And so I just try to be the most positive vegan that I can and to celebrate my choice, you know, as much as I can. I hope you're enjoying the stream, everyone, and I hope we get to raise a little more money for the animals.
Be told that Zen values are best. So I think that reinserting ourselves into nature is inspiration for cultural design. That's what it is. It's not flight from the design process, but a reinvigoration of it. And some of you may be aware of the concept of nanotechnology, where everything is built at the molecular level. We, by studying the mechanisms of the cell and the immune system and DNA, we begin to have a picture of how molecules and atoms are the machine parts of a microcosmic world that if we were elf chemists, we could make our way into and create anything that we could imagine. I mean, I can foresee a world where all machines will be made by DNA-like polymers that will code base materials into larger and larger aggregates. The miniaturization of our world is a great frontier. As culture becomes more enveloping, its physical manifestation should become less material, you see. So the ultimate notion is of the world turned back to the form it held, let's say, 35,000 years ago, where people live in an environment of entirely climaxed natural perfection. However, behind their eyelids lies a culturally and consensually validated data phase space that is culture, civilization. Turn each of us into a telepathic aquarium that has a direct pipeline to the general ocean of mind and being. This is possible. In fact, it's not only possible, it may be the only decent solution to download ourselves into another dimension. And I want to note in passing the collapse of Max Headroom, and what a tragedy I think that is, that his last show was last night. This was a weird force for cultural transformation, but to be applauded. If anybody here tonight has anything to do with it, I wish them luck. But this sort of notion, you know, people, the Max Headroom people and the William Gibson people have a very high-tech take on this because they're interested in accentuating this tight blue jeans, cyberpunk kind of notion. But in fact, the worlds that they describe will have many, many different social subgroups and social ecosystems forming in them. What the future really means is a choice to become who we are, to flower out, to find our own way. McLuhan saw this 20 years ago. He said that the rise of global electronic feudalism would create an atomistic fragmentation of culture. It may well be that within 50 years, the largest organizational entity on the planet will be corporations with a few million loyal employees, and all larger social institutions will have disappeared because they don't command loyalty in a social environment where direct experience has become empowered. And this empowering of direct experience, this return to the feminine, this legitimizing of the presence of the vaster regions of the unconscious, these are all aspects of this emerging paradigm of the spirit, understanding and imagination in the light of nature, which is what this two-night party has been called, is a definition of the spirit. Understanding and imagination in the light of nature. In other words, true understanding, poetic imagination, standing as a mirror before nature as object, will cause the hologrammatic presence of the spirit to magically appear. It will be then seen to be a kind of emergent quality of the situation that was previously masked simply because the elements had not fallen into the correct arrangement. And I think, as we move forward through time over the next 25 years, there will be many prophets of the transcendental object at the end of time, many takes. The important thing, I think, is to recall Gödel's incompleteness theorem and to always recognize the provisional nature of the metaphysical goods that you're going to be sold. Nobody has the faintest notion of what's going on. It's important to keep that in mind. If you have that in mind, everything else, then the game proceeds much more cleanly. What is ahead of us is true high adventure. The essence of it is its unknowability. Its promise is transformation. Its theater of occurrence is the here and now. We are not waiting for it to begin. It has already happened for us, and our job is to understand how that can be so. Plato said time is the moving image of eternity. My notion of shamanism is it is that state of mind which accrues to those who have seen the end. By cultivating this notion of closure with hyperspace, imaged as the archaic return to the world of the pre-cultural ambiance, we can have an anticipation of the transcendental object. It is still in Eden. It is we who have undergone the fall and the recurso. And now the laden prodigal returns to beat at the doors of the manorial home, the birthright. And within, I think, lies the beginnings of true civilization. We are the forerunners of a truly moral and ethical human society. The deepest aspirations, however badly mangled and mishandled by our traditions, nevertheless still have the potential for archetypal fruition within them. The torch that has been passed from generation to generation ad infinitum back into the distant past is alive. And by some strange quirk of the metaphysical machinery, it's our great privilege to live through this symmetry break, this revelation of the next level of the open-ended mystery. And I think that the real thrill lies in relating to it with an open mind, a sense of caring, a sense of wonder, and a sense of real, grounded, intellectually firm hope. So that's all I want to say this evening. I think we'll break for about 15 minutes and then we'll have questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So that's that talk, right? And I don't know. I don't know how many people in chat are there and listening right now, but do you have any preference on what we do next? Because I'm gonna keep going until this drawing's over, and then I'll probably stop after I finish it. Like, do you love the Terrence McKenna? Should we listen to some music? I mean, obviously I can decide, it's my own show, but if you're into the Terrence, like, I can just listen to that forever. That's so easy because then I don't have to talk. But also, I can, like, dialogue with Terrence, which is kind of neat. I was actually trying to pull this up. Here. There we go. But also, we could just listen to music while I chit chat. I could kind of talk about what I'm doing here a little bit, which this drawing is kind of coming out. It's not like necessarily the best drawing I've ever done, but I think it's kind of good. It's gonna get better. It's kind of a complex one compared to some of the other ones that we've been doing, so you know, you can feel good about that. I feel like, yeah, we are on the right layer. So I went over a little, but we can erase, easily. And so we're raising money tonight for Vine Sanctuary. And we've raised about $45 so far, which is pretty cool. We'll see how far we make it. I'm gonna do probably like, 3 or 4 charity streams all month. So this is just the first one, but it's been really good so far. I'm so, like, really blown away by the support already. It's pretty amazing. We can erase if we need to there. Be Bigfoot. It's pretty good. I like that. Let's put on a little playlist and I'll chit chat while I draw. Let's see what music is this. Oh, this is Enrique Granados right now. Maybe some people recognize this song. I'm a big fan of Final Fantasy, obviously. Oh yeah, I wasn't gonna fill this out that much more because I actually want to fill it out with this color. This is why the body shape was off. It's because I had this wrong. This is gonna make it look a lot better. Oh, whoops, we're doing this on left hand. We want to do it on Wolf Dark. So I'm just gonna redo kind of all of that there. now what I'm gonna do is turn off of dark. Okay, so that's all we did on left hand. Okay. So we need to actually erase all of this. Oh shoot. We're just erasing the wrong things. Okay, there we go. So if you like the music, all the music on the stream is my own. Well, I didn't write it, of course, that goes to Nobu Uematsu in this case. But all of the music is available on the Discord. You can also just hang out and chit chat with all of us and share your art or whatever. And see when myself and a bunch of other great streamers are streaming. So please hop on by sometime if you have free time and interest. It's so cute, right? It's so funny. Okay, we're going to do some of the outline here. Okay. Oh, whoops. This is Claude Debussy's Arabesque, of course. Arabesque number 1. Just gotta crack my fingers here. I guess so, stiff, you know. I am gonna draw the head, by the way, in case you're wondering. I know we don't have much room for it, but we'll figure it out. This actually might be a situation where it could be potentially easy to change the image size, maybe. We actually don't want to change that. We want to change the height to like 20, like 200 basically. And then we would want to change the offset so that it is like that. There we go. That would fix our Kiki picture too, we know now. So now what we can do to fix it is that we can grab this, turn that up, go in the background. Let's fill this in. Beautiful. Look at that. So nice. Interesting that they spent so much time on the nails on the fingers, but then didn't give this wolf nails on its toes. Very interesting decision. Didn't realize wolves didn't have nails on their back toes, but that must be how they are, because this movie isn't ever anatomically wrong. Oh, this is a really good piece of music. This is called Confession. Confession by Marios. I'll write it in the chat. It's very beautiful. Right, now we're gonna work on the left hand here. Okay, this part's kind of tricky. I think we do have to zoom in for this a little bit. Beautiful. This is so satisfying. Oh my god. I could just do this forever. So if you're into this, like, fuck, you're in for a treat, because I'm gonna be doing this shit all the time now. Just like streaming, that is. It's just my new favorite thing. So, strap in, because if you're into this, I'm fucking into it too. I'm into it too. It's true. Okay, let's zoom out and see how this looks. Well, I may as well fill in those nails. Looks like it's kind of a... I'm just gonna like fill it in myself. It looks kind of like a reddish brown color. Alright. That looks pretty cool. Let's zoom out and see how that looks. It doesn't look that bad. Looks kind of funny. We're gonna make this all black, and we're gonna zoom in on the belly here. Check this out. We're gonna do one of these. We're gonna redo it. Nope. That's pretty good. Just getting these outlines wherever we need them, you know? Looks like we kind of do need one around the edge of it here. Wow. Oh, we're on left hand. Whatever. We're getting to the point in the drawing where we're gonna let some mistakes go. Now comes in, then over, and down. There we go. And it comes out like more. Comes out even more than that. Comes out like this. This fucking wolf is thick. Cute. Yep, it literally touches the sand. Okay. Here we go, ready? We're gonna erase the light shit right here. The bigger brush. Then we're gonna draw in this color. Oh, but on the dark layer. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Nice. Look at that. Nice. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty darn good right there, I think. Let's zoom out and just check out our handiwork. It's not too bad. Okay, we're gonna check out the tail. We're gonna zoom in. Okay. Let's do this really quick here. So yeah, this is gender blending for those of you who are new here. And I mean, obviously it's getting to be really late at night. But we do digital art, we do philosophy here. We do a whole lot of stuff actually. Lately we've been doing a lot more like listening to lectures and sort of talking about those as we listen to them. Talking about philosophy and of course using this new pen display. To draw some art. Some fucking sick art. I gotta say, it looks pretty good. In my opinion. I'm drawing in the wrong layer right now, but this is the type of mistake we're gonna let go. Okay, that's pretty good. This should have an outline. Then it should kind of go like that. Like that. That's pretty good. These outlines are like kind of strong, so. Let's just see what that looks like. Oh, and we gotta erase some of this here. That's good. Crack our fingers again here. We also want to make sure that the arm is all filled in here. Wolves deserves arms. Okay, that's cool. Oh wait, I gotta draw a little more on outline here. There we go. That's gonna help a lot. Let's see what that looks. Well, that's while we're here. Yeah, let's look at that. Let's tighten this up too. This is all supposed to be pulled in with tail. Here. That's all tail right there. There. Cute. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. Let me zoom out. Oh my god. So cute. The only thing we can do to really improve what we have is to go up here. Need black though. That's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty nice. Oh, we might be able to do an outline here. The outlines kind of help when it's anime style, you know? Okay, and then let's erase some of this right here. Whoa. I do just want to get like all the outline. Because it adds a lot when it comes to these sorts of drawings. It's also fun to do. Wow. You know, I might just keep streaming for a while because like I'm already like doing a low-key stream. It's not taking me any energy, right? If we're just hanging out and listening to music and drawing. So I might just hang out, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel at the end of this drawing. You know, go smoke a ball, chill for a minute. I have to eat something at some point, you know? I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, so this is one of my longest streams ever. For sure. Top tier. Top tier in that regard. But I really love the Saturday night vibe. And like, also I figure late night, eventually you start getting people trickling in from parts of the internet where it's like, what am I doing awake at this hour? You know? I've been there so many times. It's kind of like part of the audience I want to cater to, you know? Beautiful. Whew, okay, let's get started on the head. Obviously, everybody's always intimidated by heads, but they don't intimidate me that much, truthfully. I really don't. I guess I will start with the outline this time. I don't normally do that, but I just think it'll be easiest. We're gonna un-outline there. Here we go, ready? So we're just gonna take up all the available space with this. So, and you see I can already tell I'm wrong, so I'm gonna go over here. We need the ear to be the highest point. So let's just make the ear go up all the way here, right? Let's just say that's the ear. It's the highest point. Okay, the furthest right point are these whiskers that go out over here. It's actually this whisker right there. Okay. My headphones are bothering me. That's never a good sign. Okay. Here we go, ready? Check this. These are gonna be cute curly cues. That looks pretty good. It's pretty darn good. I think that this needs to come out and over more. Wait. No. That looks good. Okay. Now the other ear is like over here and it's nearly as high. So that's how we'll start next. And then I go like that. There's a strand. Then goes in. And there's a big one that comes off. Here we go. Comes down, goes off, comes in, goes down, comes up, and it comes in. This goes in there, and it comes in there. And now we got our face shape. And that should have all been black, but that's okay. Because now we can tighten it up for real. So it goes like that. There's that. Followed by this. This is gonna look pretty good, I think. That looks pretty good, right? I think that looks good. This is a fucking styling wolf. Looks so good. Beautiful wolf. Seriously. Nice. That looks really good. Yeah, I think I like that. I hope you're all having a good night. I hope you're enjoying the vibes. I am. And this actually goes in. Kind of an intricate shape here. There's a little space in between. So funny. I don't know how we're gonna do this just yet, but we'll see. Kind of drawing the face here. This face shape just makes me feel so weird to look at. Let's clean up this mouth first. This isn't supposed to go that far out either. It's probably closer. Oops. No. 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 That's closest. Okay. No. No. That's pretty good. Okay. That's not too bad. Let's see the hairline. Because apparently this wolf has actual hair. And it goes down in the wolf's face here. Okay, let's add some color. Oh, well, I guess we can do the eyes at this point. zoom in. What does go all the way over? Okay, wait, I see. Goes all the way over there. This is just way bigger than I was thinking at first. Yeah, it covers all of this. Hope you're into this, and if you are, I hope you feel free to donate to the Stream Beans charity that we are running for Find Sanctuary. Toss that in the chat here, as well as a promo for our channel. Thank you so much for joining. Oh, let me try doing one of these fancy ones here, right on the screen. Let's do Control-Alt-3. Look at that, so cool. Beautiful. Yeah, that's pretty cute. Next, we're gonna take just a small amount of this. The nose. Erase this part of it. Get this part of it. Okay. Next. The nose is straight black. But we don't want that. We're gonna do it this color, because it has a black outline. It's pretty good, honestly. Now we have two colors for the mouth, so we'll zoom in for those. Then we'll get the ears. Okay, it does need the outline. Let's undo that one. Get really close into this wolf's face and check out these details. Also, we need the ear color. Let's grab that really quick. Wait a second. Look, the line goes through the ear. Should I copy that? I think I probably should if I want to stay true to the image. this a little bigger. 16's probably okay. I'm learning so much about digital art and just art in general. It's so crazy. It's great. It's awesome. I've done so much, just a really short period of time. It's so cool. Beautiful. Oh, I love that. That was so satisfying. Okay, back here. And this back down. Okay. Get this eye here. That's pretty cute. Okay. Now we gotta get the other eye, which has basically a perfectly circular pupil. And a perfectly circular eye. It's so funny. Okay. It's got black hair. We're just gonna give it black hair. And then anywhere it's not black, it's just gonna be like gray, pretty much. Okay, you can't really be darker than that. Okay, we're gonna grab the body color. Now we're gonna bring this back down to around that 16's probably alright. We're gonna fill in everything, basically. Oh, and this should really be on Wolf Dark, probably. Cool that I can just draw behind this. That makes it so much easier. This is so satisfying. It's like kind of unreal. Right? Isn't it just like so satisfying to watch? This is Black, by the way, that we're listening to. I forget what piece though. I think it's the 1006 E major suite. Yeah, so we're raising money for Find Sanctuary tonight, and we've done a pretty good job so far. I'll check soon and see if we've raised any more. Because my alerts aren't coming through for if people donate, unfortunately. This is gonna be really cute when it's done. Kind of excited. What's going on in the neck here? We have to figure that out. I think it goes like... And I think we might need to come out more with the mouth here. But we'll fix it. If there's anybody new here, thank you so much for joining. I'm Paige, and this is Gender Blending. And we're having a good time drawing this scene from Thunder Prince. A very amazing Korean anime movie that we watch at least once a month. We're gonna watch it next on the 18th, which is next Saturday. So we have about 6 dates at this point, after last night finished a couple hours ago. And if you're here with me, thank you. Psyched to have you. I hope you hang out more, yo. It's pretty freaking good. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do, is erase from the outline here. Then we're gonna add face shading. Oh, we did this on the outline layer. You wanna do it on face light layer. It's such a funny face. All these faces are, honestly. We still need to add the whiskers. The outline is like so confused over here. To be fair, it's hard to see when you're zoomed out. Okay, here we go, ready? Check this. This goes in all the way to the face. And then this goes into the face right there. And there's this.
I bumped my head, you too?
Yo, Crimpy Coffee, you fucking came back. It's so good to have you. I bumped my head. You too? This wolf is coming along, yo. It's going so good. Look at this fucking wolf right now. It's so unreal. So good. So good. Okay. It's gonna get better too. Wow. One of my buttons on my fucking pen display just keeps it keeps undoing when I'm doing actions. I'm gonna need to fix that later. Yeah, this wolf is blemish free. All these blemishes can get removed. I have a friend texting me. Hold on, let me text them back. Wolf is looking nice. Thank you, Grimpy. Thank you so much. I'm gonna text my friend. Okay. Thank you, Grimpy. I think it's looking really nice too. Mine's looking probably derpier than their wolf, but that's kind of even better. It's like impressive to make a more derpy wolf. Okay, that was the wrong thing, clearly. Here's what we want to do. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Quick whiskers. 1, 2, 3. Next one. 1, 2, 3. Not too bad. Okay, next one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. That's pretty good. Okay. Wolf Dark. Having this color. Bring up the size. Yeah, I think the wolf's coming out pretty nice too. Thanks for hanging out, yo. Thank you so much, by the way, Grimpy, for your donation earlier. Oh my god. You're the leader of the donations right now. $15? That's unreal. Let me toss you a shout out. Everyone here who hasn't, please go follow Grimpy Coffee. I'm trying to be a little bit quieter because my roommate across the hall is asleep from me. But we're almost done anyways, honestly, with this picture. But then after this picture we might do one more, just for funsies. Just for funsies. This is Fernando Soar that we're listening to. Let's see what we got here. Okay, we're very close. Very close. Just gotta fix this neck situation. The music is just so loud, right? Okay. Fixing the neck. Fixing the neck situation. Ready? Here it is. This is how we do it. We go black. Go into the shoulder. Then brace, wolf dark. There we go. Draw this color. Get in there. And look at that. Fuck yes. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Look at this goddamn wolf. Look at that fucking wolf. It's so goddamn mischievous. I'm gonna color in the tail a little bit more. Oh, it's such a mischievous wolf. It's so good. I kind of like how it's not completely filled in, honestly. This fucking wolf, dude. How about my head, you too? It's somewhere on the peak of Mount Tai Tai, but no one's ever seen or heard of it. But it's guarded by a evil snake. A evil snake. Zoom out. Yo. This fucking wolf, yo.
For your special antidote, I'm afraid I don't have any, and I don't know anywhere near where you can find it. I'm sorry, young man.
I don't know anywhere near where you can find it. I don't know anywhere near where you can find it. Where is it? Don't dox myself. Where is it? Oh yeah. Wait. You can... Shit. You can kind of see the screen. That's okay. I don't know anywhere near where I can get to these scenes so quick at this point.
It absorbs the essence of stone and grows between the rocks for at least 1,000 years.
For at
Where
least
can I get it,
1,000
Doctor?
years.
Somewhere around the peak of Mount Tai, I believe. But no one's seen it before, and no one's ever found it. It's also guarded by an evil snake. Be careful.
I see. Thank you, Doctor. It's anybody here? Come out here right away, or the order of Flash Mantis.
Ah.
Are you deaf in there? I said come out here immediately.
It gets better every single time I watch it. It gets better every single time I watch it. It's so good. What a fucking good film. What a fucking good movie. No one's ever seen or heard of it, but it's also guarded by an evil snake. It's so fucking good. Look at this drawing. If only I could draw that well. Oh my god. That's so beautiful. That's what I want to be able to draw, is like fantasy environments and stuff, you know? Yo, I got rated with 44 people earlier. That's the most people ever. That's so, I mean, it's because there was a charity event going on, but that's still so crazy. It's a weird feeling, you know? I've never like done something so casually in front of so many people except stand-up comedy, which is really different, to be honest. Stand-up comedy felt less serious than this, because this is like my live stream. Stand-up comedy didn't feel very serious, like a major thing. Yo, Ashish Yato, hi. Glad to have you. We're already kind of drawing this wolf, and I might draw some of the scene behind the wolf now, just for funsies. And we were listening to some music. I might put on some more Terrence McKenna just while we're hanging out. We just finished this talk. We could do a different one. Psilocybin and the Sands of Time. That's a pretty good one. The Secret That Can't Be Told. That could be really good.
I think I said this in reference to
See this
something
one.
else. I am self-initiated.
Isn't there any other way, Doctor?
Well, there is another way, but I really don't think that
Tell
you...
me.
Tell
Doc.
me, Doctor.
So good. What is it?
Age controls. I think I said this in reference to
What is
something else. I am self-initiated.
Self-initiated. That's a big part of the Gnostic experience. And I think I erased what I had written about the Gnostic experience earlier. But self-initiation is a big part. Okay, we're gonna draw the background of this one a little bit. I'm gonna try and like attempt to do that a little bit here. We'll see how I succeed, if at all. I'm not sure if I will, but I'm gonna try. We'll see. I'll try and do some of this grass here. Okay, but we're gonna listen to Terrence while I do it.
No lineage controls me. Nobody ever came knocking on
I kind of am in a musical lineage in a way. I don't know if that counts for all of you, but it counts for me.
my door and said, you know, you shouldn't talk about this stuff. Nobody has ever done that to me. So I have the weird feeling, and I don't believe it.
The head
but I
is
have
so
the
funny.
feeling that it's like I discovered it. Because nobody tells me, nobody comes over and says, hey, you're on our territory, or don't talk about that. Didn't you know that we Mandayans have been doing this for 10,000 years? So, and I've been talking about it since '82 in public, and it's still a secret. It's still a secret. It's the secret that can't be told.
So glad to have you, Ashish
And
Yato.
with that,
I hope you're
let's now
enjoying.
rewind this talk back to the beginning
Well,
and join Terrence and a few friends on a June day in 1994. And just for fun,
we're gonna put
try
this
to
on
recall
background.
what you were doing that month.
I was not
psilocin
alive.
and DMT are not the same thing, and they don't actually degrade into the same thing. So they are sort of like parallel pathways.
Parallel pathways.
In the brain. DMT is
What
by
are we doing
far
here?
the most dramatic.
Let me tell you. What are we doing here? We're doing a lot of different things. So, right now, the main mission, I would say, is that we're just hanging out. And we're drawing this wolf from this movie. I'll play Thunderprints again for 1 minute. I don't know if you were here when we did that, but I was just playing Thunderprints for a second. This is going to be loud for a second. I'll turn on the desktop audio, but prepare your ears if this is too loud. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Can we unfull screen this, please? Okay, let's see how loud it is. Okay, it's pretty loud. We'll turn it down a little more. So this is Thunderprints, if you're not initiated. I'm sorry if you aren't. You really should be. We'll bring it onto this screen. This is Thunderprints. So John Williams was actually inspired by this movie. You can tell that Star Wars was really influenced by this soundtrack. And we're drawing the wolf. We're drawing the wolf from this movie, from this scene, somewhere in here. Oh, there it is. Oh wait, we missed a really good technique. He does this like sort of like forward backflip. It's pretty sick. Check this out. He does this backflip going down this hill. It's tight as fuck. Check this backflip out. Or front flip, whatever it is. He didn't do it in that scene. Okay, so this is what we're drawing. I chose not to do that one. We did this. Right there. Look at this fucking deer, it's so sick, and it grows antlers in another scene.
He won't be back.
He won't be back. So yeah, we're drawing that, and while we draw it, we're listening to Terrence McKenna talk about the secret that can't be told. Because Terrence just sort of teleports us to another realm and talks a lot about the paradigm shift that we're kind of undergoing in science and technology, which is something that I talk a lot about, because it's my belief that we're undergoing a shift back into the Kali Yuga. So if you ever look up the Kali Yuga, it's the oh wait, sorry, we're in the Kali Yuga, but we're headed for the Sat Yuga. Sat Yuga here, the first and the best of the 4 world ages. And so that's kind of what Terrence McKenna is talking about, except Terrence calls it something else. Terrence calls it the transcendental object at the end of time. Some people call it the singularity, but I don't like the word singularity. And oh, I also talk about transness and stuff. And I try to talk about social justice, but right now my microphone is blocking that message partially, unless I bring it right into my face here. But yeah, we're listening to T. McKenna and just drawing and hanging out. And I'll chit chat too. I love talking to people, but I just don't know what you want to talk about because you haven't written that much in chat except for asking what we're doing. But I mean, that's a very understandable question. There's nothing wrong with that question. And you know, like the more that you all write in chat, the more I have to work off of, you know? Because I'm here to talk. I fucking love talking. It's so sick. But yeah, I'm gonna kind of draw the background, I think. Oh, well, I don't know. This wolf's kind of like basically good, in my opinion. Maybe I'll just draw like a little bit more here, just really quickly. We can revisit it later. I could do a different drawing too after. But yeah, we're basically just hanging out. Please help the animals, please, please, please. They do need help, it's true. They do need help. They freaking need it. And we've raised a decent amount of money so far already, honestly. Just filling in the background a little bit here. Let's just fill in a little bit more here. Just look at the colors are sort of in there. Okay. Okay, we'll just save this, and I have to take it off the screen so that you can't actually see it at first, so that I don't dox myself entirely. Okay, give me just a second. We're gonna probably do a new scene in a minute, just because I think we've done the wolf some justice here. Oh wait, and Grimpy, if you're still there, check this out. That was the one you requested earlier, yo. You wanted to see that? So that was the original scene, and Grimpy Coffee actually requested this drawing. So that's how that turned out, Grimpy, and I'll send you the file if you really want it. I'm thinking about making these NFTs, making some Thunderprince NFTs. Prince coin, Thunder coin or something. I haven't been doing the backgrounds at all though. I need to do them. Okay. Hold on. Let me open up a different one. I kinda wanna do an anime one, truthfully. I could also go back to our ed that we were doing. Okay, let's look what we have here. That one's kinda cute. This is a classic one. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm deciding when our next drawing is. Once you like cryptocurrency and martial art, you are lost. That's a top tier fucking comment. Okay, I think because we're doing this for the animals, this is gonna be our last drawing right here. I think that's a really good last drawing. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna set the background color as transparent. We're gonna have this 1900 by 1080. We're gonna say okay. Wait, 1920. What am I doing? And so to answer your question, now we're gonna draw this drawing really quickly. And we'll start with the background color of the animals. Or the forest, I mean. Jimmy, you're the cleverest animal in the forest. What do you think? Okay, we're gonna do the darkest color. And then we'll do the second darkest color, which is like this sort of green right there. Zoom out. Paintbrush. Big as possible. Okay, and we're gonna listen to Terrence McKenna while we draw this. I mean, I'm gonna hang out too. I'll comment when I have things to say. Oops.
Of all of these hallucinogens. And in some ways, if we only had DMT, we could do just fine, thank you. I mean, it's clumsy in some situations, but it definitely takes you from A to Z with all the stops in between. It's also interesting in that it is so how can I put it, socially transportable, in that it
This
only
rabbit's
lasts
so stunned.
10 minutes. Well, so our critics can surely invest 10 minutes. I mean, it's not addictive. So what argument can there be against it? If you're going to take up the cudgels of drug oppression and lead a lifelong crusade against the evils of hallucinogenesis, surely you will not sully yourself too dramatically.
It should have been the opposite.
Just invest 10
Oh, and actually,
minutes to try and understand
we need a new layer.
from the inside. And of course, if we get that 10 minutes, we have them. Because this, I don't believe that this side of the yawning grave, there is a more dramatic experience that you can go through. I mean, maybe surviving the crash of a 747 or something, but these are high-risk activities. Smoking DMT is not a high-risk activity. You could do the whole thing in 15 minutes, start to finish. And yet
True.
what happens is it is more dramatic than a flying saucer invasion. It takes you into a direct three-dimensional confrontation with an alien intelligence of some sort.
Earlier I was saying Gnosis is direct experience with things.
The after-death state, whether or not consciousness can exist without a body, the nature of the alien, the nature
I'm gonna have a new layer that's just white.
of the cosmos. It's
I'm gonna have it right
very,
here.
very dramatic.
I'm just gonna call it white
And
layer.
I think it is, we said yesterday, the inner eye opens on the landscape of time.
I'm gonna just like get our kind of
illuminated
animals
by
out
the
there.
light of DMT, then essentially what you get is a fast forward of the rest of universal history squeezed down into about a minute and a half. Because even though the DMT trip, takes 7
Wait, let's start with the chimney.
minutes to get over, the really important part is it has a duration on the order of 100 seconds or something. And the longest 100 seconds you will ever know, because that's how you get people to do it. It's how I was gotten to do it. I only asked one question when they brought me DMT.
I'm gonna go really broad strokes.
3 to 5 minutes. Bring it on, Sam. And, never having recovered then from that decision. No, I don't know what they are. I mean, the thing that you see in DMT, what I've called the self-transforming elf machines, right, are, well, when you smoke DMT and you get a good hit, the leather-lunged
When you smoke DMT,
aficionados among us really have a leg up in this department because they can
I'm drawing this way too big.
because it is very harsh and
Maybe try it.
and somewhat synthetic tasting. It's a little like smoking a mothball.
Okay, the head kind of goes like there.
But what happens to me is I am propelled through a series of tunnels, fluxing tubes-like things that are very brightly colored, and there's a kind of a sense of tumbling that is an initial discontinuity once I get beyond this swirling mandalic form that seems very typical that people call the chrysanthemum. You sort of have to break through that. It's definitely a threshold drug. You have to get over a certain threshold. But if you do, hang on, Hannah.
Hang on, Hannah?
On in about
I love it.
to 30 seconds.
Look at this. Look how wrong my proportions are.
Fluctuating color.
So bad.
And your
so bad. I need to zoom in.
Strange, anesthetized, something. It's very hard to put your finger on it. And then I burst into a space where there is immediately a roar of welcome. And I'm in this
Here we go. Ready?
domed,
let's start with Jimmy's tail.
directly lit, comfortable place with ceilings not much higher
It
than
goes
this,
like here.
walls pushed a little bit further out. And somehow there's an intuition that is unmistakable that this is underground, that we're far underground. Why? I don't know, but you know that you're underground. And then the main thing that's happening, though, is the entities, the elf machines, these jeweled, self-dribbling basketballs made out of light, they look like foraminifera cast in opal or something that are completely moving and transforming. And they come right up to you, right up to you.
Right up to you.
And then they jump into your chest and jump out again. And there is this crazy emotion running around. It's like, I don't know, did you ever see the film Hell's a-Poppin'? It was a 30s deal. Or Marx Brothers cartoon. Marx Brothers routine.
Oh, my arm's so itchy.
Comedy. It's sort of like a Bugs Bunny cartoon run backwards at high supersonic speed.
Let's see.
All this jumping around and playing.
That's also too big. We're making this way too big.
Or, yes, sort of like kittens.
I don't know why my proportion is so bad right now. It's like tuning a guitar and being wrong.
And we're so
But I want to get this right.
to see you. And it's horrifying. It's horrifying because, you know, less than a minute before, you were with your scruffy friends in some room somewhere with a call due from your lawyer in 45 minutes and all this stuff. And then you did this drug. And it came on so fast that it's not like doing a drug. It's more like, did the apartment house blow up? Has there been an earthquake? Are we dead? What has happened? And these things are saying, forget that.
Okay, the tail. The tail is way lower than that. Because his head is... Jimmy's head goes like up here.
Somewhat surprising. Do not give way to amazement. That's what they say. They say, do not abandon yourself to wonder. Okay. Just pay attention. Because I'm like this. You know, and you breathe and look around, and it doesn't go away. It's stable, you know, and you think, oh, God.
I think our background is just wrong. No, it isn't.
Take your pulse. Your pulse.
Well, it is.
And you're just
this drawing is not going well. Might be able to tell.
And meanwhile, these things are doing what they do. And what they do is they make objects out of language. They possess a language that you can see. And they make things with it. They're singing. They're punning. They're punning is what they're doing.
They're singing and punning.
Things which are both words and objects simultaneously. And they're producing these unbelievable puns.
Here we go. I think I have it this time.
And one of them will come scampering up, although they have no legs and they're not, you know, but scamper is the vibe. They come scampering up and they say, look at this. Look at this. And here's another one. No, no, me. They're elbowing each other out of the way. Look at this. Look at this. And you, as you direct your attention into these things that they're offering you, then you realize why they said, do not abandon yourself to wonder. Do not give way to astonishment. Because what they're showing you is impossible. It's impossible. And as you look, you say, matter can't do that. Light can't do that. Because these things are morphing, transforming. These cross between Fabergé eggs and radiolaria and opalescent foraminifera and these complex
Let's see what happens.
Geometric things. Saying, look at this, look at this. And then when they release these things, the things themselves are generating language, squealing and chirping and punning and humming and generating other objects. And this stuff is just accumulating, and they are very intense.
Let's see what that looks like.
They say,
that actually looks kind of close.
Do what we are
so we'll
doing.
count this.
Pay attention and do it.
That makes everything a lot easier.
And by at first, I mean the first 5 years of smoking DMT, every once in a while, because it's not something you do very often, I couldn't. It was all going so fast. I was just like in shock. I was, in fact, too amazed to participate. And then high-dose mushroom trips and practicing the glossolalia and this and that, I got to the place where when I go in there and all this is happening, I feel in the bottom of my stomach, in the solar plexus, like a lump or a light or a something.
This is going to be chimney pink.
Move up. And when it reaches my mouth just snaps open. And I can do what they want me to do. And I can then join in the play and can make these objects. This is the glossolalia part of it. Glossolalia is not what it appears to the observer. It's some kind of activity where you masturbate the visual cortex or something like that. And as long as you do it, and as long as the drug stays at high concentration in the synapse, you're just ecstatic. And they're ecstatic. They're jumping up and down. Yes, yes, he's got it, by gad, that's it. Pouring in all this encouragement and love and affection. And you're now, a minute, 2.5 minutes deep into this thing. And at that point, it just sort of like a shudder goes through it, and it kind of pulls apart and falls down and moves back and melts and drifts away and evaporates, and any number of other words used to describe dissipation. And then you open your eyes, and your friends are there. Granted, they appear to be beryllium mantises of some sort, but nevertheless easily recognized as friends and neighbors. And though you are more loaded at that moment than you have ever been in your life, you feel perfectly confident to proclaim, "I'm down." Because you are down. Because compared to where you were 20 seconds earlier, the fact that your friends look like polished mantids and all the rest of it is utterly mundane and trivial and gives you no problem at all. You just say, "Thank God I'm back in the real world." And then over the course of the next 3 minutes, it just goes away.
Do your friends confer that they have the same experience?
A lot of people have the experience. It is put through many filters, and people always ask this. And I think two things are critical here. Dose, and I'm a lifelong hash smoker, and I can take an enormous hit of hash and hold it. There isn't a cilia left in my entire lung system.
Oh my God.
That's important. And then the other thing is, I think it's this veiled thing. How much can you stand? Because people come back and they say things which are like along the spectrum to what I'm describing, but not quite there. Like people often say there were elves, there were little people, not self-dribbling jeweled basketballs, but simply little people. I've even had people say they had leather jerkins and little turned up curls on their footwear and stuff like that. Other people say it's, to me, the archetype of DMT is the
Archetype of the circus.
And when you take it, you'll know what I mean. Because the circus is a very complex emotional construct. A circus is a great place to take children. They love circuses because of the clowns and the animals and the colored costumes and the moving light. But the circus is many things. I mean, above all that, and in the center ring, up near the top of the tent, is the lady in the tiny spangled costume who is hanging by her teeth and working without nets. Death and Eros. And I think, it may reflect on my psychology, but I am positive that my first exposure to death and Eros was such
Okay,
a
we're gonna
one, because I can
zoom in.
remember being so small that I was wrapped up in something and handed from hand to hand. And yet when I saw the lady in the spangled costume risking her life, I simultaneously understood that she was risking her life and that she was some kind of great babe. And, I was under 3 at the time. So Eros and death in the midst of hilarity and humor which is a weird juxtaposition. And then the side shows, the boy in the bottle, the Siamese twins, the goat-headed lady, the bearded
Goat-headed lady.
all of this
I'm a
weird,
goat-headed lady.
strange, deviant stuff is just off the main exhibit.
Me too, Pig.
And the circus, what the circus represents is rupture of plane. It represents the alien. A circus coming to a small Midwestern town is an alien invasion. Children are told they can't play out late at night. The carny people are in town. Farmers come from miles around. It's a celebration, but it also is an experience of a social edge. The carny people, they drink, they may swap wives, who knows? They're not like us over here at the Lutheran Church. And eventually, after a few days, they make their money, they spin their bottles, they play their game, and then they pack up and they leave. And every child worth his or her salt wants to run away with the circus. Of course, because the circus will take you to another world, a world completely different from the humdrum Kansas that you're living in somewhere. If any of you are film fans, Federico Fellini had a wonderful affection for the circus and clearly saw it in this way. Not only the circus of Amarcord, but the circus of Roma, Satyricon, Casanova. I mean, over and over again, Fellini, he was doing this. He was an impresario. He was a master of magic and effect. It's this idea that there's a world right next door, literally one toke away, that when you lift the veil, then the screaming elf hordes come bounding in. And when I did it, I was a fan of Sartre and Camus and Jean Genet and situationalism, all this weird kind of European 20th century spun down, tired out stuff. I was not a believer in elves, let me put it that way. And it just instantly settled a whole bunch of questions that I had been looking for answers for in the psychedelics. But in the other psychedelics, it was like always running through my fingers. It is the imagination, it's mind, it's me, it's like dream. With DMT, the conviction is unescapable that, my God, this is real. It's more real than this world. This world is like a shimmering hallucination compared to the DMT world. And as to what it means, I'm not sure. I mean, I took pure DMT with me to the Amazon on one of the trips and got out with the ayahuasqueros and turned a couple of these guys on to this. And they were, number one, appalled, and number two, said, it's ancestors. It's ancestor spirits. I mean, didn't we tell you that we do it all with the ancestors? Well, that is, strangely enough, the conservative analysis. Because look at what you've got. You've got some kind of intelligent entity, not made of matter, made of light, able to communicate with English-speaking human beings, sort of, meaning with this visual language. Well, so it's either, if we put aside the figment of your imagination theory, which seems a little pallid at this point, then it's either an extraterrestrial, a true extraterrestrial, and that's possible. I mean, think about it for a moment. If you were an extraterrestrial of great sophistication and skill and technological power, and you wanted to contact and interact with human beings without alarming them or setting off a historical crisis on their planet, how would you do it? I think you would hide yourself inside an intoxication. Because as we know, if you meet somebody and they tell you they were drinking heavily last night and they saw pink elephants, only a mad person calls the zoo to find out if any elephants have escaped. That's ridiculous. No, we don't take seriously reports of pink elephants because they are associated with intoxication. Well, if you wanted to disguise and hide yourself in the detritus of this world in a place humans would never ever take you seriously, then just slip
This is
in
so sick.
between the pink
This is like my dream come true, is doing all of this right now.
intoxication. So that's one possibility. True extraterrestrials.
True
This
extraterrestrials.
kind of mentalist technology that where what we think of as a drug is for them a communications network of some sort. Or it could be a parallel continuum of some sort, not exactly made of matter. But how weird that the way you get from this world to that world is by using a drug. But maybe that's not so weird. Maybe the idea that you would climb in an H.G. Wells-style machine and push a button is just absurdly 19th century and naive. But the more conservative position, since we've never discovered extraterrestrials or dwellers in parallel continuums, and since these things, they are alien and yet not alien. They are alien, and yet the alienness is pervaded with a real sense of familiarity. So I think that what they are is souls. And this is what the shamans in the Amazon said they were. They're souls. And that what we're seeing is an ecology of souls. And, you know, it took me the first 16 years of my life to fight my way free of the Roman Catholic Church. And I'm appalled that life's intellectual adventure has brought me back to the point where we have to talk about souls. But, hey, once you've been there, once you've been swarmed by a mess of them, your view on this subject changes. And I think it's very interesting news. I don't know. Well, it's like dying, sort of. And I, at one point, had an opportunity to turn on a Tibetan monk to these things, a Tibetan lama, not a Budweiser lama, not one of those people, a real lama. And he's since died. He was ancient then. In fact, I was afraid it might kill him, but he said it didn't matter. But he said, after it was all over, he said, those are the lesser lights. He said, you cannot go deeper into the bardo and return. He said, if you go deeper into the bardo than this, you will sever your connection to the body. And so essentially what he was saying was it's a near-death experience. But it's a lot weirder than the near-death experiences being popularized on daytime TV and in the New Age press, which are all about welcoming relatives, holding out their arms and beckoning. This is not welcoming relatives we're talking about here. I think they are souls, but I don't think it's Aunt Minnie and Uncle Ned. I don't think it works quite like that. One of the very weird things about the DMT place that I go, and I've done it many, many times in order to build up an image of what it is, and the image that comes to me is that, I've already mentioned this thing about how it always reveals itself through veils. It never shows you what the real action is. The vibe of this place that I go on DMT is, it's a playpen, is what it is. And these self-transforming elf machines that we're going into such an ontological swivet about are nothing more than toys, is what they are. They are designed to amaze and amuse me. someone with a very deep insight into human psychology created these things, and they're nothing more than the equivalent of taking plastic shapes
Actually,
strung on a string and
that is what we
hanging them
want.
over a bassinet so that an infant can begin to bat at them and coordinate
Well, we just want our outline more defined.
eye-hand distance, this sort of thing. The feeling is not only of a playpen, but of a maternity ward, that you're being born, and you're being born, and there's a lot of, what ayahuasqueros call little doctors, is what they call the things they see on ayahuasca. There are a lot of little doctors in this weird underground space, and they're waiting for you. And because you only stay 2 minutes, it doesn't get too out of hand. Because what can happen in 2 minutes? You see, you look around, they show you some toys, they tell you you're a fine fellow, they tell you not to worry, and the interview is over. But what if there was no going back? Well, then you're just there. You're a little swaddling, and you're there. And presumably beyond the confines of that room is a world as different from that room as this world is different from the general maternity ward at Kaiser Hospital. And then you go with them into that place. That's what it feels like. And I don't know what it means. What does it mean, Mr. Natural? I don't know what it means. It don't mean shit. That was Mr. Natural's answer to the question, you recall. It seems as though it should be a secret. And in a sense, it is a secret in that, it isn't the world's largest religion is not DMT smoking. I think I said this in reference to something else. I am self-initiated. No lineage controls me. Nobody ever came knocking on my door and said, you shouldn't talk about this stuff. Nobody has ever done that to me. So I have the weird feeling, and I don't believe it, but I have the feeling that it's like I discovered it. Because nobody tells me, nobody comes over and says, hey, you're on our territory, or don't talk about that. Didn't you know that we Mandayans have been doing this for 10,000 years? So, and I've been talking about it since '82 in public, and it's still a secret. It's still a secret. It's the secret that can't be told. And I'm fascinated by you people, because it is your fate, and I have no idea why, to come at least this far. I mean, maybe some of you have smoked DMT, but probably most of you haven't. So it's your fate to come this far this morning to hear this, and you can forget it. You can
All of you here this morning who are hearing this.
Think that I am a screwball and disempower it that way. But as far as I can tell, and I have searched the attic of Western and Eastern civilization, been to a lot of weird places, as far as I can tell, this is it. This is the thing which we are raised to believe is impossible. They tell you there's no doorway out except the grave. And then they tell you it's no doorway out. But even if the grave is not a doorway out, even if the grave means dissolution into nonentity for all eternity, DMT is the way out. And it exists. It's common. It exists in many plants. If, as a society, we valued it, we could produce trainloads of the stuff. It's just a trivial, ordinary chemical of some sort. But what it does to the human mind is this civilization can't stand it. This civilization is based on a number of unquestioned premises, which in the light of DMT are seen to be not only false, preposterous. And I don't know where we go from here. I don't know if societies can be built on DMT. Maybe only individual lives can be built on DMT. Yeah. Well, actually, this is a funny thing. Why isn't more of it made? There's a lot of LSD around. LSD is hard as hell to make. You have to be good. You have to be very good. DMT is a second-year organic chem, final exam kind of deal. It's at that level.
Okay, here we go. We're going to do the face.
And yet, wherever it is, it's precious. It's never met with in large amounts. And it doesn't seem to behave like an ordinary substance. You would think something with this amount of hype behind it would make somebody rich. You know, somebody would say, well, by God, I'm going to make 500 kilos of that and spread it from Singapore to, you know, wherever, and make a killing. It's never like that. If you find somebody who has some, they have a tiny amount. And I should make the final point, I suppose. This is not something completely alien. The chemical I'm now talking about. The experience is plenty alien. The chemical occurs in your own body. It occurs in the human body, in the human brain. No one knows what it's doing there. But I think that because the DMT actually not only occurs in the human brain, but it occurs in higher and higher concentrations as you ascend the primate phylogeny, the phyllate primogeny. And I think that the chemistry of dreaming must be run on DMT, and for several reasons. The first one is, there is only one thing on Earth that ends like a DMT trip, and that's an interrupted dream. You know how you can be dreaming and you're in Paris and you've finally gotten the car and you've met the friend and now you're headed for and it's this kind of crazy stuff. And then the alarm clock rings and literally before your feet hit the floor, it's gone. You know, you can almost feel it, it melts. It melts. Dreams.
It literally does melt, yeah.
DMT melts away.
Literally.
And, very suggestive, the physiological concomitant to dreaming is what's called rapid eye movement. This has been known since the 50s. Well, the highest concentration of DMT in human cerebrospinal fluid occurs between 3 and 4:30 a.m. This is when the deep dreaming is going on as correlated to REM movement of the eyes. Well, when you dose somebody on DMT, and it's smoked, I guess I said that, when you dose somebody on DMT, they flop down and lie still if they're a good subject. Otherwise, they twitch and scream and try to run around, but you don't put up with that. You just sit on them. But somebody who knows how to take their medicine will just shut up and lie down. Well, then you look very carefully at them. Their eyes are closed, and you can see about 30 seconds into the experience, their eyes begin to dart wildly under their closed eyelids. They are in REM sleep, and I'm sure that if you could put electrodes on people, you would see that the DMT triggers a plunge into REM, and that's where this takes place. Second piece of data which relates to this and is very, very interesting to me, and I wish I had more resources, more money, more connections, believe it or not, is this.
that once you have smoked DMT and had the experience that I'm talking about, later, years later, you can have a dream where you're with people somewhere and something's going on, and then lo and behold, somebody produces a small glass pipe in this dream, hands it to you, flashes a butane lighter, and it happens. It happens in the dream. And not a
I've definitely dreamed about drug situations before.
but a 100%
100% for sure.
milligram DMT.
Definitely tripped in dreams.
That means to me that we have the capacity for this all the time. And remember, this is the most powerful hallucinogen on this planet. And yet, apparently, our body chemistry is delicately enough balanced that this is not that far out of reach. And yet, people never have DMT trips when awake. If it happened to one person in 50,000, it would be a phenomenon known to us since the birth of Greek medicine. But people don't ever have that happen to them. So I think I talked to Rupert about this. His idea, which is
Rupert Sheldrake is who he's referencing.
he calls it a necrotogen. Yes, necrotogen, meaning that that it's something which is released in the brain at death and never before under ordinary circumstances. And that for some reason, this is the chemical which lets you die. And it is true that at a certain point, the organism, as I understand it, sort of releases. It gives up. And then death proceeds very quickly from that point. So perhaps this is what it is. But what is it for? That's the question. I mean, why can't we just die like dogs? Nobody wants to die. Why should there be this salutary release? You know, there is orgasm, or at least ejaculation, in some forms of death. That seems to imply that the body is in life in a state of tension and holding, and when death is really very close, if not inevitable, then the body goes through some kind of series of changes, and perhaps one of them is the release of DMT. I don't say this proves an after-death world, because I know what proof means. And, you know, dying says nothing about death, and tripping says nothing about death, or it can only give an indication. But it has caused me to think very, very seriously about shamanism, about their insistence that they work through ancestor magic, and about the question of death. Just what is biology trying to do? And what is the nature of our form? You know, metabolism, we come into being with a morphogenetic program. And by eating, first our mother's milk and then pablum and then the stuff of the world, we stabilize the form. The flesh is replaced every few months or years, but the form stays. Over a long period of time, the form sort of withers and hunches and wrinkles, but it's recognizable. 70 years after birth, a person is still recognizably the little girl or boy that they were at 5 years old.
Maybe not me.
So
now, in most cases, there you go.
The form fails, and metabolism fails, and you no longer are maintained far from.
Right, that's pretty good for Jimmy, I think. Zoom out. Oh wait, that's good for Jimmy's head. The head's the hardest part by far.
And the body becomes an object, like a piece of furniture. It can be stacked like cordwood or dealt with in whatever way anybody wants to. But perhaps nature does not create this form in vain. And perhaps in the world of higher dimensions and possibilities, this thing is preserved It is certainly a persistent intuition of many religions that what life is about is creating something called a vehicle.
That looks pretty good.
After-death vehicle, a body of light, a diamond body, something which endures, and that at death is released into some kind of superspace where it has an entirely other kind of existence about which we can know and say nothing. When you look at our past, it seems to support this idea to some degree, in that we all are here, and yet we came out of the bodies of women, and in a very mysterious process. I mean, it always seemed to me, people always said, what sex is about is the union of egg and sperm, and that's where people came from. Well, at age 8, I was not satisfied with that. I mean, they always wanted to talk about sex, but what I wanted to know was, but where do people really come from? I understand about how we get them downloaded into meat, but where are they? Where are they? I mean, where was I 1,000 years ago? Where was I 1,000,000 years ago? And you say, well, you didn't exist. Well, then you came into existence 50% over here in your father's sperm and 50% over here in your mother's egg. Well, then did I exist? My mother had the egg, which became me from the time she was born. And if my father was younger than my mother, so half of me apparently existed before the other half existed. Say, this sounds like messed up thinking of some sort. Isn't it rather that a pattern is making a series of transits from one dimension to another? And, dying is not like birth, in the sense that in the womb you're alone. Here we have our wonderful planet full of interesting people, and we die away from our group. When you start down the birth canal, it's not because you're lonely, because the concept lonely could hardly arise in the womb, I think, because there is no other except the other of the complete surround, which you may or may not image as human. You may think of it as the world, not
Yeah.
an extension.
Here we go.
Of
We're going to do the
myself.
rest of Chimmy now.
So, because I'm not the smartest person in the world, for sure, but I'm also not the stupidest person in the world. And I've been more or less around the block, the major religions, the major schools of transformation, the major themes and variations on sexuality. I'm like a normal person. And I tell you, from where I'm standing, it looks to me like the biggest news there is. I do not understand why there aren't 4-inch headlines. Scientists announce discovery of hyperspace, nearby inhabited dimension confirmed by laboratories in England and Russia, or some crap like that. But it never happens. It seems to belong. It's not part of our official culture. It's not recognized. It's not sanctioned. It's not allowed. And, I have somehow found a unique kind of niche, but most people who talk like this don't get a chance to make a living. They're put in back wards and heavily
Same.
and kept from contact with the rest of people because it's madness. But it's not dysfunction. It doesn't. I know how to hold my fork, make a phone call, pay my bills. What kind of madness is it? It's just a minority opinion. It's not madness.
What kind of
But
madness
it's a
is it?
minority opinion because it's a minority experience, for crying out loud. I mean, if everybody lived in Hawaii and you were an Arctic explorer and you insisted that part of the planet was covered with ice 5 miles thick and the sun stayed up 24 hours a day, they would just put you away. turns out it's the fact of the matter. So this is a polar region of human experience that very few people have mapped or been to, and yet we don't have a
Yo!
picture. I mean,
Hey!
what would
123
Jean-Paul
Paper
Sartre
Helmet.
say?
Thank you so much for following.
Nietzsche said.
We're listening to Terrence McKenna right now.
Wittgenstein.
Up my head, you too?
I mean, all
While
these
we draw
people
Jimmy.
based their lives and their
Thank you so much for that follow. I really appreciate it, Paper Helmet.
of experience. Well,
I hope,
by God, here's a
I hope your night's going well. Oh yeah, you can't actually see them because I'm not on this screen. You're following. She and her and hers are my pronouns. If you'd like, you can share your pronouns, and anyone in chat can. But yeah, we're listening to Terrence McKenna, and we're drawing this monkey from Thunder Prince, a Korean anime from like 1980.
datum of experience. Put this in your pipe and smoke it, and we'll talk datum of experience. Yeah.
I was wondering, through the history of your taking DMT, do you sense a progression as like a state as you're maturing, so you go further and further with each experience? And how often can you take it?
How often can you take it? You can take it every 24 hours. People have an interesting relationship to it. A lot of, like when you give it to someone who's never had it, they've usually been furiously hyped, so they're quaking in their boots. And if you can get over all that and actually get them to do a huge amount, often they come down literally begging for more. And I tend to resist giving them more because I've noticed that there's
How many layers? How many layers do we have? Hopefully you could see it. Let me double check what you can see on your screen. I have so many things up right now. Let's go into GIMP. Right now it looks like we're dealing with only 6 layers because we don't have that much going on. We have this one character of 4 that we're drawing. We were drawing the one on the right the most. So let's take a look. This is what we're drawing. Jimmy's he's like looking less forward. He's just sort of standing in one place. So I have the posture kind of wrong, but I can actually probably fix that really easily. We are doing the legs right now. Oh, you only drawn 2. I mean, that's probably a simpler way to do it. So I completely understand that. Sometimes 3. Yeah. I just kind of make them when I feel like it's like a good strategy, kind of, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate you coming in and chatting. It's really nice having people to just chit-chat with. It's cool.
A slight tolerance. The second
Thanks for dropping by. We're actually raising money tonight. It's a charity stream for this group called You Do Pixel Art, so it requires less layers. Oh. Yo, but pixel art is cool though. Pixel art is super, super cool. Do you make games? Is that what you're interested in? Pixel art's awesome. I love 8-bit music too.
Hesitate. They may even take a pass. Because as I've always said, it's the implication.
That link doesn't work. I can tell you why it doesn't work. I can actually see from here. I can't believe that I've left it not working all night, because we can change that really quickly. Here's what we're gonna do. Ready? Check this. We're gonna press space, and then we're gonna press submit, and then I think we're done. I think we did it. Let's see if it works this now. You're working on making a game with the help of a programmer. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. What kind of a game is it? Maybe it's an RPG? I love RPGs. Should be working now. Hey, look at that. It is working now. And let's actually see how much money we've made, if any more. We are still at $25.11, plus I'm going to donate about $20, so we're at $45, which is pretty amazing. This is for... This is $45 that we are contributing to an LGBTQ run animal sanctuary. So it's pretty cool.
Together in the first 5 minutes, you say, you know, my God, what was that? Well, and then you sit down under a tree somewhere by yourself and try to answer the question, what was that?
What was
And
that?
it makes your hair stand on end. Was I dead? Was I in the presence of extraterrestrial minds? Did that really go on? Was it really real? And so there's a kind of a reluctance to do it. It's like jumping off a cliff into cold water. You really have to screw your courage to the sticking point. And I don't know why that is, because every time I do it, I'm...
Yo, I bet a game that features TikTok people is gonna do really, really well right now. TikTok is taking off. One of my roommates managed to basically like immigrate just literally from having TikTok following. So that's pretty amazing. It's a game about fans. Oh, cool. Nice. That's really great. That's awesome. Yeah, I want to make games too. I want to make VR stuff eventually. I do like Blender stuff on this show too. It's not just digital art. I just haven't been doing Blender tonight because I just got this pen display and I've really been enjoying doing 2D art.
absolutely delighted. And I have immense resistance.
I'm gonna fix the posture.
And every time I do it, it's just like, yes, I remember. And they scream in greeting. I mean, they just turn out by the dozens. Say, here he is, tremendous, you send so many, you come so rarely. Well, let's get on with the show. And then, the Fabergé eggs, the dance, the whole thing. It's boundary dissolving is what it is, and we have a real aversion to that. When the boundary that's dissolved is serious, we have a real aversion to it. And the other thing about DMT that's fascinating, that I should have mentioned, I suppose, is that we associate these drug experiences with slight alterations of our judgment. When you drink liquor, you become socially capable of taking risks that you wouldn't ordinarily take. I'm speaking of guys now. In other words, the liquor slightly changes your judgment about what is proper and what you can get away with and so forth and so on. The strange thing about DMT is it doesn't affect your mind. It does not affect your mind. So you come into that place neither happier nor sadder than where you left. You are not stimulated. You are not depressed. You are not anything different. You are exactly the same person that you were. And yet the world has disappeared.
A fan game about fans. I totally missed that. That's so cute. That's funny. I love that.
Here you are in this elf nest. And if you were on ketamine and you were to wander into this elf nest, it would just be fine, because everything is fine on ketamine. The first thing you notice when you do ketamine is that you've stopped worrying about the fact that you just did ketamine. That, it impairs your judgment, in other words. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's appropriate to not worry on ketamine. But I like to keep my wits about me. And on DMT, you keep all your wits about you. It isn't about you.
There's a reason they call you Paper Helmet.
Should I do it, or I just had a big fight with my...
At least they're not calling you Paper Hands, you know what I'm saying? Oh, look at that.
About you and your problems. And where it's not like that, It's what it is, and you can have it or not have it or whatever. It's very, very convincingly another place, and that's startling. I always close my eyes because I want to see inside. If you keep your eyes open, it's plenty peculiar. I mean, everything changes, and if you take a big enough hit, you can't tell whether your eyes are open or closed. That distinction seems trivial. You're just there, eyes open or eyes closed. But I like to do it on a sunny hillside, outside. It's the only one of these things that I like to do.
I think that we actually want to go ahead and make a little bit more of a major difference here, to be honest.
Just lie
I know
down
it kind
on
of
a sunny
sucks.
hillside, calm down.
We actually want to erase all this.
Deeply. If you've had to climb to get to
We want it to be right, right?
Breathe
To make
that
it right.
all away. You want to be absolutely calm and still. And I do it alone because I make strange noises and stuff, and I don't want to be interrupted, critiqued, helped, or any of that malarkey. And then I just do it. And there's nothing like it on this planet.
Yeah, I like doing things like this alone too, myself.
There's nothing like
Psychedelics.
it in human history. No secret society, no Gnostic cabal, no group of Talmudists or tantrics, I think, ever came near this. There may be other mysteries.
See, we're kind of close, but we just had the wrong
that
proportions.
are in fact the private and closely guarded property of these lineages and all that. Who knows? But this was the Hope Diamond lying around unclaimed, just sitting on the surface.
You said that there was rapid eye movement, which sounded like it was almost like a level of sleep, but it sounds like you're describing what would be more lucid dreaming.
Like lucid dreaming,
sleep.
yes.
So you did come away conscious of what the experience was.
Well, you do, sort of, but like dreams, it's very hard to hang on to. You have to do DMT a fair number of times to build up any notion of it. It's very interesting. At minute, I mean, somebody smokes it, right? At minute 3, they can't speak. At minute 7, they can't stop speaking about how absolutely amazed, appalled, and exalted they are. And
That looks not bad, but now we need to erase more of it.
About at minute 7. And you finally, a half an hour after doing it, really the only impression most people have after the first time is they say, it was the weirdest thing which ever happened to me, and I cannot remember anything about it. It's like I think, physiologically speaking, there's no transcription of short-term RNA into memory. Its memory can't hold it. And I think that's because memory works through associative triangulation. This car looks like that car, this city, Lisbon reminds me of San Francisco or Rio. But if you have an experience that's utterly outside category, you have no triangulation of it. You can't say. And I am very aware, when I tell the story of the self-transforming elf machines and the glossolalia and all that it's a kind of a lie. It's the only, it's not true, but it points toward a truth that can't be told. 70 milligrams, and then what happens is you have to take several hits. Well, it depends on your sensitivity. This is another thing that needs to be studied by science. Some people seem practically on the brink of it. I mean, in other words, you put 70 milligrams in the pipe. You tell them that it's probably going to take 3 enormous tokes. Well, they get halfway through one shallow toke, fall down, speak in tongues, twitch, moan, flail. It seems inappropriate to suggest that they do 3 more tokes. So, but for me, well, I can do it on one toke if it's a real, tremendous, enormous hash toke. What I usually do is I take one small toke, and it kind of anesthetizes my throat. And then on the second one, you go for broke. But it does require a certain amount of courage, because when you take the first toke, you immediately feel it. You don't feel the trip, but you feel that something astonishing is happening inside your body. It's a weird kind of, it's as though all the air has been pumped out of the room. All edges jump forward in clarity. That's the visual acuity thing. But more than that, a kind of feeling of I guess it's anesthesia or something, but your body feels very, very different, and you still must do one more enormous toke. So what we tell people is, even though you feel very weird, don't stop. That's not sufficient. You have to get it on the money. And we're even developing a new technique for doing it that I'm very excited about, which is we have what looks like a pipe coming into a glass vessel, just a channel, a cylinder coming into a glass vessel, and out of the glass vessel comes another tube with a fork in it.
Another tube. Oh, sorry, I didn't read this last one. You had to Google that, and you're still confused. I'm sorry. Did you have to Google paper hands? Was that what you had to Google? I can explain paper hands if you didn't know that one.
Your nostril, and you have a friend blow the white smoke and just force it into your sinus cavities. This is an adaptation of the Yanomamo method, but they use woody. It's like sawdust. It's very, but this is profound.
So those 3 hits you would find in the 70 milligrams. 70 milligrams would produce 3 good.
Yeah, what you do is you measure the 70 milligrams and you put it in the pipe, and then you try to smoke the pipe until either you get it all or the pipe falls from your hand. And what I do when I turn people on is I try to get them to do 1 or 2 tokes or 3, whatever it takes, till they flop back and they present. You can tell whether they're getting off or not. And then the minute they flop back, I look at the second hand of my watch and I count 30 seconds. And then I say in a very quiet voice, do you want another hit? And if they sit up unaided, I'll give it to them. If they can't sit up, then I figure no matter what they say, they're out of bounds. And sometimes it takes it. There is a resistance there, but when you punch through, it's pure high vacuum on the other side. It just sucks you right in. Doing it? Well, actually, yeah. Well, I have tapes. I've never published tapes of me actually loaded, but because they're low quality, made on some little. I had a period where I would take very high doses of mushrooms, like 8 dried grams, and then.
The fact that you don't know what paper hands means is probably a good thing, to be honest, but it has to do with stock trading. It has to do with the GameStop trade, with the shorting of the GameStop stock, and all of the people who are like all crazy about buying GameStop. The people who buy lots of stock and hoard stock in order to get through periods where it's low so that they'll sell it again when it's high. If you sell before it like really hits the highest point, then they call you paper hands, because you're diamond hands if you hold on to the point where the stock is worth lots of money. That's the reference. And so you said you're a paper helmet, and I said, oh, I hope that's better than paper hands. That was kind of the joke, I thought it was okay. Well, I wasn't saying that you were paper hands. I was saying the paper helmet's probably better than paper hands. So it's probably like, it's more of a compliment than paper hands, I guess. Here's the first thing that came to mind with paper helmet is all.
Smoked DMT on top of it, and that all went on in a tent in the Hawaiian rainforest. And I had a little recorder with me. But it's interesting. The glossolalia as to what it sounds like. It sounds like this.
I love when Terrence McKenna does glossolalia. So good. So good.
And somehow that
I could just listen to him do
but meaningless kind of vocalization
glossolalia for so long.
basis of an ecstasy of some sort for some reason. And of course, what's happening in the DMT thing is there is a three-dimensional accompaniment. You hear sounds, but the person making the sounds is seeing what they're making. They're not hearing. The sounds are incidental. They're like the sounds from a buzz saw when you make furniture. The important thing is the furniture you make. And you can, that's why virtual reality interests me so much, because
Same.
my idea of a design program for virtual reality is go thou and simulate a DMT flash. That would have a commercial application. You could sell that. Industrial Light and Magic would be interested. And then we could give people DMT and then put them, and then after they came down, put them into the virtual reality simulator and say, critique, please. You know, is this what you saw? How is this different from what you saw? What changes would you make in this virtual reality environment to make it more DMT-like? And I think this is the way to build consensus. I've always said that the purpose of these technologies is to show each other the inside of our own heads. Dreams, but especially psychedelic drug states. And I think this is probably coming. I think that we will have, that in the future you may have psychedelic experiences, but they may not be your own. We may develop the equivalent of media stars who do it so well that you will just buy their CD and do their trip.
You can all buy my CD.
Which book was it? By Philip K. Dick. Or maybe it wasn't. I can't remember. But the science fiction story where this virginal 16-year-old girl with long blonde hair and perfect surfer body and so forth and so on, and she recorded and sold herself. That was the product.
Yeah, I've talked about this before.
So vital and so young and so bouncy and together that everybody wanted to be this young woman. And so they sold SimVids. And she was on the top 10 for a few months, and then somebody else slipped in there. In Transmigration of Timothy Archer, could have been. Anything more? Yes.
How's your health? Yeah.
How's my health? Good, I think, unless some horrible thing is lurking in the background. I have low cholesterol. My health profile is pretty uninteresting.
I don't know when this talk is from, but Terrence McKenna died in 1998 from a brain tumor.
The most thing wrong with me is migraines, and I've sort of learned.
Oh, there it is, the brain tumor.
Take drugs for migraine.
Yep.
Physically manipulate an acupressure point. Do you mean, do I think drugs have done anything to me?
Well, not necessarily do I think that they've done, or do you think they've done anything to you, but, I mean, in my experience, sometimes I'm tired later or whatever, I feel there's a drain, and so I wonder if since you seem to do it a lot, do you do anything to maintain your health? Or?
I go to the gym 3 days a week. I smoke enormous amounts of cannabis. I mean, I just...
What a good thing to do for your health. That's what I do too.
No, I think I'm pretty healthy and fairly ordinary. It's a somewhat sensitive question because at one point Dennis claimed that the only thing that would ever happen to me was that my hair would get white. And I'm waiting for some other sign, not sure. No,
Oh, we still haven't done the tail at all. And the tail's pretty easy.
Drugs pose a problem to health. I don't think so. The only possible problem to health that any of these drugs might pose is I do wonder about the act of smoking cannabis. But one can eat cannabis and meet all the objections to it and still be loaded to the gills. So that's a delivery problem, not a problem inherent to the drug. It isn't the cannabis I'm worried about, it's the tars. And there are no tars if you eat it. So, and in most places in the world where it has had a long history, it is eaten. Opium as well. You know, opium was not smoked in the Orient until tobacco was introduced. It was always, you took a little pea-sized piece of opium and did
I'm probably gonna smoke some weed soon, and then I might go to sleep for like 20 hours. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours, so it's been a pretty long work day in a way.
19th century. Again, the influence of tobacco brought on the
This is
tendency
good.
to smoke
I love this.
these things.
So fun.
I don't think that, I mean, on this question
Truthfully.
of health, I don't think people should be loaded all the time, other than cannabis or something like that. But I mean
Other than
psychedelic
cannabis.
voyages are trips away from home. They are trips away from home. And we go away from home if we're able to afford it several times a year. That sounds about right. The other thing I'm no fan of, and I suppose I should say it and then let you go, is I do not believe as a rule, I mean, I would break the rule in some cases, but as a rule, I think it's bad to combine drugs. You know, if very little is known about these drugs, 1,000 times less is known about what happens when you start combining things. And, you know, I know people who are really druggy. I mean, I know people who say, well, we got together last night and we smoked a little dope and then dropped some MDMA and somebody had some 5-MeO DMT.
Yo, I don't know who can do nights like that.
To kind of mellow it out. Well, if you were to tell me that these people died of coronary thrombosis or stroke or anything else, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's nuts to pile one drug upon another like that. I mean, and then they say, oh, well, how was it? Say, it was far out, man. Whoa, my God, I would certainly hope so. We're not likely to revisit that combination anytime soon, so I hope you took good notes. No, I think high doses of pure compounds, high doses, heroic doses, find out the LD50 for the drugs you're interested in, so that when you're in there and your mind tells you, well, now you're going to die, you can at least have a dialogue with it about how that's impossible because you only took 1/200th of the lethally effective dose.
That's what you gotta tell yourself.
What the lethal dose is, and your mind starts telling you you're dying, you're just its creature to play with. So it's very important to inform yourself.
All right, let's zoom out.
Of the pharmacology, the
Looks pretty good.
The ethnomedical dimensions of these things, the physiological presentation of the state, the anecdotal accounts of what goes on, and then do it, and do it right.
Do it right.
On an empty stomach, in darkness if that's indicated. And this whole thing about the guide, if you're not familiar with these things, you need a sitter. But a sitter is not a guide. A sitter is to call 911. And guides, anybody who tells you they're going to guide you, doesn't know the territory. Nobody can guide anybody else. They're just there to reassure. If I have a sitter, they're at least one room away, and I have a little Tibetan gong or something, and they can pop their head in if I ring it. But I don't like being around people when I'm stoned. But I
Same.
really don't like being around stoned people when I'm stoned.
Same.
No, pot is like cold water. But the reason I don't like to be around people when I'm stoned and they're stoned is because I worry about them. If I take 5 grams of mushrooms and somebody else takes 5 grams of mushrooms and we're lying side by side in a darkened room, I'm worrying about them. I'm listening. Can I hear them breathing? Mm-hmm. Can I hear them breathing? We'll say I can't. Well then, but maybe they are breathing. Well, but then if I bother them, maybe something really profound is happening to them. So then, and my mind just turns into a nattering moron of some sort out of worry for the other person and some weird sense of responsibility, usually because I'm the advocate, if not the provider. So, take all this with a grain of salt, process it through your own filters, proclivities, eccentricities, and so forth and so on, and let's get together